it start the stream. Oh my god, so cold. Anyway, sup ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you are watching this for the first time over on YouTube, remember to hit the like button and also click the link in the description down below. It is VODs and VODs only, so of course, the best place to get it is live. That way you get to impact the conversation. You get to be a part of it as it happens. Nothing can be better. Live streams really is peak entertainment for that very reason. So yeah, come on down, come join us. It's always a fucking hoot. Today is Friday, I think. Yep, it's Friday. Wait, Friday the what? The 13th. Oh shit, scary day. We're not actually playing a scary game today, but we should actually, because it is Friday the 13th. Did not think of that. Miku, how you doing? Lunari, how you doing? Welcome to the both of you. How's life? Waxney, how you doing, brother? Hey, this is where the DJs meet. This is where we take over the world. I'm very happy to have everyone here. Cranky Palico, how you doing, bro? Very happy to see everyone just filtering the fuck in. Were you guys actually waiting for me to go live? Dude, I fucked up the title again, man. Oh my lord. Shadow Scaling, how you doing? Phasmophobia day? No. It's never a Phasmophobia day. What are you talking about? Angry Cupcake, how you doing? Cruel Rabbit, how you doing? It's never a good day for... Hold up, I need to change this. A good day for Phasmophobia. This needs to be 104. Save changes. I guess export this. There we go. Alright, that should work. Instead of being 30 minutes late, or not at all, Twitch notifications just work for once. Yeah, it seems like Twitch sort of selectively decides who gets notifications and who doesn't. I'm not sure how it works. Of course, I was just waiting for you to go live. What else is there to do? Ariani, I am honored. I am truly honored. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people complain that they don't get the Twitch notifications. I don't know how it works. I have a bunch of people that I follow on Twitch, and like, for example, I almost never get a notification that Asmongold is live. I almost never get a notification that Summoned 1G is live. It just comes and goes. Like, I'll get random notifications from people I haven't watched in like a year. I still follow them. I don't have a problem. I just, for some reason, they're not playing anything that I care about, you know, at the time. So I'll get notifications from them, but for some reason not from the people that I actually do watch quite fucking often. So yeah, from Blizzard, it's all about RNG. Yeah, fucking blows, but you know, it is what it is. Nico Spider, how you doing? Jolly Take, how you doing? Moniaco in chat. Asmon is live either, but Esvan, Miskov, Preach, etc. I get their notifications. Shit. I usually get the Twitch notification, but the Discord ones are usually like an hour after. Nine Faye, how you doing? Twitch notifications are dog shit, as far as I know. They are aware whether something will change. Dude, it's Twitch. Like, when has anything ever worked for the better on Twitch? Like, dude, they don't fix things. Like, what are you talking about? Like, more notifications going out isn't an instant increase in revenue. So Twitch isn't going to do it. What they will do, probably, is release a service in the very near future where you can pay $2 or some shit, and then guarantee that you get some notification from your favorite fucking streamer. And it's $2 per streamer that you want to activate definitive notifications for. But Twitch isn't going to do shit if it's not immediately giving them money. Gibadi, how you doing, brother? Very happy to have you all here. Happy Friday to all of you. End of the week, you know. About to get into some weekend bullshit. But if you're a gamer, weekend just means more games. You know, for everyone that isn't a gamer, it means going out, getting some fucky, you know, getting drunk. For us gamers, it means playing more games. Keep our noses clean. Shadow Sniper? Super Cider Sniper. Thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. How you doing, bro? Tomorrow is the only day I have to go out to work. What do you mean you have to go out to work? Is that like, so you don't have to work any other day but you must work on Saturdays? That seems fucked. Like, I'd rather work all the other days and get Saturdays off. Plan on finishing the Heavensward MSQ this weekend? Oh. Jolly Takers, you're in for such a treat. I can finally say that because I've done Heavensward. You are in for such a fucking treat. Where are you now in the Heavensward story? Tomorrow session 0 for my D&D game. Oh, it's going to be lit. I can't wait for my off days. I'm going to be playing the fuck out of Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, I was playing a little bit last night and then I got triggered because there's this place where you're running towards Meridian and then a giant fucking bird just won't let you pass. And for some reason, I'm doing 0 damage to the bird. So I died like 4 times trying to kill the bird. And then I just gave up. I was like, oh, fuck this then. I don't want to go back and level right now. So I'll just leave it for now. I'll have to find another way down. I need to get down the mountain towards Meridian. But I don't know how, because there's a giant fuck-off bird just flying overhead. Torturing myself with a relic weapon grind, but treasure hunting soon. Easy. No, today we're starting the Stormblood post MSQ. So we're going to be doing some patch content today. And if you guys are correct, it's the patch content where Stormblood starts to shine. Now, I've already loved Stormblood so far, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what the patch content is going to be all about. Isn't quite there yet for me to fully quit my normal job. Ah, Kibari, I know what you mean. What is your business, by the way? Aside from your normal job, what business did you start? The general rule of thumb is the first year you take care of your business. The second year your business takes care of itself. And the third year your business starts taking care of you. That's the general rule of thumb. But depending on the kind of business that you have, you can add some years onto that. So I think worst case scenario is like first 2 years you take care of the business. Then for 2 years, it will take care of itself, not really be able to take care of you. And then, like, from year 6, that's when the business will start taking care of itself and you. I'll have to leave once you start playing FF14, as I have to do the Stormblood quest tonight. No spoilers. Nico, I fully respect that. I breed reptiles, ball pythons. Oh, my fuck. All right, Kibati, I'm never going to come visit you at your fucking house. There's just no way. Oh yeah, I won't be able to quit until next year at the earliest. I mean, as long as you have something that you're working towards, right? And I feel like that's the missing ingredient. Like, a lot of people just work because, it's work. You have to... a lot of people work only for the paycheck at the end of every month so that they can blow that paycheck on bullshit, which isn't the best motivator. I feel like if you work and you have a goal that you're shooting for, so you have somewhere you want to be, even if you can't be there right now, that motivates you to work even harder. After playing for 12 years-ish, I can't remember what the patch quest is, so happy to be here for a trip down Forgotten Memories Lane. Dude, I'm happy to provide that to you, man. I'm at level 54, just heading into Morgan's trial next. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's still a while off. If I remember correctly. Put it in Luna Coin? What the fuck is Luna Coin? What cryptocurrency is that? Dude, I was so lucky. I cashed out all of my crypto just before the market crashed. Like, fucking days. I think like a day or two. I moved all of my crypto over to just old school investments. And I was... Fuck. I was very lucky in that. I've lost literally all faith in crypto. As someone who used to believe in crypto, if the current state of the world has taught me anything, it's that the world is nowhere near ready for crypto. Hachibachi, how you doing? So yeah, I decided to cash out and move everything to just regular old investments. Remember it, Aklon, curious of your reactions to what will happen with those two. Hey, we're gonna get into it today. We are definitely gonna be playing some Stormblood today. I told you guys, I want to see if by the end of next week we can start with Shadowbringers. That's the goal right now. What is this? How Luna collapsed. Oh, never mind. I think I know.
It's hard to believe that.
Isn't Luna like some... When was this? This is May 12th. Jesus, this was yesterday? Fuck, wait a second. I don't even know what Luna is. Hold up. I want to see her.
Only a week ago, Luna was one of the top cryptocurrencies with billions of dollars flowing into it. And all it took was one market downturn to turn this golden token into digital toilet paper. I mean, in 1 week, Luna has gone from $80 a token to less than...
That is a crash. Oh my god, that is a crash. Now, to be fair, if you were a betting man, and I'm not saying you should be a betting man, but if you were a betting man, now would be the time to buy into this coin. Because it could, theoretically, it could go up. I don't know the tokenomics of this coin, so I don't want to say buy anything here. Because at the end of the day, I don't know what this fucking, what this coin is worth, right? I don't know what it does. I don't know what it's trying to do. If it's like 99% of all cryptocurrencies on the market, do not buy it. There's just no point. So you're saying it's time to buy? Blame you if it goes bad? Yeah, sue me. Bring on the lawsuits if you lose even more fucking money. That is free fall. Like, Jesus.
This chart is just hard to look at, I'm warning you. It reminds me of BitConnect. Not to mention, UST, their stable coin, is still depegged. And at this point, I think it's safe to say...
So here's the thing. Here's why there's one cryptocurrency on the market that is an actual cryptocurrency provided to do what an actual cryptocurrency is supposed to do. And that's Bitcoin. Cryptocurrency, the dream for those of us that love freedom, that don't like the government, and that doesn't want the government to be able to control our lives. The idea of cryptocurrency was lack of centralization. That's what cryptocurrency was. It was that there was no centralization. There was no one group, or in the case of most countries, one man that could effectively fuck your entire currency. If you want to know what I'm talking about, just look at the current state of interest rates throughout the world. Look at how every central bank is effectively raising their rates, thereby devaluing your currency, your buying power, as a result of fuck-ups that they made. Governments started printing a hell of a lot of money during COVID, and as a result of that, we now have massive inflation. So interest rates have to rise so that they can fight the inflation that they created. That was the promise of crypto, was the idea that no one can do this. The market is fully in control. So what determines the currency value is what I am willing to pay for this currency and what someone else is willing to sell it for. That was the idea. Very quickly, specifically thanks to the whole Russia-Ukraine invasion. Now, what I'm about to say is going to be quite controversial. I recognize this, but just think through it philosophically. Don't think of the humane implications here, because that's not interesting from a philosophical standpoint. So, philosophically speaking, if you have a decentralized currency, this means that a currency cannot cut anyone off. So no cryptocurrency could tell Russians, you're not allowed to use our currency. No cryptocurrency could tell the Russian government, you're not allowed to use our currency. Effectively, Russia could invade Ukraine, and the cryptocurrencies would have to go, well, fuck, there's nothing we can do. We don't know how to stop it. It is decentralized. The currency is in the hands of the people. The people do whatever the fuck they want with it. It was about a week after the Russia invaded Ukraine when almost every cryptocurrency on the market excluded Russia from being able to trade in their currencies. A week. This is supposed to be decentralized currencies. It's supposed to be currencies that no one can fucking touch. They can do whatever the hell they want. And that's what happened. They excluded Russia from being able to trade. Now, technically speaking, it wasn't the currencies, it was the exchanges. But, all right, you still can't trade in a fucking currency, which is still the problem. Which means we're not living in a world where cryptocurrency is decentralized. We're living in a world where cryptocurrency is about as decentralized as the owners of the cryptocurrency decide for it to be. The only decentralized cryptocurrency is Bitcoin. This is why Bitcoin is so slow to adapt, because there's no way to adapt. There's no one person that can say, right, Bitcoin has to go to proof of stake. It can no longer be proof of work. No one can decide that. There's no one in charge of Bitcoin. With all other cryptocurrencies, there's someone in charge. ADA, for example, is part of Cardano, which is a corporation. That corporation owns ADA. So if that corporation decides fuck you, then, fuck you. There's nothing you can do. Ethereum is part of Ethereum Inc., which is, again, a corporation controlling the currency. So these currencies are basically just corporate-owned currencies, and these corporations can do whatever the fuck they want with it. So that's why I cashed out. I took all of my ETH, all of my ADA, all of my BNB, a bunch of other currencies that I owned. I cashed all of it out a day before the market crashed and just put it into regular old investments. Why? Well, why not? If I'm gonna have fucking cash that is centralized, may as well do it at a place that's heavily regulated and they can't just steal my money if they don't, if they feel like it. Because either way, it's regulated either by the government or by these corporations. Add to that, since I've been doing more and more research, you look at NFTs, the massive scam that NFTs have become, and how so many people don't seem to see the scam that NFTs have become, which is crazy to me. I don't think that the creators of a lot of NFTs are liars. I don't think they're lying. For example, I follow a girl on Twitter that actually blew up in the NFT market, right? Her company is called SoCal. I think they're based out of Singapore. They started a Irene DAO, I think, is the marketplace, and it's an NFT marketplace, but it's actually SoCal is supposed to be Web3's answer to social media. So it's effectively a Facebook, Twitter thing where you own everything that you put on it through the power of NFTs. I think they believe that that's actually what's happening. I genuinely believe they think that's what's happening. The issue is they don't. Like, you don't. Just because you buy the NFT doesn't mean you own it. There's no exchange of copyright. There's no exchange of trademark. So just saying I own it doesn't mean I fucking own it. It just means that you said I own it. So that's the issue, right? That is the fucking issue for me with cryptocurrencies and with NFTs. The market seems to want to be something that the law just doesn't allow. There is basically no law that backs up what these people are dreaming about getting, right? It just doesn't happen. I'm sure they intended their technology to be used to authenticate JPEGs. Stalling Ultimate, so the idea of NFTs isn't actually just JPEGs. Because, yeah, a lot of people look at NFTs as just pictures because that's how they're used right now. The idea behind it is actually very different. And if you look into it, it actually makes sense. So let's take, for example, my stream. Yeah? So if you go on my stream right now, and let's do this. Okay, so let's go to my stream. We'll go to Video Producer. These are all my VODs. Right? These are the VODs that I've uploaded. And there's about 70 pages of VODs here. Yeah? I don't own any of this. This isn't mine. This belongs to Twitch. Twitch can remove these VODs whenever the fuck they want, and actually they do. every 6 months as a partner, your VODs get, so after 6 months, your VODs get deleted, which is why I upload my VODs to, let's just start a new one here. Which is why I upload my VODs to this channel, right? But again, here's the funny thing. Even though I have this channel, which is obviously on YouTube, it will never remove itself. The problem is I still don't own any of this. These aren't my VODs. This belongs to YouTube. YouTube can decide to remove it whenever the fuck they want. The idea behind NFTs, and specifically Web3, so let's not talk about NFTs because that's where people get sort of caught in the weeds. NFTs is simply a sort of or a thing that exists outside of Web3. Now, the idea behind Web3, right now we live in the world of Web 2. Web 2 is social media, people being able to put their own stuff on it. Web 1 was the original sort of groundwork of the web. Web 3, on the other hand, is this idea that when I have a VOD like this uploaded to YouTube, I own it. So YouTube can't remove it. YouTube can't claim it. YouTube can't use it unless they pay me. So if YouTube wanted to put together a massive ad campaign and they wanted to use one of my clips in that ad campaign, they would have to buy that clip from me or buy the rights to use that clip from me. That's the idea, the fundamental idea behind NFTs is this: I own what I make. So it's not just down to pictures. It's the idea that I can own video, I can own clips. And then what I could do is I could say, theoretically, of course, but I could say, all right, guys, this is one of my best clips ever, right? So let's go here. This is one of my best clips ever. Streamer wasn't ready. 888 views. I'm willing to sell this clip to you, any one of you in the chat right now, for $5,000. That means you now own that clip as well as the portion on the live stream that that clip comes from. So I can never again use this clip in anything unless I pay you for it. And you can take this clip and sell it to someone else or sell the rights to someone else because you own it. The issue is I can tell you that's what I'm doing, but unless the law allows that, so unless the law states that when I sell this thing to you, I also transfer copyright, well, that doesn't fucking matter, right? It doesn't matter because, well, I don't own the copyright, you know. I don't own the copyright to my streams, therefore I can't sell it to you. And even if I did own the copyright to my stream, copyright ownership transferal isn't done like verbally. If I want to transfer copyright to you, you and I will have to get a contract. The contract will have to state that I am passing copyright on to you. So their dream falls short of the law. Just because you can, just because you can prove that you bought the clip doesn't mean you own the copyright, because the courts are literally just going to say, where is the copyright documents? Where is the proof that this copyright was transferred from me to you? Because in this world right now, let's imagine that these were NFTs and I did actually own this as an NFT. I sell it to you. I turn around and I sell it to someone else. There's fuck all that you can do because you don't actually have the copyright. You have a file that says you own this, but you don't actually own it, not in the eyes of the law. So that's the issue. These guys are dreaming of a world that simply doesn't exist. And I don't even think they're lying about it. I think they don't think about it. I genuinely believe that they are just completely oblivious to the fact that unless you can get to lawmakers that can actually put in law that an NFT also signifies the transfer of ownership, it's just never going to work. That's why I said authenticate instead of prove ownership. Akka will take your entire stock. My offer is a virtual used lease short. I'll buy it. Priyal, how you doing?
It's over for Terraform Labs. There's simply no way to reestablish the trust that algorithmic stablecoins need. I mean, after all, who wants an unstable stable?
Dude, this guy is actually making one of the biggest points ever. So do you guys know what stable coins are? This just proves the immense scam that is going on. So a Terra USD the USD Terra coins, as well as there's like a USD coin, there's Terra USD, there's Terra Rand. These coins are called stable coins because effectively, according to them, every coin out there, every single coin out there is backed by the US dollar. So in other words, this is why they're stable coins. They're supposed to be, the price for a Terra USD should be $1 because 1 Terra USD is supposed to be the equivalent of $1. And the promise that they make to people buying this coin is that they can back it up. So if there is 10 billion Terra coins being owned right now, the company has $10 billion in their bank account to back the $10 billion that is currently being owned by people out in the world. The fact that Terra USD, its price is half that of a dollar, is a fucking problem. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the original gold standard, but the only difference here being the dollar is its gold standard. So it is pegged to the fucking dollar. The issue here is that this thing is now worth half a dollar, a coin that is supposed to be worth a dollar at all times. The only thing that could change the worth of a Terra USD is the dollar getting weaker, because that just means you'll be able to buy less with $1 or 1 Terra USD. But it was never supposed to be less than a fucking dollar. That's the scam that's going on here, man.
And at this point, I think it's safe to say it's over for Terraform Labs. There's simply no way to reestablish the trust that algorithmic stablecoins need. I mean, after all, who wants an unstable stablecoin? So today, we're going to try to explain what happened and tell the story of why I think this collapse was predictable. By that, I mean, it was literally predicted. There was a $20 million bet about this. And I'm also going to be honest with you about what we don't know as well. Because before we move further, let me say loud and clear. As of right now, no one knows the true culprit for this crash. So far, I've counted 4 different and unique threads going viral, all claiming to know how Luna collapsed, and the explanation is slightly different each time. But what is consistent is their proof is, trust me, bro. In fact, my personal favorite of these explanations.
I love that, dude. Whenever it comes to all of these crypto bros, that is usually like the proof that they have. Trust me, bro. That's just it. Look, I think people are starting to see through the scam that is crypto. I think a lot of people used crypto as a get-rich-quick scheme, and it worked for a while. You know, if you bought into Bitcoin or ETH 10 years ago, you'd be fucking rich today. You'd be able to retire, because at the time, these things were worth cents, and then it exploded to tens of thousands of dollars for a single coin. So yeah, you would have been stupidly fucking rich if you bought in 10 years ago. The problem is that these things were never pegged to real life value. The only one that is Bitcoin, since you now have 2 countries in the world that accept Bitcoin as its official currency. The Central African Republic is the newest country that actually now accept Bitcoin as a tradable currency within their country. So you can buy stuff with Bitcoin. The other one is Ecuador, I believe, or El Salvador, one of the two. But one of those 2 countries also accept Bitcoin as the official sort of currency of the country. So you can actually use those. So you have Bitcoin sort of gaining real world value. All of the other currencies have no value. You can't buy anything with these currencies except more currencies, which is effectively what people are doing, right? People are just buying more currencies with the fucking currencies that they have, which isn't necessarily the best proof that you have of value. This is so stupid. Why do you buy something on something that's supposed to be backed by something with the exact same value as much? Pretty much, yes.
Is the theory that Citadel, who's the GameStop supervillain, secretly gotten a 100,000 Bitcoin loan from Gemini, which is owned by the Winkle twins, and they destroyed Luna with it. Now, Gemini denied these claims, but who are you going to believe? A private company or an anonymous 4chan post. Kind of a toss-up, right? And I'm not even saying these are wrong. They just don't have any evidence. So that's where it's...
This is just like the dot-com bubble. Tons of shit companies got washed away back then. Now the same thing's going to happen with crypto. The projects that live through this will be actually good. Maybe. You remember Adrian Nievoet, the Cuba scheme from the 1980s? That was a bit before my time, Gary, and what happened there?
Stands with this forensic side of things. A lot of people claim to have solved it, but nobody seems to actually have done so.
Well, actually, I don't know.
We don't know exactly what happened. I think it's important to say this crash also didn't surprise anyone, and I think that's worth talking about. There were a lot of people who have been calling for this for some time, and these were mostly for two reasons, which we've already discussed. UST was built on a Ponzi scheme, and algo stablecoins have sort of always failed, and we've covered those. But there's a third option that I really think has been overlooked in all this, and that is Do Kwon's role.
And that makes
Remember
sense.
that Do Kwon is the creator of Terraform Labs. And what most people don't know is that as Luna became more and more successful, Do Kwon slowly became more and more arrogant. He would dismiss all his critics and call them poor. And I believe this played a role, at least, in so many people rooting for Luna's downfall, if not actively playing a role in it. As I said, we don't know if Luna's demise was like an attack or naturally occurring, but I want to give you some examples of this because I think we can learn from it about sort of what not to do if you suddenly happen to become ultra rich and powerful. So on November 25th, 2021, a guy named Freddie Reynolds proposed a theory of how you could crash Luna with a Soros-style Black Wednesday attack. By that, he's referring to when George Soros broke the British pound. And he goes into great detail about how you could do this if you just had $1 billion on hand. He described a process where you could make $50 million and sort of rinse and repeat it until Luna falls apart. Now, in response to this possible attack vector, does Luna investigate? Does it implement strategies to defend itself?
No, of course not.
No. Instead, Do Kwon says this, probably the most thread I've read this decade. Silence is a perfectly acceptable option if stupid. And then basically he asks sort of to be attacked. He says, billionaires in my following, go ahead.
Dude, do you really intend to, like, challenge a bunch of fucking bored billionaires who destroy the earth even on their good days? Like, they have no qualms about destroying the fucking earth. And yet you're going, yeah, take me, bro. Like, these guys are bored as fuck. Why wouldn't they? Like, they would just do it. Because they're bored. They have so much money. They don't have the silly struggles called life that the rest of us have. They just sit on their asses all day and, like, count money or some shit. So, yeah, this is, like, the perfect thing for a stupid billionaire to start going, yeah, let's see how we can fuck over the poor now. All the poor fucks that bought into Luna. Hey, your money is mine.
See what happens. I mean, can you imagine the arrogance to taunt billionaires that are following you and going like, yeah, see what happens. Go ahead, attack me, see what happens. Now, look, I know the internet's kind of a wild place, but I usually think
Tony,
there are
thanks for the
two
first time
rules
chat,
to it.
dude. Really, yeah, he did get fucking wrecked. Oh my god, dude. Oh wow.
That you have to abide by at all times. One, don't ever taunt the internet, and two, don't ever taunt billionaires.
Together, how
and
you
you
doing?
certainly don't want to do both at the same time.
Yeah.
But this kind of arrogant response wasn't even an irregular occurrence. Rather than engaging with flaws in his protocol, Do Kwon would repeatedly call his critics poor. In fact, a few days before Luna collapsed, Do Kwon said that if you listen to crypto influencers about USTD pegging for the 69th time, or you could remember that they're all poor now and go for a run instead. And he repeatedly did this. He also taunted this guy, Algod Trading, who said if Luna breaks new...
You see, here's what I don't understand. So if I owned a cryptocurrency and people were leveraging legitimate concerns, so people were saying, look, this could happen due to your protocol being this, and this could go wrong. My immediate thought would be, fuck, I have to fix that. How did I miss it? I would not go, well, fuck off, who cares, right? Because, I mean, if this thing fails, you fail. So it's not even like you're just gambling with other people's money. You're also gambling with your money. which is so stupid to me.
All-time highs, I will short it with size. And Do Kwon responds, yeah, but your size is not size. This guy responds, statistically, you're dunking on 99% of your community, but all right, someday your Ponzi will collapse. You can't keep fueling Anchor. And this is my favorite part of the story because that same guy then responds 4 days later, offering a $1 million bet that Luna will be at a lower price in exactly 1 year. Now, what does Do Kwon do? He takes it. Of course, he takes the bait. He says, cool, I'm in. And I guess that got enough attention because someone noticed it and decided that they actually wanted to raise the stakes. GCR on Twitter decides to offer a $10 million bet. Do Kwon once again agrees, and they decide on the escrow being another crypto Twitter user, Kobe.
Not only are you challenging billionaires and shit, now you're taking bets. So when you're finally poor as fuck, these guys are going to come and say, hey, you owe me money, bro. I'm poor now. I can't, actually. My currency is fucked. Yeah, you still owe me money, though. Oh my god, dude. I don't know about you guys, but seeing the downfall that this fuck went through is so satisfying.
And so right now at this address, which we will put on screen, there's currently a $10 million bet going on the blockchain. This is real money we're talking about. Literally just put up to see if Luna's going to fall or not, which obviously 2 months later it did. But even that wasn't enough for GCR, who at the time decides he wants to double the bet, saying the initial spirit of it was this like, yeah, your size is not size, whatever, like kind of a weird insult. Weird way to say you're poor, basically. And so he says, look, we're going to play for big money. I'll double it to $20 million, to which Do Kwon doesn't.
Can I just also point out here, who the fuck has $20 million just sort of lying around to take a bet on? I'm sorry, but even if I had money, right? Even if I was rich, I would never take a bet for 10 million. Even if I knew it was a sure one, I would be like, no, I have no interest in it. Those billionaires is insulting. Yeah, but even if I was a billionaire, I would still not put up $10 million bets. That would be stupid.
Respond. And so instead, what this guy does is he decides he's going to short Luna with the remaining $10 million that he wanted to bet him with. Now, for those of you following along at home, this is what we call a Chad move. This guy would end up cashing out with $16 to $20 million profit, and it shows how much Do Kwon pissed everyone off, not just the, quote, poor people, but actually the richest part of crypto Twitter. Remember, he literally asked billionaires to attack his protocol. And to make it even worse, he also began attacking other competitors around this time, saying about stable coins like DAI, by my hand, DAI will die. And it was sort of this unique
congratulations, Lodi. Fuck.
Arrogance, antagonism, and disregard for criticism that contributed either directly or indirectly to Luna's collapse. People don't like a sore winner, and it's fair to say that Do Kwon had to learn that lesson the hard way. My point with sharing this isn't to suggest that the only reason Luna collapsed is because this guy is kind of a jerk. Because remember, they were basically running a Ponzi scheme. But being a jerk, along with sort of running and benefiting from a Ponzi scheme, definitely doesn't help. And the other bit of news we learned in all of this is that CoinDesk reported that Do Kwon was secretly behind a failed stablecoin in the past called Basis Cash. He turned out to
these
be
guys
anonymously involved.
These people just fucking run from Ponzi scheme to Ponzi scheme. I would never have bought into Luna in the first place. Like, the cryptocurrencies I did buy into, I still think can become quite successful. If they sort out their centralization issue, I think those cryptocurrencies have some legitimacy. But something like Luna, why the fuck would you even buy into something like that? This is the problem. Human beings as a race, we're not ready for cryptocurrency. Because too many people want to get rich quick. That's the issue. There are far too many people in the world that would take any and all fucking shortcuts afforded to them just to be rich. And it doesn't even matter that you're investing in a coin that really has no future. Who gives a fuck?
Going by the pseudonym Rick, and his partner was called Morty. According to CoinDesk, He modeled the project after an earlier project called Basis, which you may or may not remember as the failed project of founder Nader Al-Naji, the creator of BitClout. So that's where we are with this story. A lot has come out, and while I hold very little sympathy for Do Kwon's failure, I do feel bad for all the traders who got swept up in it. For example, KSI claimed to have bought 100,000 Luna, claiming it could be the, quote, best or worst trade of my life.
I don't feel sorry. I'm going to be honest. I don't feel sorry for the people that lost money here. If you're going to spend your money voluntarily, right? So no one forced you to spend that money to buy this shit. If you're going to spend your money and not do your homework, do you really deserve sympathy?
He later says he spent $2.8 million buying the dip, and that his Luna was now worth $1,000. Ouch. And that's not even to mention the regular investors who don't have millions to spare. I mean, I cannot stress this enough. Billions of dollars have been wiped out overnight. Like, Reddit communities are being makeshifted from supporters into support groups. Like, I don't want to show you guys too much of this because it is dark. Some investors lost houses. Others lost life.
Dude, if you're gonna... Why are you betting your fucking house on crypto? This is the stupidest shit ever. Is people who make debt just so that they can buy into crypto. It's like, bro... The golden rule of investment, whether it's crypto, whether it's stock market, doesn't matter. The golden rule is that you never invest money that you can't afford to lose. If the money that you're putting into it is sort of necessary for you to survive, then you're doing it wrong. You should not be fucking doing it. So again, I do not feel sorry for this. I made a few grand on mining. Nice. Gambling problem maybe? Invest only what you're okay losing? Yeah. I don't feel sorry for these people. Because if you're going to do this, if you're going to do this sort of thing, you deserve what you get. Because not only did you make a stupid decision to borrow money, and this is what a lot of people do, they take out an extra loan on their house and then they invest that in the crypto. That was a stupid thing to fucking do. But then you also managed to take the money that was already stupid to begin with and invest it in a stupid fucking coin that has no future. Like, why would you do this? I don't feel sorry for you. This is just life, you know?
Life savings, and that's truly sad. But we can't forget about the painful lessons things like Luna can teach us. In this case, it's sort of three things. Don't taunt internet billionaires, don't build Ponzi schemes, and beware algo stablecoins. That's basically it. Pump the stock, and I'll see you in the next one.
I mean, yeah, this is... I mean, life is hard, you know? Life is hard for the stupid. The sad part is that this is not over. We're going to see this happen more and more. There's going to be more and more scams launching within the crypto sphere, and people are going to keep falling for it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the crypto markets are down massively. Last time I checked, at least, the crypto markets were in a horrible place. Let's just quickly see here. So Bitcoin is still doing fine. Even though, I mean, this is where it was. This is where it is. So it did take some nosedive. ETH should be... Wow. Never mind. As I was saying, ETH seems to have taken a bit of a dump as well. It's still got a long way to go. You know, it's still like $2,000, I think, for an ETH. But I think some of your smaller currencies are basically completely getting wiped out. So ADA, when I bought ADA, it was around about this point. It went up to like 24, almost 25. Matic, so Matic's decline was massive. I'm so glad I cashed out of Matic when I did. Because you can see there, also just off a fucking cliff. This is, I sold my Matic when we were here. sort of there, about 23. That's where I sold it. At 23. This is where we are. So I sold at the right fucking time, purely by accident. I just wanted to cash out of crypto. I didn't want to be in crypto anymore. But it is surreal just how companies have completely gone down the drain. Dude, this is interesting. USDT. Holy fuck. This was also a stable coin, by the way. Oof. Life is fucked, dude. Life is fucked. Yeah, long story short, don't buy crypto. Not right now, anyways. We will see how stable they are for the next little bit. Buy Doge and just hold that shit. Renegade, I would not buy Doge. If I could give a little bit of advice, although this isn't investment advice at all, but this is what I would do. If I were to buy crypto, even though I don't think you should, I would buy Bitcoin. It is the only cryptocurrency on the market that is an actual cryptocurrency. It does what is actually supposed to happen. So this would be the only one that I would buy into. Alternatively, the best thing to do, in my opinion, would be to just fucking buy into the normal stock market, buy into a fund, like a nice investment fund, where a bunch of companies are bundled together, and just keep that shit and just ride that wave, even if it is just a little bit. So I try to put anywhere from $50 to $100 a month into my investments. That's it. I don't have like a lot more. Some months I do. Some months I can put extra in, but other months I can do like $100, maybe $200. And I just put that shit there. I don't even worry about it. You know, it's just going to be there. It's going to do its thing. I don't give a fuck. Don't do too much, which is sort of, that's why I do so little. I only do when I'm absolutely okay with losing. And then the rest of it goes into another savings account that isn't subject to market conditions. Honestly, man, I made a lot from Doge, but also Bitcoin. ETH is going to bleed against BTC for a while. It broke a long time trend after the Wyckoff distribution. Is it worth getting into Bitcoin now? I don't know. I can't answer that. Like I said, I'm no expert on this shit. I'm thinking about this rationally. It could be. Like, look, the time for you to become a billionaire or a millionaire off of crypto is over. It's not coming. It's not coming. It's probably never going to happen again. Unless Bitcoin falls to like $10,000 or $5,000 a Bitcoin, and you can get into it and slowly buy over the next 2 or 3 years as it maintains that price, and eventually maybe you end up with like 50 or 100 Bitcoin, and then it skyrockets and just blows up again. Those days are over. Like you're gonna buy your Bitcoin, and at best you might double your money. So whatever you put in, you might have double at the end of it. But I wouldn't. I think when it comes to Bitcoin, you're effectively now at the same place you were at, or you are at with normal investments in the stock market. There's going to be growth, maybe 10% a year over a 10-year period, but the times of making crazy money, that's over. I remember when Bitcoin first started, they were used as as a petty reward on some competitions. Dude, I bought Bitcoin when it was like less than $1 for a Bitcoin, and then for a year I held on to that shit, and I was like, all right, this is going nowhere, and I sold my Bitcoin. And then 10 years later, I'm like, fuck, I should have just hold that shit. I would have been rich. But anyways, is what it fucking is. Nothing you can do. Yeah, I think Bitcoin is stabilizing. The rest of the crypto markets, probably not. But I do think Bitcoin is probably stabilizing into what will become a future currency of the world, since a lot of countries are already accepting Bitcoin as a trade offer. Texas is becoming the first state in the US that will mine its own Bitcoin and probably eventually start accepting Bitcoin as well. So Bitcoin is getting some legitimacy. which means it will stabilize. It has to, right? If as soon as enough people start adopting Bitcoin, it must stabilize. So what will end up happening is it will be very similar to dollar, rand, stuff like that. But right now, I think stay safe. Don't touch the fucking crypto markets. I think we're still in for a long dip. A long dip. Because remember, right now, Bitcoin is at 500,000 Rand a Bitcoin. There's still 500,000 marks underneath this one that it can drop to. So I would not fucking I would not suggest buying into it just yet. It can still drop quite far. But yeah, that's just sold off my Bitcoin before it blew up. It hurts. Well, actually, it really does. One Bitcoin is 25. You mean like what? Well, Bitcoin is worth a lot. At its peak, Bitcoin was almost $100,000 for a single Bitcoin. What are we looking at? Oh, we just watched a video about fucking cryptocurrency scams. So, yeah, it's fun. Oh, shit. I really hope that none of my viewers were the people fucking caught up in this bullshit. Like, I really hope. Until fate starts going dovish on rates. Won't happen sooner than October. There might be some rallies here and there. Please don't be fooled. Rough Star, how you doing? Goeiedag, hoe gaan het? Yeah, we'll see. I don't know what exactly the impact of the rising rates is going to be on the world economy. I was watching a very scary video yesterday. I don't know if you guys want to watch it. It was scary. Let me just see if I can find it quickly. Here we go. All right. I'm warning you guys now. This is a scary fucking video. It genuinely makes you wonder, and it is sort of the kind of thing that gives you chills as you watch it. MIT has predicted that society will collapse in 2040.
In 1972, researchers at MIT concluded that society was on track to collapse by the year 2040. A follow-up study conducted by an analyst at KPMG found that we are ahead of schedule. Advanced human civilizations have existed for, at best, 10,000 years. In that time, many great empires rose from nothing and returned to nothing, leaving behind little more than artifacts and crumbling architecture. While it's hard for historians to definitively say what caused any of these particular collapses, the determining factors tend to fall into four broad categories: political issues, social and cultural issues, environmental issues, and of course the one that we're specifically interested in, economic issues. Any civilization that has been reduced to little more than an entry into a textbook fell through some combination of these four factors. Some were almost instantaneous, the great city of Pompeii succumbing to the eruption of Mount Vesuvius.
Take care of yourself.
Some took a few weeks. The Aztec Empire collapsed after 93 days of resistance against the Spanish, and some took centuries. 300 years separated the height of the Roman Empire with its eventual collapse. Our modern civilization is the greatest ever known, hundreds of thousands of times wealthier and more advanced than even the most massive empires of history could have imagined. If you are watching this video, you have access to the internet. If you have access to the internet, you have access to a source of knowledge that scholars and kings could not have dreamt of just 100 years ago. The same is true for other modern...
And what do we do with that power and knowledge? We watch YouTube videos and play video games. Well worth our time. Socrates would be so proud.
luxuries that we take for granted: climate control, worldwide travel, cheap and effective clothing, medicine,
and porn,
instantaneous communication, plentiful and safe food, water on tap, and even little luxuries like being able to listen to your favourite song pretty much whenever you feel like it. A question I get asked a lot is, who is the richest person in history? The answer? Elon Musk. Or it was about a week ago when he was worth more than $270 billion. That might have changed depending on when you actually watch this video. Oh, but what about Rockefeller, the Rothschilds, the Romanovs, or even this Mansa Musa fella that people keep on bringing up? What about them? Sure, they were rich for their time, but their time was one of almost universal poverty. Despite their relative wealth, they couldn't dream of all the amenities that you think nothing of. Let me tell you, if I had the choice between my modern, rented 2-bedroom apartment and a sprawling 15th century French palace with no air conditioning, no plumbing, and no food that wouldn't give me cholera, I would take the apartment 10 times out of 10, and you are a fool if you wouldn't do the same.
The paint.
The best part is, I haven't even mentioned war yet. Despite what most people might think based on their diet of cable news on the front page of Reddit, we are living through one of the most peaceful periods in human history.
This, by the way, is straight out of a book. Like, I read the book about this from Steven Pinker. Like, people love to think about how horrible the world is and say that, oh my God, violence and everything. It really is true. The world is more peaceful today than it's ever been in its history. Like, just look at this fucking graph. Ever since, like, the late 90s, war and sort of, like, unrest and things like that just drop off a cliff. And you see some rises here and there, but even the rises, so the small little peaks there, is still a hell of a lot lower than anything we've experienced in our history. Nothing wrong on the Kosovo game. I invested in Bitcoin. I bid low, so there's not much lost. I put $100. That's fine. Negativity bias, which informs media coverage? Pretty much, yeah.
History ever. Overwhelmingly, this has all been thanks to a combination of technology, education, and global cooperation.
It's not just Shinjima. How you doing, bro? It's not just technology, as he just said there. The world is more reliant on everyone than ever before. So no country really exists these days in a bubble. And you're not really going to go to war with a country that you need. Why is it that China and America is still not at war with one another? I mean, the countries don't like each other. China have said publicly before that they don't like America. America is very public with their facts that they don't like China. Why don't they go to war with China and America? Why do these two countries not go to war? The answer is simple. They need each other. So they sort of look down on each other and sort of go, you know, and whisper, yeah, fuck that guy, right? But I kind of need them, you know? If China goes to war with America, it loses its biggest trading partner, which means it loses a fuck ton of money. If America goes to war with China, it loses its producer, which means no more products for Americans, which means no more money. So these countries can't go to war anymore. They sort of have to coexist, which is why people sort of claim that if the EU was gone, Europe would be back in war. And it's like, no, it wouldn't. European countries are more reliant on each other than ever before. There's no way they're invading each other because, well, they need each other. That's just facts.
Even nations that have resentful hostilities bubbling away beneath the surface are more dependent on one another today than...
Michendo, the reason Russia said fuck it is because the world isn't really trading with Russia. Russia have had sanctions against them for, 20 years now? Like, some countries begrudgingly buy from Russia, like European countries needing their oil and gas. But a lot of other countries continuously sanction Russia. So Russia isn't really part of the world economy, which means them going to war, not much is lost. You know, they're not really suffering anything that they didn't suffer before. I'm not saying that's why they went to war, but that is definitely one of the reasons the price for them wasn't nearly as high. Because they weren't going to lose anything that they didn't have in the fucking first place.
Even the closest of allies were back in the time of Napoleon. Why get hostile when you can get rich? It sounds vapid, but it's a good thing, albeit a fickle one. Comparing our modern global economy to even the greatest empires throughout history is like comparing a jet engine to a donkey. That's not hyperbole, that's how far ahead we are today. But this is actually the problem. Sure, a jet engine is faster and more powerful than a donkey, but it's less resilient. One tiny flaw in its incredibly complex network of interdependent components could render the whole thing useless. What's worse is that it moves so fast and flies so high that even the slightest hiccup becomes catastrophic. Most of us alive today, and especially those of us sitting at home watching internet videos on our smartphones, would not know how to survive very long if we didn't have food within easy reach.
Yep.
Sometimes literally delivered to our...
Dude, if the world does have a catastrophic apocalyptic event, we are all fucked. Because none of us know how to forage for food. Like, we don't know how to survive without the luxuries of life. Think about it. You open your phone, you have an app, and on the app you say what food you want. If an apocalyptic event happened, that shit isn't there anymore. There's no supermarket that you can walk down to and fucking get what you need. You have to go into the field and fucking get it there, right? So most of us are fucked if the world like comes to a screeching halt as a result of this. So farmers are usually okay. If you go back and you look at the history books for the Great Depression, they actually state that most people living in rural America, so like the rural areas, the farming areas, didn't even know that there was a depression going on. Like, they didn't even know. The people in the cities were fucked. People were lining up for food and clothing and shit. The people in the rural farming areas were just like, sup, bro? Like, you know, we make our own food anyways. We still have farms. Like, life just goes on, you know?
our door. But I'm getting ahead of myself, and probably starting to sound like some kind of deranged doomsday prepper screaming the end is nigh, so let's break down exactly how this MIT study predicted that society would collapse. What measurable metrics was MIT looking at to determine that the world was going in a good or a bad direction? What did these metrics tell us about the way our society would supposedly break down? And finally, is the fact that this report is ahead of schedule actually something to be worried about? Or is this all just the case of too much weight being given to statistical correlations? This video is brought to you by Skillshare. Thanks to Skillshare, you can learn new skills like drawing, cooking, and even how not to suck at speaking Australian. A 12-minute course that
you'll see in a second why this is so scary.
Here's a quick preview. Why does this Australian tribe assign
obviously
so many to common nouns? Words like brekkie, chewy, and stubby. If all
they predicted what the downfall of society might look like. Yeah. And then very recently, actually, KPMG, analysts from KPMG, looked at the study and looked at the most likely scenario, because I think they mapped out something like 5 scenarios that could take place. And then most recently, KPMG analysts looked at the study, looked at the current state of the world, and identified that one of their predictions is literally pound for pound where we are now. Only we're early. Their prediction was for 2040. We're already there. According to the analytics and the statistics, we're already at the point of one of these predictions.
All of this sounds intimidating. Don't worry. Together, we will decipher the Australian lexicon once and for all. Be one of the first 1,000 viewers to sign up with the link in the description box below to get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare Premium. After signing up, you'll gain instant and unlimited access to my course.
Ace, I have no idea how to grow crops.
Courses. Again, the link is in the video description.
I have no idea.
Okay, so the MIT study, specifically titled The Limits to Growth, set out to primarily explore if our current usage of the world's resources was sustainable. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. The study was actually one of the first economic studies ever to use computers sporting dynamic systematic models. I am not a computer scientist, so there are plenty of people who could explain what system dynamics are far better than I could, but in brief, it's basically a piece of software that attempts to replicate the workings of complex real-life systems by replicating them in the software. It sounds very familiar to us today, but remember, this was taking place back in the 60s and the 70s, where computers looked like this and had about as much processing power as your kettle. Despite these limitations, the MIT team eventually created World 3, which was a computer model for the entire global economy. This piece of software modelled everything from variable population growth to industrial capacity. It also crucially modelled how everything would interact with one another. For example, a large population is naturally going to require more resources, more food, more water, more homes, more of everything. But a larger population will also naturally lead to more innovation.
True.
We have a much better chance of finding a Tesla, Da Vinci, Haber, Bosch, or Whittle with a population of 8 billion than we do with a population of 2 billion, which is where the world was 100 years ago. It's a common joke amongst macroeconomists that every change you make to the economy changes at least 3 other things. Sometimes we pave over this issue by assuming ceteris paribus, or all other things being equal in our models.
Yeah, but can you only...
This economic
You can't just live on potatoes. I get that potatoes would be the best to grow, but you can't just live on potatoes. Just hoe the ground, sprinkle the seeds, water the plants and sleep, then water the plants and sleep. Farming is easy. Yeah, of course. Trust me, bro, I've got this.
Assumption is great for looking at cause-effect in isolation. For example, a soda tax increases the price of, and therefore reduces the demand for, sugary beverages, all other things being equal. But this is the real world. Nothing ever remains the same just because it's easier to model that way. Predicting the future is extremely hard at the best of times and almost impossible if you don't account for almost every variable. And that's what World 3 attempted to do. The World 3 program had systems for modelling everything from birth rates to farming technology. The idea was that all of these variables were very important to maintaining the modern lifestyles that we enjoy today, but because they interact with one another, they were prone to feedback loops. The idea of a feedback loop actually comes from musical performances. If you have ever held a microphone up to a loudspeaker, you will know the horrible high-pitched sound that comes out of it. That's because the microphone is hearing a loud noise, it is then telling the speaker to amplify and play that loud noise even louder, only for that new loud noise to be picked up by the microphone all over again. The same kind of effect can happen in economies. For example, declining birth rates can lead to an aging population.
By the way, I was watching a video about the inevitable collapse of China. This is apparently what's going to happen to China within the next 20 to 30 years. They have, if you look at their demographics, they have a bunch of people in sort of the prime age, which is considered your workable age. It's up to the age of 55. This is when workers are at their most productive and when workers are actually contributing the most to the economy. And then they have almost no people at the bottom. So the people that effectively means fuck all. These are babies and teenagers. They mean nothing. They're just a cost to the society. That's it. And China has like not enough people to support, because all those the group of people that is massive to like right now working, remember, they're going to get old and then they're going to retire. And then this younger generation is going to have to support the upper echelons of the generation, right? So they're going to have to support the older people, which is going to make it even harder. So it's due to their one-child policy. Because they had their one-child policy for so long, it's sort of become culture. Chinese people have one child. And in order to sustain a civilization, so just to remain normal, you need 2.1 children per family. That's just to sustain it. 2.1, the 0.1 is for deaths and stuff like that. We're not even talking about growing the population. Now, most European countries are in the same boat, because I think like the average birth rate in European countries is something like 1.3, 1.4. So Europe is in the same issue that it has right now. Fuck, that's not going to help too. Well, yeah, but the problem is that even though they now have a 2-child policy, culturally, Chinese people accept that one child is it. You only need one child, and that's what the government allows. So even though the government now says 2 children, it doesn't much help, because your culture have already evolved to the point where everyone is just having one child. So yeah, it's not easy to swap that shit out. America is, at this point, the only continent that is sort of, I guess you could say, healthy when it comes to birth rates is Africa. Like, Africa is the only country that has a healthy birth rate. Almost all African countries are incredibly young. America, by the way, also very young. It's a very young nation. When I say young here, we're talking about the amount of young people compared to old people. There are more than enough young people in America to support the older generations. whereas most other countries can't say that.
Population will put more financial pressure on younger workers to care for the elderly, either directly by caring for them at home or indirectly through taxes to fund pension schemes and aged care.
Grandorius, there's actually a very nice bit of research that's been done on the overpopulation sort of hypothesis. So, overpopulation is effectively not a thing. We're not even close to it. The world, statistically speaking, at the rate of invention and innovation, the world will be able to support up to 100 billion people with ease. That's not talking about groundbreaking leaps in innovation, so figuring out how to grow food at such a rate that it is much quicker to do than these days. We're talking about just using the land that we have optimally and stuff like that. The world can support up to 100 billion people. Now, according to most research, it will never even get to there. According to most of the models, the world will peak at around 13 billion, and then it will just sort of sustain itself there due to psychological effects that it may or may not have on people. But statistically speaking, from what the world can support, what Earth can support, overpopulation is virtually impossible.
Care. This financial pressure will mean younger workers have less time and less
Nintendo, yeah. No. These are not just people saying 100 billion people with no animals. That's why it's saying we need to figure out how to use land better, right? How do we use land better? How do we, the land that's already available, so land that isn't interfering with the animals, it's not where the animals live, but how do you use it better? So, for example, there's technologies being researched right now that speaks to vertical farming. So you take 1 hectare of land and you actually turn it into 40 hectares of land because you farm vertically. So you actually have buildings and all of this is farmable. So you don't have to use as much land to get the same amount of food out of the land. So these are things that we can do already. We just don't do it because it would be expensive initially. You'd have to spend quite a lot of money up front in order to get these vertical farms going. But then over the course of time, of course, but because no one thinks long term, everyone just thinks now, it's not going to happen. Because no farmer is going to spend 40 million now for an investment that's only going to pay off in the next 10 years. He'd rather just farm on 200 hectares worth of land and, to hell with it.
Conditions to make a family of their own, and you are left with further declining birth rates. This is actually a very important example as it pertains to the MIT study. You see, while the study accounted for hundreds of variables in its computer-generated model of the global economy, it was actually only interested in tracking 5 of them. These were population, industrial output, food production, available resources, and pollution. It's worth remembering that this report was published in 1972, before climate change was more than a blip on the scientific community's radar and certainly far from being the widely recognised issue it is today. Chances are, if the paper was replicated today, it would also include average global temperatures, but it wasn't, so it didn't. Now, despite that, you should be able to see that all of these individual factors are very important to how we live and work in the world today. But perhaps what is more important is, again, how they end up interacting with one another. Let's go back to the economist's safe space for a second and assume that all other things are equal outside of food and population. Now, these variables are obviously dependent on one another. If one moves, the other will too, all other things being equal. But what sounds like a more concerning order of events? A decline in population leading to a decline in food production, or a decline in food production leading to a decline in population?
Yeah,
obviously 2 very different scenarios right there. Okay, so now that we understand how to interpret the data generated by this report, what did it actually say? Well, like good economists, the researchers kind of hedged their bets. Predicting the future exactly is a fool's errand. They could have published their paper one day before a design for a commercially viable fusion reactor was developed, and the researchers realised this.
Dude,
so
if we could get fusion reactors, so many of our problems get solved almost immediately. Because one of the biggest issues we have today is energy efficiency. There isn't enough energy for the things that we need to do. Like, so much problems are solved with fusion reactions, dude. Fuck.
Instead, is they tweaked the initial conditions and ran the simulation over and over again. In some simulations, they would assume that innovation remains at a constant pace and worker productivity continues to improve at the rate it currently has been. In other simulations, they would assume that technological innovation continues to compound on itself, meaning things like harvesting resources from space or growing food in laboratories becomes possible. And then in other simulations, they would assume that technological progress would slowly plateau. A quick side note is that a technological plateau might not sound very realistic to us today, but that's only because we have grown up in a time of constant innovation. Moore's Law is a great example of this. For the past 5 decades, computing power has roughly doubled every 2 years, but we are starting to...
Butterbeans, I would be happy to talk to Taliesin about WoW. And I don't want to debate Taliesin. Like, not on real issues. Neither of us are debate Andys. I don't want to talk about economics or the world or racial issues or bullshit like that. We're gamers. We talk about gaming stuff, so I'd happily talk to him about WoW. If Taliesin was open to it, yeah, we could fucking 100% do it. Yeah, I'd be happy to. But these videos I watch because they're interesting and they're sort of fun and it's entertaining to watch it with you guys. I don't care to have conversations about shit like this outside of, you know, sort of memeing it and, you know, scaring the shit out of chat the same way I was scared last night when I watched this. But outside of that, I don't want to have real life debates. I don't think that would be healthy. I don't think I'm qualified to have debates on what the real world should be.
To reach the physical
CDJ, how you
limits of
doing,
how
bro?
many
Fast Smoke, how you
transistors we
doing?
can pack onto a microchip. Promising technologies like quantum computing may solve this issue and let us continue to gain access to...
Can you imagine playing video games on a fucking quantum computer one day, bro? Can you imagine that shit? Oh my god.
even more computing power, but then
Tyson,
again,
how you
it
doing,
may
mate?
not. And that's just one example. A lot of technological innovation these days is just major companies finding new and innovative ways for you to waste your time consuming advertiser content. And yes, I realise the irony that I am part of the problem here, but here you go, have an ad. What a good little consumer you are. Anyway, technological innovation was just one variable the researchers of this report tweaked. They also ran models that assumed lower birth rates, higher rates of recycling, more resource discoveries, greater levels of global trade, reduced levels of global trade. They basically tried to account for every outcome that would be possible with a realistic combination of factors in this economic model. They then averaged out the trajectories of 5 crucial factors to determine where humanity would end up. As you would suspect from a range of models with variables changed up every time, they got a range of different results. But they all sort of had one thing in common. They all showed a significant decline around the year 2040. Of course, it's impossible to address all of the thousands of potential outcomes that were modelled, but the researchers really focused on a few that fell well within the standard deviation of all of these potential outcomes.
Watch this shit.
The first and potentially most optimistic outcome was called the comprehensive technology scenario. This was a model where we continue to live like we currently do today, but technology progressed fast enough to ensure that our productive capacity was able to keep up with the new people that needed to be fed and housed and clothed. The model still predicts a significant drop in food production, brought about primarily due to pollution of waterways and the misuse of arable land, but that is addressed through technological innovation. The population does start to plateau around the year 2040, but that's due to the natural tendency of wealthier, more urban populations to have less children, rather than people starving to death due to lack of food.
By the way, this is why the research that showed overpopulation, that's why it shows that it will sort of plateau around 13 billion. Because as populations increase, people move to cities because there's more opportunities in cities, and people in cities are just naturally disinclined to have many children. Because it's hard, you know, just think about this logically. When you live in a city, you have to take your kids to school, you have to get a house that's big enough for you and your children. So when you're having 3 or 4 children, that fucking blows, you know, because now you need to pay extra, sometimes double for the house that you wanted to get. You have more kids, so you need a bigger car, or you need to pay for all of them to go on public transport. So it all becomes a massive issue. So most people in cities tend to have fewer children just because it's easier. It's more convenient versus people that live in rural areas. So it sort of shows that at around 13 billion is where human beings just sort of stop making all the children. They just sort of tap out and say, all right, fuck it. I'll fuck, but I'll use a condom. That's sort of how it works. Elodie, I will gladly take your crypto dirty money and spend it on hookers instead. So, don't mind if I do.
In this model, industrial output does peak and then decline, which would normally indicate lower living standards. But this is almost entirely contradicted by the more efficient use of the goods that we do have. If tomorrow technology got to such a point where we had self-driving cars, then the need for individual car ownership would be greatly reduced. This would likely lead to a fall in industrial output, but it's not like we would be poorer because of this. It's just that suddenly a car that used to service only one household can now be efficiently shared amongst dozens. This is actually what the World Economic Forum was talking about when they famously said that you will own nothing and be happy about it. They either just really don't understand how to communicate with the general public, or they secretly enjoy making people angry. The more efficient use of resources would also reduce pollution and ensure that raw materials...
The one thing I will disagree with here is that he said the World Economic Forum don't understand how to communicate with people. Because this is fine. If tomorrow, right? If tomorrow we found out that we have self-driving cars, right? So you don't need a car. Your car will come pick you up whenever you need it and take you wherever you need to go. Or a car will pick you up and take you wherever you need to go. So you don't need to own a car. People will naturally, over time, sell their cars and just buy into these self-driving cars that will take them wherever the fuck they need to go. And that's fine. The problem that I have with the World Economic Forum is the fact that they want to force this shit. They don't want people to naturally get to a place where owning a car is just useless and therefore I'm not doing it. They want to get people to a place where we will do it now and then you will accept it. And if history have taught us anything, it's that if you tell human beings, do it now or else, what do human beings do? Well, what's the next fucking step for human beings when they're told you will do it now? Elodie, you fucking bastard. Thanks for the 10 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Elodie is spreading the wealth of his ill-gotten crypto gains. Really appreciate it. It is all else. Exactly, Ormi. It's all else. If you tell human beings you will do it now or else, human beings always go for or else. And then they get the guns out and they go, sup, bitch. Let's go. If you don't allow this naturally, it will almost always lead to conflict.
Happy about it. They either just really don't understand how to communicate with the general public, or they secretly enjoy making people angry. The more efficient use of resources would also reduce pollution and ensure that raw materials are never reduced.
The problem with that, Ower, is that public transport is still, in a lot of cases, quite inconvenient, right? Because buses run on a schedule, which means if you're at the bus station, but the bus isn't scheduled to stop there, well, fuck you. Also, buses is public. So you're on the bus with a bunch of other people, which a lot of people don't like. I'm going to work. I want to be in my own car, having a coffee, just chilling until I get to work. Where self-driving cars will remove that barrier. So you will have alongside buses and trains and things like that, you will also have these self-driving cars. And yes, of course, some people will still own their own car, but a lot of people already now, you go to cities like London, do you know how few people in London actually own a car? Like, population-wise. Because a lot of people just take the bus, or they take the underground, because it's easier. It doesn't have to, they don't need the car. So a lot of people, I know, for example, when I was in London, a lot of people have cars that they only use if they go on holiday. Like, the rest of the year, the car just sort of stands in the garage collecting dust because they don't need the car. Not in the city. It's easier to take public transport. So it will happen over time, but also remember, when did we make transport public? It's not been that long. Human beings don't adapt quickly. It takes time. The younger generation, for example, these days would much rather... I'll give you an example. South Africa doesn't even have a lot of public transport. We don't. If you're relying on public transport in South Africa, you're taking a massive gamble. But we have Uber, we have Lyft. We don't have Lyft. We have Uber, we have Drive, and something else. Maybe we do have Lyft. I'm not sure. But we have these companies. A lot of young people today actually opt out of buying their own car and instead use things like Uber. Older people in South Africa, my dad wouldn't even know what the fuck Uber is. Like, if you told my dad now, just take an Uber, he'd be like, what? What do you mean, just take an Uber? Dude, my dad he refuses to use his credit card online. My dad won't. He just fucking refuses. He's like, no, I'm not putting my card on the internet. End of discussion. That's one of the reasons I had to, right up until like Cataclysm, I still had to go every 2 months and buy a game card to play World of Warcraft, because my dad would not give me his credit card so that I could just fucking, pay for the game that way. So older people are obviously not going to adapt to it, but your younger generations will. So in about 3 or 4 generations, I think the vast majority of people will use self-driving cars or public transport.
To nothing. This wouldn't be a totally terrible outcome, and yeah, we might not continue to see the same exponential growth in living standards that we have seen over the past 100 years or so, but it also wouldn't be...
Over in South Africa, most people opt out because they just don't want the car. So car culture is pretty big in South Africa, and it's not like, it is expensive to get a car, but it's not like the most expensive thing to get. Like, you can get a first-time loan pretty easily at about 10 to 11, maybe 12% interest on the car, paid off over 5 years. So most people can afford to buy a car. At least working people that went to college, can afford to buy a car. But most young people don't. They're like, fuck it, I'll just take Uber. Why would I spend the extra money? We even have a company here now that allows people to rent a car. Like, instead of buying the car, you rent the car. And then after, I think, 5 or 6 years, you own the car. So it's basically rent to buy. So you don't need to go through the whole bank thing and get a massive loan. You rent whatever fucking car you want, and after 5 or 6 years, it's now your car. Congratulations. You've paid it back. Who cares? So there's even companies that do that nowadays. And still, a lot of young people opt out of getting a car. They'll rather just use Uber.
Be a societal collapse either. If you don't feel comfortable relying on some new wave of technological innovation to save us all, then the researchers who published this report have an alternative. The so-called stabilised world scenario is what would happen if the world just maintained...
Okay, just to recap, the first scenario that they mapped out was the economic scenario, or the technology scenario. This is the scenario where the technology keeps going up. So our technological advancements keep going up to the point where no matter what the world population size, no matter what the political issues, no matter what the cultural issues, we can deal with it through technology. So we can produce food much cheaper. We don't have to produce as much food because food becomes more nutritious or whatever the case might be. So ultimately, through technology, we solve most of our problems. That is scenario 1 that they've mapped out.
And its current rate of innovation, while also investing heavily into things like renewable energy sources and materials recycling processes. Again, this model was made before climate change was considered a factor, so when we are talking about recycling and renewables, we are looking at it purely through the lens of...
Hey, look at those machines making new clouds. So what's the difference between that and paying in installments besides legal ownership remaining with the company? Power Kirby, a lot of people can't get bank loans either because they don't have a credit footprint. So if you don't have credit cards or like already existing loans and stuff, the bank's not just going to give you a car, right? So what they do is they take that route because you don't need a credit record in order to get that loan, because if the company doesn't get their money, they just take back the car. Simple as that.
resource depletion and local pollution while totally disregarding other externalities like carbon emissions. This stabilised world scenario looks very similar in many ways to the comprehensive technology outcome that we explored earlier. The main difference is an almost voluntary reduction in industrial output before it creates problems like food shortages and excessive pollution. Of all the models based on all of the different combinations of variables, this is what the researchers identified as the most optimistic. Again, most optimistic barring some crazy unforeseen technological development that radically reshapes how we run our economies. This could happen, and hopefully it will, but it's hard to make concrete plans for technologies that we can't conceive of yet, outside of maybe making a spiritual sacrifice.
It's about to get dark, ladies and
Can't
gentlemen.
hurt.
Strap in, grab your balls.
The bad news is that while the original study in 1972 thought this could be something that we could realistically work towards, the timeline of all the captured variables in this outcome has the least closest fit to our current reality, as explored by the 2021 follow-up study. Gaia Harrington's study instead suggests that the path that we are actually on best represents what the 1972 researchers dubbed the business as usual 2 scenario, and that's not good. This is a model that highlights a very clear collapse. Pollution continues to increase exponentially, and things like recycling of common materials never become economically viable or subsidised widely enough. Industrial output does reach a higher level than in all of the other possible scenarios, but that is about where the good news ends. A drop in food production causes massively declining birth rates in rich countries and famines in poor countries. The lack of young workers reduces industrial output, which further hinders economic prosperity. Easily accessible resources also dwindle away, which again further reduces industrial output and economic prosperity. By all accounts, this is what we would consider a complete collapse of society. I said at the beginning of this video that I would rather be a middle-class worker in today's world than a king from anywhere beyond 150 years ago. If the business as usual model was to play out, then I would rather be a middle-class worker today than a king just 20 years in the future, and that's a genuinely scary thought. So, if you are feeling a bit anxious like I was while reading this study, perhaps it's important to address the criticisms of this model. A study that basically amounts to someone screaming the world is going to end is naturally going to be met with some cynics, and that was the case for the Limits to Growth report. It's worth noting that a lot of these criticisms have been proven wrong simply by the fact that the data is tracking the predictions in the business as usual model with pretty frightening accuracy.
So just to explain that for anyone that might have missed part of the video earlier, the 2021 follow-up study looked at everything. Grieving Pain, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It basically looked at all of their scenarios, looked at what they were tracking at the time, and then compared it to our modern world. So where are all of these factors right now in our world? And so the study that was done in the 1970s looked at hypothetical scenarios that might play out. And if those scenarios played out the way that hypothetically they thought they could, this is what would happen. The study in 2021 looked at the actual data and then compared the actual data to the studies that was done in the 1970s. So that's where things get fucking scary. Grieving Pain, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Very happy to have you here, brother. A Peppy, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Other critics point out that this study has a very pessimistic way of dealing with human innovation. These critics conceded that, yeah, sure, right now our rate of innovation might not be sufficient to avoid this kind of collapse, but necessity is the mother of invention. As soon as humanity's back is against the proverbial wall, a lot more attention will be placed on researching and investing into technologies that could push us from the doomsday scenario of the business as usual model into the more palatable comprehensive technology scenario.
That is true. If we finally come to a point where there is just no other way out, we have to invent and we have to innovate, I'm pretty sure that's where we would get, right? I'm the same as Grieving. Been watching YouTube, so thought I'd get in live. Hey, I'm happy to have everyone here for the live show. The live show is a hell of a lot more interesting, but also a hell of a lot more unpredictable. Because anything can fucking happen. As is evidenced by the video we're watching now.
We can already start to see this taking place with a huge surge in renewable technologies becoming available in the public market. Certainly, there are still some areas where we are lacking, waste management being a huge one, but we are much better than we were even a decade ago. If you want me to tell you what I think will happen, I'm sorry, I'm just going to encourage you to read the two reports yourself. I generally want to be optimistic about the future, but I also realise that my opinion does not carry nearly as much weight as research published by a collection of 17 of the world's top economists and scientists, research that has been vindicated by another very talented individual. Best case scenario, this was all massively overblown and we could use this as an excuse to learn about the limits of creating systematic models to predict the future. Worst case scenario? Well, I guess it's time to start learning how to forage for food in the wilderness, which you can start right now with Skillshare. Thanks to Skillshare, you can master...
Pefi, I'm South African, but my accent is broken, so it's a little bit South African, a little bit British, some American, I think, sprinkled here and there. So my accent's quite fucked. That's why it's probably bothering you. Power Kirby, as in regards to climate change, it depends on who you believe. Depends on who you believe. So a lot of people love to take that 97% of 97 out of 100 top climate scientists believe that climate change is man-made, and then listen to the bias of the media companies that say that 97 out of 100 scientists believe that climate change is catastrophic and can't be saved, which is not true. That's not what the scientists believe. In fact, most scientists agree that climate change is man-made, or man-made at least insofar as man does have an impact on climate change. Not that climate change is only because of man. There is obviously natural factors. The Earth does have its natural flow, up and down, warmer, colder. It happens naturally, and this is evidenced by the fact that there has been at least 23 ice ages in Earth's history. So clearly the Earth does have its own sort of thing that it does. It warms up, it cools down, all of that shit. But all of them agree that we definitely play a part. We are a factor in climate change. Of that, 50-50, really, it's close to 50-50. I think it's like 49-51% of scientists don't think that climate change is we're at death's door, so to speak. In fact, most climate scientists don't think we're at death's door, regardless of what politicians say. When politicians say shit like we only have a decade left or we only have 13 years left, that's bullshit. Even if it's business as usual, we still have a long time before it's going to be a serious issue. So we're talking before we get to 2012, movies like 2012 and shit scenarios. It's still going to be a long time before that. That doesn't mean we shouldn't start taking it seriously. We should. I mean, who here, whether you're for or against climate change doesn't really bother me. What I'm asking is, would you rather live on a clean world where the air you breathe is relatively clean, there isn't a lot of waste in the oceans, the fish are happy, and there's not oil everywhere? Would you rather live in that world, or in a world where you can't even breathe outside because it's just fucking smoke and smog and bullshit, and the oceans are so polluted that you can't even swim in them? Which world would you choose? I think every human being would be like, yeah, I want the clean one, you know? I want the one where so, of course, we should take climate change seriously. We should say, look, if we can live in harmony with our world, why wouldn't we do it? Now, of course, we're never going to be able to get to a complete harmonious existence with our world, because that's not what humans are. The reason human beings still exist today is because of our impact on the world around us, right? We are the only creature on Earth that if the environment doesn't suit us, we change the environment to suit us. All other animals either die when the environment changes too much or move away. We are the only one that says, fuck it. And this is evidenced by the fact that there are towns in South Africa built in a place where it constantly gets over 50 degrees Celsius. Some fuck 200 years ago took his ox wagon with his family, sweating his balls off, and looked at his wife and said, right here, this is where we're living. For some stupid fucking reason. Like, no other person would go, yeah, this is a good spot. Fuck the place we passed 3 days ago, which was cool and breezy and fucking perfect. No, right here, where my balls are basically dropping out of my body thanks to the heat, this is what I call home now. So obviously human beings have this fundamental thing of we change things to fit us, right? Also, some cunt decided, you know what, this Norway and Denmark place that's really cold and snowy and shit? Yeah, fuck it. I don't want to live where it's sunny. I would instead want to live in a place that's always snowed in. And they made it work. So, of course, we do have the ability to change and adapt the earth around us. But it's getting us close to a place where we're not destroying the earth that we live in. So if we do destroy something, we also replace it with something else. And human beings have gotten better at that, but I do think we're still a long way off from even being proud of what we've been able to do. The answer, however, isn't just to pump out, like, as much as a lot of people have saying this, renewable energy is not the fucking answer that everyone is looking for. This is evidenced by the fact that countries that do try to get 100% green renewable energy isn't doing too hot. The answer is nuclear because it's the safest. It's also the cleanest. Nuclear is the answer. We should embrace it. It's fucking weird that we don't. The only thing that my government have done right, as far as I can tell, in the last 2 decades, is that about last month or so, the Minister for Energy in South Africa said that anyone that works in the government, in his department, that doesn't believe that nuclear is the future of South African energy will be fired. And I was like, fucking here. Oh my God. Finally, someone who isn't just going, yeah, we should get more solar panels. All right, and what do you do when the fucking sun doesn't shine for a week? Do the whole country just shut down? That sounds fun. You can't just live on that. And the only reason we can't is we don't have the battery technology. If we could solve the battery issue, so storing the electricity that we generate, that'd be great, but we don't really have that. So we have to embrace, I think, also common sense, you know. So looking at stuff like the Green New Deal, it would have bankrupted America. It would have made millions of jobs lost. A lot of people would have lost their homes, their livelihoods, and everything for a system that will not fix anything. It's literally not going to make anything better. So we have to approach this in a more... This is why I love Elon Musk. When they asked Elon Musk how he feels about oil, and this is a guy that spends all of his fucking time either trying to get to space or building solar panels and fucking battery technology. And he said, we can't just replace oil. It wouldn't work. You would drop the world into a recession that eventually leads to a depression. We can't just drop oil. We have to take this slow. This has to happen over the course of a couple of decades, if not more, before we can truly say that we are off of oil. So, yeah, I think people need to stop trying to fix everything at once. It's not going to be a one fix to fix the whole world. It's going to take time. Zio, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Who here said, oh, but Chernobyl? Because I see a lot of people sort of coming out and speaking about Chernobyl. Who here said, oh, nuclear isn't safe? What about Chernobyl? Stealing uranium rods, Foul Smoke, is a hell of a lot different than stealing cables off the fucking pole. Nuclear waste is not an issue, Power Kirby. Not even close. It was an issue about 20 years ago. So I don't know if you guys, like, you need to go follow this shit. Like, the technologies that we've come up with for storing nuclear waste is surreal. Like, most of the nuclear waste that the world currently produces fits in a room the size of a football field. It's not even filled up the room yet. If you put all of the nuclear waste together, it's a room the size of a football field. And we're getting even better at storing nuclear waste. The only time nuclear waste was a problem was in the early days of nuclear, when we sort of just fucking buried it or threw it in a river somewhere and thought, yeah, that's not going to cause any problems. And then Godzilla happens, and you all saw the documentary. And then, of course, you also have companies out there that is sort of fucking, like, Bill Gates is investing heavily in what they call tier 2 nuclear power, which is basically taking the nuclear rods that is wasted right now and using those to generate even more electricity. Then there's also the shift from, I can't remember what, cobalt nuclear energy to thorium nuclear energy, which actually leaves no waste. Like, if you use thorium as your nuclear power source, there is no waste at the end of it, because thorium isn't nuclear unless you add, I can't remember what it's called. There's something else that you add to it. There's a molecule that you add to the thorium, and that thing turns it nuclear. As soon as you remove the molecule, its nuclear capabilities goes away. So if you move from cobalt to thorium, you have no nuclear waste whatsoever. For small reactors, though, Shinjima, I believe there's new research that was done that actually shows they can actually build a thorium, like a thorium power plant the same size as a normal cobalt one. It's based on some new technology or new research, at least, that was done. I can't remember the university, but we are making strides in it. The other future real fun thing about thorium is thorium can't actually be made into weapons. You could, but it would go wrong more than it would go right, because thorium isn't naturally. You can't just strap a bunch of TNT to it and drop it and explode it, because it would just do nothing. There would just be a big boom and then no real nuclear reaction. So thorium isn't viable as a weapons thing. So if we do switch to thorium, a lot of the weapon manufacturing of nuclear goes away. Everything by friction. We could do that too, Peppy. Definitely. We could do that. The more we invest in nuclear, the better it becomes. True. I think a lot of people never overreact, and more specifically, never trust whatever the mainstream media tells you. Doesn't matter which fucking news channel you're watching, BBC, CNN, Fox News, they're all liars. They want seats, or they want butts and seats. That's it. They want you to watch. So they'll always make up the most ridiculous bullshit to fearmonger and scare people so that you tune in tomorrow to find out how the world isn't quite ended yet, but it's well on its way. So I would argue, stay away from that shit. Just go to the people that is actually fucking doing the research and talk to them, because they might be the ones who give you an honest answer. How do you feel about fusion? I mean, if we could get fusion, fuck, that would be amazing. If we could finally get there. Channel 5 News. Did all mainstream media, like, I always judge things based on the incentive. So what is your incentive? This is what I judge people on. If your incentive is, so if your livelihood is tied to something very specific, then I can't trust anything that comes out of your mouth. Because why would you go against the very thing that keeps you in power, or the very thing that keeps making you money? For the mainstream media, their incentive is to get people to watch their channels. So they're not going to comment on the world is getting safer or pollution is going down. That doesn't sell anything. They're gonna comment and say the world is fucking ending, right? Because that gets people to watch. It's the same reason I don't trust streamers like Hassan or even Destiny, because their entire brand is built on very specific things. If they change their mind, they end up losing a large chunk of their audience. So I can't trust anything you say, because you've made it clear that this is your business model. So you're obviously only going to cover whatever fits your fucking business model, rather than whatever is the truth. So yeah, I don't trust anyone. I basically look at, follow the money. That's usually how you know whether or not someone's telling the truth. Follow the money. 3 people, they go out into the field and give you the real facts by real people living it. I don't know what that is, but sure, I guess. I don't trust. Dude, it's so, like, the world is so fucked. And the reason why I say this is, how many of you watch the news and ever have this moment where you think to yourself, can I trust this? Like, how often does this happen to you, where you're reading something in the paper or you hear something on the news and you're immediately thinking, but can I trust this? Is this actually a trustworthy news source? Or am I being lied to? The problem is we live in a world where none of us can agree on what the truth is. We can't agree on what the truth is. Who's telling the truth? If you can't even agree on what the fucking truth is, what do? Because how can we debate anything if we can't even agree on what the base truth is? It's fucked. This is why this COVID thing has been a nightmare for me. Because I look at people all around the world. Some people believe COVID is the worst thing that's ever happened. Other people think it's a conspiracy theory. And I look at these two groups and I think both of them truly believe what they're saying. Like, both of them believe what they're saying. Neither of these groups are lying to themselves. They believe what they're saying. And the reason they believe what they're saying is because no one knows what the fucking truth is. You hear the news saying, hey, yeah, everyone's dying and it's fucking horrible. And you immediately think, are they though? How do I know? Dude, we're fucked if aliens attack. Because the news will be, the aliens are here, and we'll immediately be like, but are they though? Then a spaceship lands in your back garden and you're like, fuck, is the government just doing this to fuck with me? Let's see how this plays out. And then the alien gets out with his gun and you're like, fucking hell, the CGI is brilliant on this. But I think they're still lying to me. Like, no one believes anything because nothing makes fucking sense. I can't say 100%. COVID was real. My mom died from the Delta variant. So I think, well, yeah. I think I'm using an example that is most recent. Most of us know that it is real, right? It's sort of the stories around COVID that might either be real or might not. No one knows. Even the abductionist us, yeah. As you're being abducted, you're going, I think the government's still lying to me, but I'll go along with this and see how this plays out. Dude, it's a horrible place to be. I believe George Orwell called it the post-truth era, where no one knows what's true, and therefore no one can agree on anything. We're fucked, bro. We're fucked if this continues to happen, though. I don't know. No, dude, we so messed up. I pity the poor aliens that try to land here. Dude, but what if they do? The era of misinformation? But is it even called misinformation at this point? Because misinformation to me suggests a level of like foresight. You're actively trying to misinform people. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I genuinely think these people that say this shit believe what they're saying. Aliens could be here already. I wouldn't put it past them. Like, I'll give you guys this. Go read the Bible, but instead of making it mythological, instead of looking at it as a mythological story, instead ask yourself, what if all of this actually did happen? And then ask yourself, how could it actually have happened? Consider the fact that books like Enoch, the book of Enoch, that is one of the books not allowed in the Bible by the church because they thought it was too confusing. He describes being taken by the angels to the center of the galaxy where stars are born. And what he describes is a black hole. The Bible says that Jesus went up on a cloud into the heavens and he will return on a cloud. Now, if you're thinking about like a primitive brain, a brain that's never seen a rocket, yeah, what would it look like for that mind when someone goes up in space in a rocket? Would it not look like a cloud is taking them up in space? I'm not saying this is what I believe, by the way. I'm just saying if you start reading the Bible from the idea that all of this actually happened and you remove the mythological God element to it, there's a lot of things in the Bible that sort of makes you wonder, wait, maybe we're not alone. Maybe we've been visited before. This is what I wrote a paper on in college, the basis of mythology and shared ancestral experiences. Well, Apocalypse, the truth is there are many civilizations that have very similar stories. I don't know. It's scary when you think about that shit, because a lot of the things that they describe would come from, if it isn't mythological, so if it isn't God and an actual God being, then it means that these are incredibly intelligent beings. The first documents talk about sky people. Dude, it's scary. I'm not going to engage you in conspiracy theory. I'm not going to become the Alex Jones of the internet. I'm just saying, if you read the mythological stories and you remove the mythological element from the stories, you simply look at it as what would be the most reasonable explanation for what these people saw. It's not hard to think, well, we were visited by a race well and truly much more advanced than what we were. If you look at the Sumerian tablets, for example, the Sumerian tablets claim that humans is a result of an experiment that was done with apes found on Earth and the DNA of these beings that came to Earth, the Watchers, as they called them. That's what they fucking claim. And you sort of ask yourself, well, maybe, who knows? And then you see someone like Mitch McConnell and you think, no, probably turtles. Maybe they just thought, like, maybe their word for turtle was monkey, and that's how it worked. Like, it could be possible, right? Watchers, you mean the Unanaki? Yeah, the Unaki. The Unanaki. Yes. If anyone thinks we're alone, you're crazy. The aliens spread fake news, so with the invasion, we don't believe it. Pretty much, right? Okay, have you listened to any of the interviews with Commander David Fravor? He was a military commander who sort of saw. I think he was one of the people that went out on the Tic Tac thing. He was called out, I think. Is that the guy? I can believe the Zak is an alien, probably. The Anunnaki. And Hillary, yeah, I mean, they're all weirdos, let's be real. They're all fucking weirdos. That's what they are. Is there anything... what else is there that's interesting that we can fucking look at and talk about before we play video games? Fuck, man, you tried to say Anunnaki 5 times, and none of them were right? Well, Anunnaki is how we say it in Afrikaans, Massey. I don't know how you guys would pronounce it, but we say Anunnaki. To anyone say, but why haven't we seen any aliens? Answer, if you take a bucket of water from the ocean, is that evidence that there aren't any fish in the sea? That's a good way of putting it. Have you seen the Wow's? I have seen the Wow's Dark Secret. Yes, and according to the people on the video, I fucked it up because, unlike them, I'm not a sheep that just follows blindly. I googled things, and most people are like, oh, how dare you Google things? Just fucking watch the video, bro. You destroyed it for yourself. I didn't. I fucking loved it, even though I googled it. I still enjoyed it. They're weird. They're clowns. Lotus Alphan, how you doing? To oppose that there is a Fermi paradox as to why we did not find. Someone did a supercut of Pyro's recent rant. It was actually kind of funny, but also kind of sad to see. Give me the link. 4.1 after seeing Gusetsu. I don't know. I don't want to speculate about FF14. They keep doing things that I don't fucking understand and blow me away. So we'll see. Wait, is there a new Lineage game coming? The fuck? Or am I just missing something? Dark Elves and Lineage 2 versus Lineage W. Since when?
No.
All right. Okay, but wait a second. Was this his WoW meltdown? Or was this just a meltdown? Right, you cannot know the story and you get blown away by the storyteller. Saving Raven, very true. Levana, how you doing? This is a new meltdown. All right, let's hear it.
I want to give you guys just a heads up. I'm very opinionated on these bans. I'm very opinionated on the whole subject. So some of us are probably going to disagree today. But I'm going to try my best to not be rude, and I would hope that other people try their best to not be rude.
Give me the full one if you can, because if this one cuts out a lot of context, I don't want to cut out context. So if you can, give me the full one, please. Isn't the full one this whole VOD? The VOD was deleted. Oh, right. So this is the only one we can watch. Okay.
Because we're going to have some disagreements today. Look, at the end of the day, if they say it's against the rules, it's against the rules, okay? But to start by just fucking dropping bans on people the same day, whoo, that's gross, bro. It's always been
I don't necessarily agree with that because, I mean, it's been made clear multiple times that it is against the rules. Now, at some point, you do have to start taking action. Right? At some point, you do have to start taking action because, well, when is this going to happen? Like, when exactly are you going to take action against the people that is breaking the rules consistently? You've made it clear these are the rules, stop breaking them. At some point, someone has to take action. So I don't necessarily agree that just dropping it immediately is the answer. So this is the full video.
Hey guys, I wanted to...
But you say this is with commentary. Wait, so are we going to react to a reaction? Is that what we're doing right now? Okay, so that's not the full video either. Let's just watch this. What I will try to do is I will try to remain, like, I will try to read the context. And then those of you that have watched it, you can just update me if I miss the context somehow. It's gone. So this is the only one with the whole video. All right.
against the rules, and they've always not enforced it. How about this? How about you guys were saying this shit at the start of DSU? How about if they started popping streamers the first day of DSU? You think you'd fucking really sit there and still be saying that? No, that's bullshit. They dropped the warning. Where? And now they are, after reiterating their stance. They dropped the warning. Where?
I mean, look, this is sort of classic of streamers. And no hate to Pyro, love the guy, but this is classic. This is the classic thing that streamers do. They break the rules. This happened with the music bullshit on Twitch as well. Like, Twitch made it very clear you're not allowed to stream copyrighted music on Twitch. Then streamers keep streaming copyrighted music on Twitch. They get fucking copyright striked, and they go, bro, like, what the fuck? They just copyright strike me. I'm about to lose my channel. I'm gonna lose my livelihood. Everyone fucking sub to my OnlyFans. It's like, no, bitch. You were told. Like, this isn't new. You knew that you're not allowed to fucking stream copyrighted music. What are you doing? Like, why are you now going all like, oh, feel sorry for me? You shouldn't have done it in the first place. I knew. That's why I don't have any add-ons installed. I thought about installing a damage meter just so that I could see if I'm playing my Black Mage correctly. And I thought, well, that's against the rules. Let me not do that. Because I don't want to lose my fucking account. I don't want to be banned. So I'm just not going to do it. How did I know that I'm not allowed to have these things? And suddenly no one else knew. Like, everyone else was like, dude, this just came out of left field. It's like, no, it didn't. You knew that you're not supposed to do this. When under the radar till now, you knew what you were doing. Yep.
And now they are, after reiterating their stance. You guys are going to fucking white knight the fuck out of SE, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. This game ain't fucking immune. All right? I don't give
It's not about white knighting. If they had no rules against Dr. Engine, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. If SE had no rules explicitly stating that you're not allowed to use third-party add-ons, I would be the first one to sit here and say, that's bullshit. What the fuck are you doing? But it's not white knighting when you tell someone you broke the rules, bro. You broke the rules. Because clearly his chat is agreeing with what I'm saying here, and he's disagreeing with his chat. He's saying, no, you guys are just white knighting. That's not actually white knighting, though.
a fuck. I don't care. This has changed my life. This is an L. Big fuck.
That's unfair, though, because what Pyromonster is doing here is he's claiming to be as critical of SE as he would have been of Blizzard. Whether or not the game has changed his life doesn't actually matter. What matters is that, according to Pyromonster, SE is doing the wrong thing, and he doesn't agree with how they're doing it. I don't necessarily agree. Now, what I will say, I think SE would have been better served issuing a warning to the people. Now, can anyone tell me, is it permanent bans, or is it sort of like just a ban for a week or some shit? Was it permanent bans that these players accrued, or is it like suspensions? 10-day ban. Bro, that's the warning then. What Squeenix is doing is they're going, listen here, stop fucking doing it. Here's 10 days to go cool the fuck off. Uninstall all your mods, please, and come back after 10 days. That is the warning. So Square Enix didn't even ban these people. It wasn't like a hard ban. Yes, it's 10 days that you can't fucking stream the game. I've gone months without streaming the game where we just sit here and talk shit for fucking hours and hours and hours at end. So, you know, this is the warning. Then it goes on your record for like X years. Dr. Engine, thanks for the first one, chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Well, of course it will go on your record. But if you're not breaking any other rules, which isn't hard, because games don't have that many rules, you should be fine, right?
Fucking L, dude. Stupid fucking L. 10 days, bro? 10 fucking days? I can't even get back in the same weekly lockout? Are you fucking kidding me? Stop pretending the chat is one person. Okay, here, Rednast. I'll pretend like I'm talking just to you. Rednast, go fuck yourself. Individually and independently with nobody else involved. How about that? Okay, easy. Did that do it? Just don't run mods. How hard is that? I play on console with no mods. Congratulations. If you want to drive a shitty fucking car, that's your choice. I don't...
Yeah, but you can't, like, Pyro, bro. This is not right. There are rules. The rules state that you can't do it. If you don't like the car that you're driving, but the rules state that you can't change the fucking car, then buy another car. then go play a game like, I don't know, Star Wars The Old Republic or ESO, where mods isn't illegal. But in Final Fantasy, mods are not legal. So if you don't like the fact that the game looks like it looks, then, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You just accept that, hey, bro, you can't fucking do this. That's it.
I don't want to drive a shitty car. I want to drive a car that's faster and looks cooler on the inside and sounds cool. I don't want to drive a shitty car. So fuck you. I'm not a console sympathizer, bro. I am not a console sympathizer, bro.
This has nothing to do with console sympathies. I hate console gamers. They're not real gamers. Spot the sarcasm. But, you know, if you want to be a console peasant or a PC god, none of that matters. The rules are the same for console and PC. Doesn't matter where you play the game, you can't have fucking mods. That's it.
Bro. They're $500. All right? Not that you can get graphics cards, but like I don't.
And I could very easily explain why AC decided to go after streamers as hard as they did. Because people in my chat is currently saying that if you just use something over the mods, so if you put a picture over the mods that you're using, you're fine. Square Enix doesn't actually ban you for that. Why is that? Streamers like myself, like Pyro, actually bigger streamers like Pyro and those people, influence culture. So if viewers watch streamers that is using mods, those viewers want to use mods as well. So what ends up happening is more and more people start using mods, and eventually fucking Square Enix has a shit ton of mods being run on their games. So of course they're gonna go after the fucking streamers. Some of these streamers were actually installing the mods on live stream, bro. Like they were basically helping people in front of the police, teaching them how to break into a fucking bank. And you're going, well, they shouldn't do anything to these guys. Like, no. This is the best way for Square Enix to basically tell any fucking player, if we catch you, we are banning you. Because you're doing it publicly, you're doing it to streamers, and if there's one thing you can trust with streamers, is that they're not going to take it lying down. They're going to make noise at the fact that they were fucking banned. This is just how it goes. Funny how WoW community wants less add-ons and the FF14 community wants more add-ons. Soul Blues, the funny thing is, the FF14 community doesn't want more add-ons. Of most of the people that I've seen wanting add-ons in FF14, it's ex-WoW players that switched to FF14 that now wants the very things that fucking destroyed WoW in Final Fantasy 14 as well. That's what I've been seeing. Is WoW players sort of going, well, I really want to be able to do this, this, or that. You know, and I need my mods in order to do it. Most of the FF sort of faithful that I've met don't have add-ons and don't give a fuck about add-ons. I do think, like, I'm going to be honest with you, I do think that there is a Puritan element within the FF14 community that is just fucking disgusting. These are the people that just, no add-ons ever. I don't necessarily, so to be clear, I don't necessarily agree with Square Enix's stance on add-ons, because as I said in my most recent video, where I made an entire fucking video on the topic of mods in Final Fantasy XIV, there are 3 categories of mods. There are the ones that is purely quality of life, that allows developers to make their game and then players to make the game more palatable for them. These are quality of life. These are things that maybe allows them to use different graphics for their UI. These are things that allows them to move things or maybe individually change things to be more palatable for them. They don't break the game. They don't give you an advantage. They just make it easier for you to do things. Those add-ons are fine. They don't break the game. They don't do anything weird. Chat bubbles would fall into this category. If you have an add-on that simply makes everything people say into a chat bubble, who suffers from that? Like, that doesn't break anything. It's just easier to see who's saying what, right? That's it. Then you have the add-ons that is, shall we say, divisive add-ons. So these are add-ons that are either fine or not fine, depending on who you ask. These would be things like damage meters. damage meters are fine as long as they don't interfere with anyone else, but they could also be horrible depending on, you know, who you ask. And then you have add-ons that effectively make the game easier, like Deadly Boss Mods or Bigwigs. Now, Squeenix's approach should be, will allow the first group, the green add-ons, will allow all of them, that's fine. We'll discuss the yellow ones on a case-by-case basis. The red ones are completely banned. So anything that is sort of like a, shall we say, a Deadly Boss Mods or something like that, those are banned 100%. Alex, thanks for linking the video if you guys want to see my more in-depth thoughts on it.
I don't give a fuck. SE does care, so there's that. I don't care that SE cares. I don't care. Let me make something very clear to you. I do not care. And you can keep telling me that SE cares. I'm very aware of that, which is why there's rules. I'm very aware of that. Guess what? I don't give a fuck. I'm allowed to not like what I don't like, and you're going to have to get over that. Don't use mods. Simple, to be honest.
You can't, like, of course, you're allowed to complain if you don't agree with what someone is doing. I would be the first one to stand up for that. But if the rules are fundamentally there for everyone to follow, then you can't just go on a tirade to try and change those rules. You can't scream and yell at the company and blame them for their rules. These are their rules. If you don't like it, leave and go play something else. Or accept that this is the rules. I think AC also has a good idea that they want to incorporate some of the add-ons functionality into the core game where they can. I mean, yeah, that is definitely what they want to do. They even said that they would, but that's going to obviously take a long time. That's not going to happen overnight. So right now, Squeenix may actually, they should probably allow the add-ons that they want to eventually incorporate. And then once they've incorporated those add-ons, then maybe give the add-on creators a couple of bucks and sort of send them on their way because you've now incorporated what those add-ons do anyways into your game.
You guys are so fucking cringe, bro. I fucking hate the people that just don't use mods, and so they just absolutely disregard the feelings of people that use mods because they're like, I've never used them, so I don't see why I should have to show any show any sympathy for you or anything. Like, I can't even get in the same vein of thinking as you because I just don't use mods, and so I'm better than you.
But you're twisting the argument, Pyro. It has nothing to do with sympathy for, you know, you getting a copyright strike or whatever the case might be. That's not what this is about. It's about people who follow the rules of the company that makes the game that they're playing. And then those people who don't follow the rules being angry because they're being punished. And yeah, of course there's not sympathy there because you knew that you were breaking the rules at the time that you were doing it. And now you're going, well, you know, fuck. Feel sorry for me, bro. Well, no. It has nothing to do with, oh, I don't break the rules and therefore fuck you. It has to do with you did this knowingly. Why are you now asking for sympathy? I can't feel sympathy for someone that knew that they were going to break the rules. Now, it's a whole different discussion if Pyro didn't know. If for some reason Pyro just didn't know that all mods were completely outlawed in Final Fantasy XIV. If he didn't know, that's a whole different discussion. Because then you could say, well, you know, fucking tough luck. That's just a bad draw. And I do feel sorry for you because you didn't know. But if you knew and you still did it, then the price you pay is the price you pay.
Just don't use mods. Just don't use them then. Just fuck how you have been playing the game for over a year now. Fuck you, because I've never played that way. Well, not all of us have sympathy for console players, apparently. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Listen, you're playing on console of your own fruition. Of your own fruition.
No, that's not entirely true, though, Pyro. A lot of people play on console because they can physically not afford a PC to play the game on. They could afford a console, but they can't afford the PC. So it's not on the, through their own fruition. It's basically necessity. It's all they have. It's what they use. That's not really a choice. if PCs were free and consoles were free as well, then yeah, you make the choice to play on console, you're a fucking pleb. But that's not the world we live in. So it's not like, if you don't have a choice, are you really making a choice?
You're playing on console because you bought a console, and that's what you decided to play on. If you wanted a computer, maybe you should have saved up more. Maybe you should have saved up more money. Maybe that's the reason. So console players are lesser? No.
Dude,
But the piece.
That hurts a little bit. That does hurt a little bit because you're effectively telling your viewers that it's fucking literally paying your lifestyle. Just save more, bro. Like, fuck, okay. Gaming Coward, I appreciate the money, bro. Just save more, you fucking asshole. What are you doing? Like, if you guys really want to save money, give it to me. I'll save it on your behalf. At exactly minus 100% interest. It's a deal you can't let go, bro. Let them eat cake.
Piece of machinery is lesser. Yes. You're such a child. Are you guys kidding me? Are you kidding me, bro? What a piss poor take. Look at this, bro. Look at all these unsubbed people cringing. All these people that are only here because I had the word ban in my fucking stream title. Ha! Bad take, Pyro.
What hurts is these unsubbed people. So effectively, the value of a subbed viewer and an unsubbed viewer is actually much closer than what most people realize. Your unsubbed viewers is the difference between 100 viewers and we're currently at 170 viewers. A lot of viewers are unsubbed. In fact, in most channels, it's upwards of 50% of unsubbed viewers. But what is the difference? Let's take a quick gander, shall we? Let's take a quick fucking gander. What is the difference between having unsubbed viewers in your channel and having only subbed viewers in your channel? So let's see. In your channel and having only. So in terms of Final Fantasy right now, where do we fall? We're in just chatting at the minute. But if we were playing Final Fantasy, JCP, you fucking bastard, thanks for the 20 gifted subs. You have made the right choice, fam. You have made the right choice. I'm going to keep that money safe until I need to spend it on something. And you are going to get your minus 100 interest at the end of 10 years. How does that sound? Fuck it, 5. We'll do it in 5. Special fucking agreement for you. Minus 100% interest in 5 years. It's a deal you'll get nowhere else. We're in just chatting, but if we were in the FF14 one, we would be here. We would literally be in the second row. This is thanks to you fucks that aren't subbed to the channel. What does this mean? What does it mean to be in the second row of the fucking front page of a game? It means more people that come here, see the stream, and join. That's potential people that could be subbing. And of the 10 or 20 people that come into your stream, maybe only one sub. But if you had only subbed viewers, you would be somewhere down here. Who sees you now? Where's the potential subs coming from? So it just sort of irks me. It fucking irks me whenever someone goes, all these unsubbed people. It's like, oh, fuck. Really? Like, it bothers me because I don't think you should be looking at your viewers as, oh my God, you're an unsubbed cunt. It's like, that's not really how that works, because even unsubbed viewers could eventually turn into subbed viewers. Just treat everyone as if they're very equal to your channel because they serve very similar purposes. Yes, one is giving you straight up money. The other one is giving you their time, which could turn into money from other viewers later down the line. which is fine. JCP, thank you so much for another gifted sub. I really appreciate that, bro.
Guys, listen to me. I used to only have the option for playing on console. Back when I had money to get it, before I had money to get a PC, I played on console. You know what I didn't do? Constantly bitch at people who played on PC because I wasn't insecure about the fact I played on a console.
Yeah, but they're not bitching at you because they're... Bro, like, Jesus, like, what the fuck? Guys, I appreciate this. I am going to set up a special fund for all these gifted subs. We'll work something out. I do appreciate 50 gifted subs. I'd really appreciate that. Can we get some hearts in chat? That is 50 people that now have subs. 50 people that is no longer unsubbed cunts. You know, if recent evidence is to be believed. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I also love all the unsubbed people in the channel. I really appreciate every single one of you. I just sort of Master Dodger. Hey, guys, that's 50 fucking subs. Cool your jets. If you didn't get a sub this time around, still, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, bro. Bergie, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. I'm still an unsubbed cunt. Massey, you'll be a cunt subbed or not. Like, sub status is not going to save you, bro. Let's be real. Thorwald, thanks for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Paying it forward. Thank you. You guys are far too kind. The issue that I have with Pyro's statement here is no one's coming after him because he's playing on PC and they're playing on console. The reason Square Enix is against mods is because their game exists on console and PC, and because console players have a much harder time modding their game. It's just easier to say, look, we want everyone to play the same version of the game. We want everyone to have the exact same amount of access to information from our UI, and therefore no mods are allowed. So these people aren't coming after you because you're like they're on console and how dare you be on a PC. They're coming after you because you are trying to defend using mods when the rules explicitly state that you're not allowed to.
You don't get access to certain things because you play on a console. Don't play on a console!
That's not... Oh my God. This is the equivalent of me saying, bro, don't get mad at me for robbing a bank. Just because you don't have a gun to rob the bank doesn't mean you can be angry at me for robbing the fucking bank. Just get a fucking gun. It's like, dude, the issue is you robbing the fucking bank. It doesn't matter if, like, just because not everyone else is robbing the bank doesn't mean you robbing the bank was a good thing. Like, some of us just didn't rob the bank because it turns out to be very illegal to rob the bank. It has nothing to do with, like, I don't know why we're getting stuck on a console debate here. Like, why is this debate turning into console?
Actually awful take, then leave the stream. Then go away. Are there a lot of console players complaining? I don't know. This is like a thing that people made up. It's like made up drama. It's like a made up drama.
No.
These people that are bitching about people playing and fucking playing on console and chat aren't even playing fucking on console, I bet.
Some
No, but-
either have no choice or just feel more comfortable on console.
You're all sitting at your computer right now that you play FF on, you fuck. Do you know how?
People are explaining to you why mods are not allowed. And then suddenly you start attacking people playing on console as if that changes the rules. Like, what?
How much a good PC costs? Are you fucking kidding me? I literally used to sell PCs for a living. I've built every PC I've owned, component by component. Do I know what a good PC costs? No, chat. I have no idea. I have no idea what it costs. Let me ask you this. How come Dalamud Plugins is able to interface with the game? Is that only possible because Square Enix has designed it in a way that allows for that?
But how come a bank's doors are always open during business hours? Is that maybe because the bank designed it so that you can just fucking rob it whenever you want? Like, this is going to be a triggering example, but I'm going to use it anyways. How come girls go on OnlyFans and show their tits? Does that not mean that they want to have sex with me? Like, dude, just because it's there doesn't then automatically makes everything that follows okay. Like, you can't just say, well, you know, the girl is on OnlyFans. That must mean she wants sex, right? Well, no. You could mod the game, but since there's a rule that says you're not allowed to, that actually changes things. You could have sex with the girl on OnlyFans, but since she hasn't given you permission, that means you can't. Even though she is on OnlyFans, it means that, you know, the sex is not allowed after that point. I'm not for a moment saying that Pyromancer is doing the equivalent of fucking apologizing for rape. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's similar. It's a similar argument. You're making the argument that because I can do this, it means I should. And that just because I did it doesn't mean I'm to blame for it. It just means that, well, you shouldn't have allowed it, you know? It's like, that's not really how this works. That's not how this works. Oh my God.
How did we do that? No, we did that. It's all local. Don't ... me, you stupid fuck. Like I'm asking you a general question. So how about instead of ... dotting me, like I'm supposed to know the answer? How about you fucking answer the question? It's literally client-side hacks. How long has Dalamud and that stuff been around?
Zio, no. So this is also very misunderstood. All girls on the internet want to see your penis. This is well-established fact. Like, the way to say hello to a girl on the internet is to send a dick pic. It lets them know that you're available, but also that you have a nice dick, and they love it. So, no, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm not saying for a second that you shouldn't be sending your dick to girls. Fair though. I think the best way to look at mods is like speeding on a road that someone made on YouTube. Everyone tends to speed, no one cares, but then one guy speed too hard, crashes, and now the city has no choice but to be more frequent with enforcing the road rules. Attack, I agree with you. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate that. And also, all of you guys giving me dots, fuck you. I don't know why, but fuck you. What did I say?
It's literally different than it is for WoW. Kaylee, Sealy, that's great, dude. Thanks so much for the fucking heads up. I never played WoW. I have no idea how it's different. Square Enix actually refused a congratulation for the first T clear because they used something. I heard that they...
No, they did congratulate. They didn't congratulate the guild by name because they don't want to encourage the use of mods. But they did say congratulations. They just refused to name them because naming them would encourage other guilds to now start using mods to try and... Look, specifically combat mods is a race to the bottom. You're going to get into a position where now you're going to have to start banning specific mods because they're going overboard with the information that they provide, or in some cases, even breaking down the information on your behalf. You can look at World of Warcraft as a good example of that. You now have add-ons like DBM that will tell the tank when to use a defensive cooldown before the next big hit comes down. So the boss is going to do a big hit in about 5 seconds. The tank simply needs to look at their screen because the screen, the add-on, is going to tell them, use defensive cooldown now. And then you pop your defensive cooldown and you survive the attack. Now, at that point, we have left the realm of simply providing information to the player because you're now also providing them with a way to play the game. You're removing all of their own agency, and basically they're just sitting there watching the mod because the mod is going to tell them what to do.
I heard the first T clear or something had like a really powerful add-on. It was like
Apocalypse Sanctus gifted sub, did really appreciate it.
What was it called?
Hearts in chat, you guys are fucking awesome.
Maybe that was a different thing. Paisley Park.
Sebi Webbs, I would be disappointed in you if you didn't. No fucks given. If you didn't use a mod that basically ups your damage by 100% or 300%, I would be disappointed. This is how the game should be played, right?
They did some for DRD.
How you doing, Sebi?
Wasn't that most of the community have no idea what they're talking about with Paisley Park? It just moved. It auto placed waymarks. Yeah, WoW had a thing like that. I'm not saying that makes it okay, but WoW had a thing called Exorcist raid tools that would allow you to do that. But wait a second. Were you able to move raid markers in combat back then? Can you do that now?
I'm doing good. We're literally watching. I don't know. Pyromonster is having a meltdown, and chat wanted me to weigh in. So we're just watching Pyromonster. I don't know, tilt at the windmill, I guess. Not in agreement with his reasons for being upset, but you know. Fun fact with the mod he's mentioning, that extreme Alexander trial made the dev team change the game because of that mod they're talking about. Interesting. What did the mod do, JCP?
Nope. Huh. It's almost like that was the solution. Huh. And the point was, if you don't derive the point from what I just said, you weren't paying attention. What was your point? You guys are so fucking... Okay, listen.
But Square Enix has a decent track record of adapting to what players want. So I'm pretty sure if players asked Squeenix to provide them with the ability to change markers mid-fight, Squeenix would probably do that. Like, if enough hardcore raiders went, hey, could you guys fucking do this, please? Squeenix would most likely do it. So, do you really need an add-on to break the game just so that the developers will finally do what they need to do? What would be your fix, Sebi?
The point is, why not either break the add-ons, which is what WoW does? The point is they implemented a solution instead of banning people, blanket banning people. They changed the way that the game worked to fix it. That is the point. Yeah,
but wait, Pyro, there's a lot of things here that you're not actually keeping in mind. Add-ons functionality has to do with API tracking and sometimes even the ability for different systems to track each other within the game. My fix would be an add-on that automatically moves into the safe zone when fighting the boss. I like that, Sebi. Can the add-on also move my ley lines? Because that I would really enjoy that. So if, as a black mage specifically, if I could have an add-on that whenever the boss throws something on me, the add-on moves me and my ley lines to like not be in the thing that the boss is throwing at me, I think that would make the game a million times better than what it is right now. It would still be hard for me because I'd still have to push buttons and stuff, but you know, at least then I'm not losing all these this DPS that's just left on the floor because I don't have my ley lines. You know, I feel like that's how it should be. They used to be movable mid-fight, but people used add-ons to do those changes. Thus, they removed our ability to do this. Ah. Wait. If they are movable mid-fight, why would people then need an add-on that moves them?
They also banned people. They've literally warned people for years. Dude, oh my fucking God, bro. Yeah, okay, dude. And when you fucking walk on the neighbor's lawn and he warns you, and then you do it again, and then he warns you, and then you do it again, and then he warns you, and then you do it again, and then he warns you, and then you do it again, and then he warns you, and then you do it again, and then he warns you. How many times until he actually does something?
Did he just change his mind? Like, is he now in agreement here that they warned you, and then they did something?
Until 100 times have passed, and all of a sudden he decides he's going to do something. You need to either do it or don't.
I don't understand. Like, they did it. I don't understand what's going on here. Because they warned people that they were going to do something. Then they kept warning people that they were going to do something, hoping that people would naturally change, because obviously they don't just... So, by the way, Yoshi P himself said they don't want to go down the black hole of just hunting people down that's using add-ons. They don't want to turn the game into that. The unspoken rule in FF14 is, as long as the add-ons that you're using isn't breaking the game, and you're not using those add-ons to actually destroy other people's game, it's kind of like a don't ask, don't tell scenario. So that's sort of the argument that goes against Pyro's just break the add-ons. It's not as if Square Enix has a problem with people using add-ons. They would prefer if people didn't, but most add-ons isn't really an issue for them, and so they allow for most add-ons to exist quietly. As long as no one says anything, as long as no one does anything with those add-ons, it's fine. You go on stream publicly and you showcase your fucking add-ons to the world, and now you complain that they took action. Yeah, because it was always don't ask, don't tell. I don't know why this is such a big issue. Can I use an add-on that makes me take 0 damage from boss attacks? If you're the tank, yes. I feel like that makes sense. If you're the tank, why should you take damage? Tanks don't take damage. So, yeah, it would really help sell the fantasy, Sebi, I think, if you were a tank and you weren't taking any damage. That would make me feel like a fucking tank.
You're missing the point, dude. You're missing the fucking point. The game is missing baseline information that it should have. And we shouldn't get banned for using a plugin so I can see my debuff on a fucking nameplate.
Yeah, but wait. The game is not missing fundamental information. Every single piece of content that is released to the public is doable because the mods, the developers do them before it goes live. So they know that based on the information that is provided in the game, it is doable. Therefore, nothing is missed. You could argue that some of the information in the game isn't optimally provided, and with that, I do agree. There is a number of things that I would love to see change. For example, I hate the nameplates of Final Fantasy XIV. I hate the fact that the boss's health is not on top of the boss's head, or at least floating, that is attached to the boss, because that's what I'm used to in World of Warcraft. The nameplate is right above the boss's head, or again, wherever my screen is, that's where it's attached to the boss, and I can see all of my dots on top of the nameplate. I would love to be able to do that. Technically, you can do that with the baseline UI. It's going to take a little bit of configuration, but you could get all of your debuffs above the boss's nameplate if you wanted to. You just can't really attach the nameplate to the boss. That sucks, but that is what it is. But technically, you can. Technically, it's not impossible to do these things. So to argue that the game is missing baseline information that everyone requires, no. The game doesn't necessarily have the optimal way of providing that information, which is why I think add-ons like that should be allowed. I do believe that add-ons like that should be allowed. Square Enix should not ban add-ons like that. But at the same time, since it's not allowed, you using them is illegal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think, well, it shouldn't be. It is illegal, and that means you shouldn't fucking do it. It's as simple as that.
That's dumb! I'm not cheating. I'm trying to find the information that should be there. Are you fucking kidding me? You feel you need add-ons. You don't.
But,
Let me clarify something. Your point is an excuse, not an argument. I see where we have arrived. I see where we have arrived. Just tab target around. You guys are so fucking stupid and probably terrible at video games. I don't even pay attention to my debuffs. I don't even cast Thunder 3.
but
Stop strawmanning the argument. Everyone that was banned so far wasn't banned for QOL. You're such a fucking idiot, dude. Please unsubscribe and go away.
can I just ask, who was banned? Like, the people that were banned, what add-ons were they using? Because I feel like if that comment is true, then it means that even Squeenix were like, hey, you know, we don't like the fact that you're using quality of life stuff, but, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do, you know? In-game overlays, wide variety. There's in-game debuff in the HUD display, team debuff timer. I ignore all mechanics for my sweet LV3. Well, as a black mage, the way to play is to ignore all mechanics as well as all debuffs, right? That's the way you play it correctly, I've been told. And it really works for me as well. What is ACT? What does ACT do? Is there people that got slammed for quality of life? Right. Yeah, I do think, fundamentally, I think Squeenix is fighting a losing battle. Mods is a fundamental part of almost every single game out there, and trying to fight modding is never going to be successful. You're always going to lose that fight. The better option is to greenlight certain add-ons, make sure that people understand why some add-ons is allowed and why others isn't, and that's the end of the discussion, I think.
I don't want you here. How dare someone say the truth? I'm gonna start banning. I mean, y'all trying to catch bans, bro? Look, I don't give a fuck. If that's where we're at today, you can catch bans. I don't care. If that's where we're at, you can catch bans. I don't give a fuck if you have a sub badge next to your name or not.
Dasno, I don't know how big so it all depends on how big is the problem. Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. Really appreciate it. It all depends on how big the problem is, because I feel like the problem with add-ons probably became massive as a result of the massive influx in WoW players. I don't know if add-ons were such a widely used issue in FF14 before the influx of WoW players. Maybe it was. I don't know. I haven't played FF14 that long. It's interesting to me that if you're going to start an argument with your chat, you can't just start banning your chat when they don't agree with you. You started the argument. You engaged in the argument with your chat, and now that things aren't going your way, now you're like threatening bans. Like, I'm gonna fucking ban you, right? It's like, dude, no, you can't open the fucking arguments and then like, now it doesn't go your way, now you're banning them. This annoys me, by the way, because it's the equivalent of real life where you and someone is engaged in an argument and then they just walk away. Like, in the middle of the argument, they're losing the argument, or it's not going as well as they wanted, and then they just walk away. It is fucking frustrating when people do that. And as a streamer, I never do that. I've had some heated debates with people in my chat, because I obviously have quite a few psychos in my fucking chat. And I've had heated arguments, and I've never banned someone from, sort of stemming from that argument because I chose to engage in the argument. That's just how it goes. You have to write that argument up until its completion, either where you admit you were wrong or where they admit they're wrong or they just leave voluntarily because, you know, they fucking lost their shit.
You know what I don't hear? I don't hear a single fucking one of you that's on the other side of this. You ban people for disagreeing with you? No, I ban people for being fucking dickheads when they're disagreeing with me. And you know, so what if I ban someone for disagreeing with me? So fucking what? It's my stream, and if I don't like someone and I want to ban them, I can ban them for literally any fucking reason I want.
Sebi, I like that.
Don't question my shit. Yeah, you get to. It's your stream. Yeah, then don't fucking say anything about it.
But you can't. What? Like, if, Pyro, bro, if you're gonna engage in the argument, what, do you expect your chat to just sit there quietly and not tell you that they don't agree? Like, Radner, thanks for the table stuff. They really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. And don't you dare fucking disagree with me, Radner. I've got my eye on you. Actually, true, but still. I mean, you can. Nothing stops you. This is not the space for you guys to, like, have freedom of speech, technically speaking. As a streamer, you have every right to control your chat to whichever degree you feel comfortable with. I happen to err on the side of everyone say whatever the fuck they want, and as long as you don't break the rules, of which there aren't many, I'll allow it, right? But that's me. I like freedom of speech. I like people being able to express their opinions, and even if they disagree with me, that is what it is. Fuck you, Saban. I'll ban you, right? I don't want any of that fucking foul-mouth bullshit in my chat. It's just weird. It's weird listening to Pyro lose his shit with his chat this way, because I don't know if that's. I feel sad for him because I am actually friends with Pyro. We haven't spoken in a really long time, but I do consider Pyro a friend. And to see him go down this route, this route, it's not great. I don't like this because I don't want the guy to go down the same path that he went down with World of Warcraft, where eventually he was just alienating mostly everyone. I don't think whatever he's doing here is healthy.
Don't bring it up as though you have some kind of point to make with it, and then fucking backpedal on it. Chat doesn't understand any nuance. You are ridiculous. Get a grip. Some of you exist in your own little reality, bro.
No.
I haven't heard anybody from that side try to, like, find a middle ground. I haven't heard anyone empathize for this side.
Yeah, but Pyro, okay, first and foremost, you weren't empathizing with the console gamers. You were going, yeah, just save more, fucking idiot. Look, guys, if you stop buying Starbucks and your fucking Avo toast, you too can own a PC like mine. Like, that's what you were doing. Like, you weren't empathizing with people on the console. You weren't empathizing with the other side. You were attacking the other side, telling them how fucking stupid they are. And also, let's find the middle ground. The middle ground is going to Squeenix and saying, right, this is where your game is wrong. This is what we would like to see in your video game. Either allow us to use add-ons to fix these things until you fix them for us, or fix these things quick. The middle ground is not, let me break the rules that you guys have in the game into perpetuity until you finally fix my shit. But until then, let me break the rules with literally zero consequences. Rules are only as strong as their enforcement. If you're not enforcing a rule, the rule means nothing. So what middle ground do you want to find here? You broke the rules, you got punished for it. And by the way, you didn't personally get punished. No one personally banned you for anything. You are angry because some people got banned, and maybe because you're afraid that you might be next, because someone in my chat told me the Pyromonster is getting a shit ton of reports right now. Maybe you're afraid that you're going to be next, which is legitimate, but that doesn't change the fact that you broke the rules. The correct response here is to come online and apologize. Look, guys, yeah, I used mods. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it. It was wrong. I do think that Square Enix has a long way to go with their current UI. I don't think it provides the information in the way that I would like the information to be provided. And you leave it at that. That's how you sort of solve this issue, is by apologizing, admitting that what you did was wrong, and then moving on. Not by defending it, screaming at people who don't agree with you breaking the rules, and then asking the other side to actually empathize with the fact that you guys are breaking the rules or did break the rules.
That's a surprise tool that can help us later.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, little Nymphia. Write me a... Okay, listen, dude. Write me a fucking essay psychoanalyzing me. Here we go, chat. Not to be rude, but what kind of discussion can take place when you either insult or get aggressive? You're in a position where you can. Whoever thinks differently or straight up try to intimidate with bans. Love your streams, but your ego is way too inflated for a normal discussion to take.
Wait, what? He did an apology stream after? How would he copyright strike people for covering it? I don't know how that would work. Because he doesn't own this. This is public. As long as you're providing enough context, there's literally nothing he can do. I mean, that's a copyright strike that wouldn't stand. You just appeal it and it'd be done. If he is, oh my God. Wait, so is he actually... Oh, Pyro, why are you doing this? Dude, you are making yourself so fucking uncomfortable, bro. Not uncomfortable, unpopular. Dude, it is a well-understood rule amongst YouTubers that we do not copyright strike each other. We have a hard enough time dealing with the music industry and the movie industry abusing DMCA and copyright law. We don't do it to each other. Why the fuck would you do it to a fellow YouTuber? Channels have died because of this. Why you... Oh my God, Pyro, just fucking back away, dude, now. Accept the criticism because it's what you're doing here is worthy of criticism. It's worthy of criticism. The way you're acting now is worthy of criticism. And I don't even care that you apologized a day later. The way you acted during this to your community, and actually, I don't even give a fuck about your community because they signed up for this. But you're also doing this to everyone else. Like, your words literally spread throughout the FF14 community. You're blaming the players of FF14 for not agreeing that you should be allowed to break the law or the rules of the game. It's weird. Wait, people are upset that Pyro called out people for being cunty in his chat? No, RT, that's not why people are upset. What I'm upset about is the fact that he apologized, but then sort of turned around and copyright striked a bunch of people. Now, that is alleged. I don't have any evidence to show that he did it. Unless one of you can provide the evidence that shows that Pyromancer tried to copyright a fellow YouTuber, all I can say is if he did, that is fucking... That is just peak scumbag. You should not be doing that.
Take place. No offense, love the streams, but this isn't very Gucci Mane.
It was a VOD re-upload? Hold up.
Hey guys, I want to talk to you guys about something personally concerning, especially about...
Is your copyright strike on Pyromancer hates the FF14 community? To be honest with you, I don't care if it's a VOD re-upload. I don't care if it's someone ripping your stream and publishing it. It doesn't fucking matter. As a YouTuber, you do not copyright strike other YouTubers. The only time you do that is if someone is physically taking your videos and posting them on a different channel. that's where you take action. Usually, YouTube takes action because there's an actual system within YouTube for doing that. It's not called copyright strike. You literally report a channel for using your content pound for pound as it is. So they're using your videos that you've made, just reposting them somewhere else. That is against YouTube's rules. But for streamers, the way growth happens. So have any of you ever asked yourself, why is it that Asmongold exploded the way that it did? Do you know at some point there were like 5 different editors ripping Asmongold's videos, his streams, and posting them on fucking YouTube? Like, YouTube was completely flooded with Asmongold content. Asmongold didn't get money from all of those. In fact, Asmongold kept saying, yeah, you know, if you want to use it, use it. You know, what can I do? It's only recently that Cat Danny and Asmongold started working together. So Cat Danny is now the official guy, like the only guy that really is allowed to rip Asmongold streams. But that's how you get big. As a Twitch streamer, it's free fucking money. Someone is clipping the shit that you do and putting it on YouTube. Where do you think those viewers go if they enjoy the fucking video? They come to Twitch. You get money. Everyone's happy. Copywriting fellow YouTubers is a horrible thing, and it's difficult to explain to people that isn't a YouTuber. So, if you're a YouTuber, if you use 4 seconds of a song or a video, you get a copyright strike from the media industry. Like, fucking instant, dude. Your video isn't even uploaded yet, and bam, copyright strike. And what they do is they claim all the revenue on the video. That's now their video. You put in all the effort. You did all the fucking work. Of the 15 minutes of your video, 4 seconds belong to this company. They take all the revenue from the video. So for YouTubers, copyright striking is incredibly personal, which is why the unspoken rule for YouTubers is that we do not copyright strike each other. No matter what, you contact the person, you email them, and you say, hey, I don't appreciate the fact that you're taking my content, but you don't copyright strike them. So the fact that he's doing that is a problem.
Kind of true, someone says. Where's the lie, someone says. Not to be rude, immediately follows with a rude comment.
It was just a random channel. It wasn't to Gender Prime. Thon, but it doesn't really matter. Like, if it is just a random channel that is just ripping your content and you don't want that, at least reach out to them and say, hey, can you stop ripping my shit? Otherwise, I am going to report you. I am going to copyright strike you. But don't just fucking copyright strike because someone is saying something that you don't like. Specifically in this regard, I think the reason, dude, can we get the timeout lifted from live, please? By the way, don't link, if you have things that you want me to see, link them on Discord. If you're not subbed to the channel, only subs can link on Discord. In case anyone wants to see 12 minutes before Pyromancer deleted his stream. The video is unavailable, so there's nothing. You can't do this. Yeah, the video is no longer available. All right, yeah, the video was removed. It's weird. And the reason Pyro didn't want this, the fact that he deleted the VOD, is he did something that he really didn't want to do. And he felt sorry about it. He felt probably a bit embarrassed about it. And instead of just coming out and saying, hey, I'm very sorry that this happened. I really didn't mean to be that much of a dick to anyone. You delete the evidence. You're like, no, not gonna show anyone that I ever did this. And so like, well, you know, the internet doesn't forget, you know, where are your faults? If you made mistakes, fucking say, yeah, shit, I fucked up. I'm sorry, guys. People are more forgiving than you think if you just apologize. If you just go and say, yeah, well, sorry. That's what happened. What am I supposed to do? I don't know. I know he
Everyone calling people
apologized.
fuckers and-
Just very quickly, I know he apologized afterwards, and I respect the fact that he did. I want to give him kudos for that. I would have kept the original VOD up. I would have kept the original VOD up because it stands as a fucking testament of a mistake that I made, you know? What can you do? You fucked up. Here's the evidence that I can fuck up too. And that's just how it goes, you know? That's what I would have done. I'm not saying he should have done that. It doesn't matter. Everyone deals with mistakes their own way. Grieving Pain, you fucking bastard. Thanks for the primes. I did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone has their own thing, you know? It is what it is.
And insulting them? Red Ethercat, let me make something clear to you. I don't know you. And frankly, I don't care to know you. I don't care where you live. I don't care about your name. I don't care about your life. I literally wouldn't know if you disappeared.
Slander, in Discord, the content suggestions channel. You can post your content there.
Tomorrow, okay? But I do know about what you say when you come into my stream. I know what words you type into the chat. And I know how it makes me feel when I read what you say to me. Those are the only things I know about you. Right now, I don't like you. I don't know you. And I'd prefer if you went away. That's all I have to work on. I don't know you. I see your username and your contrarian constant arguing. That's all I see from you. That's fair, but you don't got to call people a fucker. And you don't have to be in the stream and listen to it.
To be fair, though, calling someone a fucker is a term of endearment. You hear that, fuckers? Well, to be fair, it doesn't really work on my channel because you're all degenerate fucks anyways. But, you know, it is what it is. I think calling someone a fucker is fair game. It's like calling someone a cunt. Just means you love him. Maria the Pigeon, thanks for the tier. What's up? Really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You don't have to be here.
I called you a fucker, Sebi, yeah.
Stream and tell me how to be. You don't get to come here and dictate how I act. That's not how this works. You click the link, and the video appears in front of you. You have no control other than that.
To be fair, Pyro, a lot of viewers, and I've had this myself, whenever I go off the fucking rails and just complain and rant about shit, a lot of your viewers will actually speak out against you because they want to save you from making a complete fucking nonce of yourself. Because whether you want to or not, Twitch is full of parasocial relationships. A lot of your viewers is just as invested in your success as you are in your own success. So don't discount the fact that a lot of viewers will speak out because they're actually trying to save you from yourself. Telling them to just fuck off might not be the right way to do it.
You either leave the stream
Mortal
or you
Kombat, Wombat,
shut
how
the
you
fuck
doing?
up and watch it. That's the only two options. That's the only two options. That's it.
Too bored? No, you can't save me from bad takes. I am a walking, talking bad take machine. It's what I do. It's how I'm going to be famous. One day there's going to be an article written about me, streamer with the worst takes on the fucking planet. That's how you get famous, right? You have some
So no
horrible
middle ground
fucking
then?
take that pisses
No, not
everyone
for
off,
you,
and now you're
not for
famous.
this. We don't have to come to a middle ground on this one.
What do you mean? Pyro, you literally said like 5 minutes ago, I don't see anyone on the other side suggesting a middle ground. And now you're saying we don't have to come to a middle ground? What do we want here? Like, either we get to a middle ground or we tear each other apart. I don't know what the answer is there, but I think middle ground is the better option.
Brill, your empathy? No gray area? Start banning these people. Every one of them. Every one of them. Anyone that's saying that, ban them. I haven't heard anyone empathize. can have a timeout.
All right.
You can take a ban. Real Pyro coming out here. Black and white solution. Ban. See ya. Hey, don't be scared now.
Mr. GM, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the raid. 134 people. How you guys doing? Mr. GM, how was your stream, bro? Ladies and gentlemen, can we say hello to Mr. GM and his chat? We are very happy to have you here. We're watching, I don't know, some special edition of what the fuck is going on Twitch. Welcome to each and one of you. For the record, we're still friends, bro. Mr. GM, I have never stopped thinking we're friends. What? What do you mean? Who said we weren't friends? Yeah, we're watching Pyromancer mold out, which is quite entertaining, but also very strange. I don't know. We should get Mr. GM into Final Fantasy XIV. I don't like it. It was in your videos on the Clips channel. I think I criticized one of your takes. But I mean, that's nothing personal. I do hope you didn't take it personally. Because I criticized also Breezy's takes also. I criticize my own take sometimes. If I have a bad take, I'll criticize myself for it. But no, I genuinely have no issue with you whatsoever. I still watch your videos, still find them interesting. Where else would I learn about the shit going on in Dragonflight? Because, yeah, I'm having a hard time playing the game at the minute. Should have known Mr. GM, but I don't know if we would be considered friends. He is confirming you are. Oh. Well, yeah, I don't know. We would have to sit down, Mr. GM, I think, for another one of our discussions. That's what I think we should. Quick middle ground. Gary, and you think me and Mr. Yeah, okay, Mr. GM, my chat thinks you and I should meet. We should find a middle ground, you and I, for all the years of fighting that we've been doing that I wasn't aware of. But you know, we should find a middle ground. You can hate WoW as much as you like. I'm not going to unfollow you. Yeah, well, you can love WoW as much as you like. I promise to keep following you as well. I see your tweets. I see how much you enjoy the game. And it makes me angry because why can't I enjoy the fucking game as much as you are? I would love to be able to enjoy the game as much as you are. But, you know, we'll both serve our roles, I think, in equal measure. Take care, Mr. GM. Thank you very much for popping in, and thank you so much for the raid, man. We should definitely sit down again, have a discussion, especially now with Dragonflight coming out. Because of the skill issue, Akko. Well, fuck you, Two-Board. Jesus, can we get a ban on Two-Board? I don't like people saying I'm bad at the game. It hurts my feelings. Like, Two-Board, I know what you're writing, and it hurts my feelings, you asshole. Mr. GM, all right, I'll DM you on Twitter, because I would love to have a sit-down. Because I know you've done a lot more diving into Dragonflight than what I have. So I would actually love to have a sit down with you and sort of get into stuff that you're very excited for, especially after your interview, because I fucking loved your interview as well. Yeah, just touch base, because if all goes well, Dragonflight will be good. And I really hope it will. Did you watch Asmon's reaction to your video? Which video did Asmongold react to? Asmongold always chooses the worst videos of mine to react to, dude. Like, the fucking worst videos. Like, every time I have a video that I'm not particularly proud of, Asmongold will be like, yep, that's the one I'm fucking reacting to now. It's like, for fuck's sake, can you not... Why don't you react to the ones I actually write a script for? That's like well produced. Why do you have to react to my videos where I'm just talking out of my ass about shit that annoys me or some crap? No, that's the one we'll choose. I'm huffing deep. Mr. GM, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm right there. I'm right beside you. I have reapplied the mask of copium. I think it has potential, and I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, it's what they call typical. Yeah, pretty much. Just link right video to Aspen's DM. I'm not gonna link my own video to Asmongold to react to. I feel like that's just wrong. Non-scripted parts are the truly funny ones, I guess. I fucking guess. This is the man reacting to a man having a meltdown. This is content, bro. This is fucking content right here.
Don't be scared now, pussies. Don't be scared now. You were talking all that shit in chat. Don't be quiet
Dude,
now.
why? Oh my god,
Speak up
stop
now.
attacking your viewers.
Don't be scared now.
Ugh.
Please ban me. Yes, sir. See ya. Ban me next. See ya.
Dude, what the oh my god. Okay, never mind. Pyro, just turn away from the dark side,
Spy
bro.
PC, ban.
Turn
See
around.
ya.
Turn around. You're going dark here, brother.
Just like people don't have to come to your stream, you also don't have to come to SE's game. You're right. Now you can't come to my stream because you're banned.
Well, technically, they can come to your stream. They just can't chat. But they can come to your stream. Oh my god.
See ya.
Dude, why?
Me too, Ego Andy, please. See ya. Say it loud for the back. Yes, sir. You guys are just mad because I'm not rolling over and sucking your fucking dick because you pay my bills, you stupid fucks. That's the only reason.
I mean, it's not about... You can have disagreements with your viewers and even with your subs, as you put it. You can have disagreements, but personal attacks? Really? I don't know. I feel like I draw the line at personal attacks to your viewers, which is basically what you've done here, Pyro. You've just personally attacked. And gonna be honest with you, I don't know if even an apology makes this okay for me. Because the fact that you're saying things like this to your chat suggests to me that this is how you feel about your chat. Like, once you've cooled down, you've sort of, collected yourself again. Now you're sort of going, well, sorry about this, guys. I was really just angry. But it is sort of a thing of, well, is this not just how you're, like, do you not really just view your chat as just an expendable tool? Which is easily changeable, right? It is changeable. You just have to, you have to realize that your chat is, so streaming is an interesting thing. YouTube is incredibly impassionate. It's incredibly impersonal because it's a video that you make. People are either going to find the video interesting or they're not. Doesn't matter, right? It really doesn't matter. The comment section on YouTube, people are having their conversations. Whether you reply to it or not doesn't really matter. Wobble Wee, you bastard. Thanks for the 5 community stuff. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Twitch, on the other hand, is a completely different beast. Because have you guys ever been in a stream with 0 viewers? I'm talking your bog standard average 0 viewer stream. How much fun are those streams in general? They're not great. Like, as the streamer, you're trying to put up a show, but most of the time they're kind of boring. Because 50% of what goes on in a stream, actually, I would say 70% of what makes a stream good isn't the streamer. It's the chat. It's the community. It's the fact that you're here with a bunch of other people talking shit, laughing at things, making jokes, building your own sort of ecosystem within this community. And that's also why every single Twitch community is different from any other. They're not the same. If you come to my stream and you go to Sebi's stream, there's going to be two different ways of dealing with things. Things that you speak about in my stream isn't necessarily things that you speak about on Sebi's, because it's different fucking communities that have developed different cultures. And that's why people return to a stream. They come back because they're enjoying the culture. The streamer, I'm basically just the monkey in a fucking suit providing some form of entertainment while stream half the time entertains themselves. That's how it works. This stream, very different to Asmon's stream, and is very different to Maximilian Dude's stream. Exactly. Goose Comics. Every stream does its own thing, but the community is what makes that stream good. Sebi, as you said, viewers make the streamer. That's why so much success in streaming is luck. If you manage to build a community, you'll be successful. But that's luck. Maybe you get the viewers and maybe they feel like they're part of the community. Most don't. Consider the fact that I don't know how many viewers we have right now. I'd have to check. All right, we have 300 viewers. I love the fact this is like massive stream. Really appreciate all of you being here. At 300 viewers, this stream currently sits within the 0.01% of the Twitch streamer community. Actually, I'll make this even worse for all of you. If you have 15 viewers in a stream, you are part of the 0.1% of streamers on Twitch. That's how many people manage to get 15 or more viewers into their stream. 99.9% of streamers don't even manage to get 15 viewers in their stream. It's luck. Are you lucky enough to get to 15 or even 100 viewers? If you do, that's fucking lucky. Because that means 100 cunts somewhere decided, let's go watch this fat fuck say shit, right? It's luck. You don't know how you're going to do it. It happens or it doesn't happen. So to treat your community as a tool is, in my opinion, you're basically taking the most important part of your stream and saying, yeah, you guys are literally just bank accounts to me. And I don't know if you can apologize for that, because even after the fact that you viewed them as such, maybe that's how you really feel. It could just be that he was so angry that he didn't think about it. That's also true. I just don't like what I'm hearing here. I was at 15 for like 6 months. Yeah, I was at 15 for a while as well. Hey, you need to put me on Lulu's radar. I don't know if that would ever happen, but I wouldn't mind. Hey, Levana, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. You guys are far too fucking kind. Thank you so much for giving me your money. I promise I will not use it wisely. It is completely wasted. Like, every dollar you give me, you are throwing it the fuck away. Milady, thanks for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. I'm so glad to see that there are so many people with a head for real economics in this channel. I love you guys. Thank you. God bless the failing education system of the world. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for that. I was going to spend his money on Lisa's. Oh my God, I'm going to buy. Next purchase is a Lisa body pillow. Chat, please clip Akalon when he streams. FF14 is admitted to Lulu. We're going to be streaming FF14 in a bit as soon as we get through this reaction video here.
You're mad you can't come in my stream.
This here that people think that YouTube content creator is very different than the live Twitch content creator. Wait, what I find incredible is that people assume that people think that the YouTube content creator is very different than the live Twitch content creator. Goose Economics, what do you mean? So you mean in an hour? Well, yeah. Look. What do you want me to do? I've told you guys how this works. If I play too much FF14, I'm going to run out of content. And then how are we going to grow? Because I know most of you fucks are just here to watch me play FF14. So what I need to do, and this is a smart business decision, is stall as long as possible. So My plan at the moment is to reach 7.0 when 9.0 launches. Because that gives me at least like another 4 years of fucking content. Right? So I'm trying to space out my game so that I'm never at current. That way it just, instant, infinite growth. That's how it works here. Dude, has been installed for 9 months. 9 fucking months. Oh my god. Did react to Aspen reacting to you? Link the Asmongold reaction video to me and I'll fucking react to it. I don't know what video Asmongold reacted to lately.
Fuck you. You're banned too. Okay, man, that's a little too much here. Let me catch you, bro.
Zio,
Let me
take
catch
care
you
of
with a
yourself,
ban.
brother. Really appreciate you popping in.
See you, bro. All these unsubbed people getting banned. I've lost so many.
Wait, he once spent 2+ hours ranting about rent and politics while in the middle of a quest. Argues with chat a lot, seems to have an impulse to shit on random people. One time he raged and turned off his stream when he kept dying in an alliance raid. Plays ads during major cutscenes, and when people call him out on it, he responds with, "Guess you'll just have to sub then." His notes are just him writing down quest dialogue word for word. He said it would be worth a lot and wanted to auction off the notebook. How many of you would buy a notebook with all the quest dialogue note word for word? Three times 10-hour streams per week for FF14 MSQ, and it still took me 6 months to finish everything? Jesus, Evie. Wait, you guys won't buy that? Are you telling me I've wasted all this fucking time playing the game and writing every word of the main quest down and no one's going to pay me for it? Dude, what the fuck? Jesus, if I knew that, this would have gone much quicker. That's why it takes so long to stream. I have to write everything down again. Fuck. Wasted. Fucking wrecked, bro. Well, what if I turned it into an NFT? Like, every quest dialogue box is an NFT. Would you guys buy the NFT then? Fuck you then. You guys don't want to be part of the future. I judge you for it.
Subs today, guys. Wow, Twitch will love that clip. Yeah, they'll like me banning all these people that aren't subbed. It'll be.
Dude, people seem very upset with Pyro. And not just for this.
You're mad you don't do Preach numbers for anything but MSQ? I don't have to be mad. Preach's channel is 4 times bigger than me. Enjoy returning to work on retail. How many more, guys? Keep with the toxic ass comments.
The emote only when
Keep it
playing
up.
MSQ too?
Keep it up.
Alicia,
chat.
why?
Oh, my
I
life
like
is over.
chat
My life's
sort of
over. I'm gonna have to go back to
smiling
retail.
and having
Eat my
discussions among
fucking
themselves.
Dick, dude. Suck my fucking dick. I'm just going to. I don't believe in like just the immediate maximum sentence for all things. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like,
but it's not an immediate maximum sentence. It's 10 days. That I feel like we're pretending this ban is much bigger than what it is. Because it's not actually even a ban, it's a suspension. They were suspended for 10 days. Like, why are we saying this is like the maximum fucking penalty? The maximum penalty is banned forever. Jakeri, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 10 days might be a lot, but Snacks, you broke the rules. The rules that is literally out there for everyone. Like, you broke the rules. That's just what it is. I thought it was permanent at first, the way people talked about it. It seems like people are losing their minds here because they robbed a bank, got fucking snatched for it, and is now doing 4 to 5 years for bank robbery, pretending like it's life in prison. No, you broke the rules, you got caught, you know, life goes on. Well, actually, you didn't actually get caught. You were doing it in front of the fucking cops. Like, You were videotaping yourself with geolocation on whilst robbing the bank and wondering how the fuck did they get us? Well, you shouldn't have uploaded it to YouTube if you didn't want to get caught. Like, I don't know what the fuck this argument is.
Like, it's like, I don't know, bro. It's like if you take drug addicts and you put them, I don't know. It's not a good, I don't want to make those, again, I should just not go there. But it's just like, just the same way we used to rehabilitate. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's not go into that. Let's not go there. You should read about what we used to do to women when we used to think that they needed help. You should read into that. Yeah, back when that was justice and that was the right thing to do.
Wait, what? Well, that became a massive argument right there. Jesus. All right. I guess that's where we are now. Like, maybe we can bring up the lynching of slaves. I don't know. Like, maybe that's also a thing we could get into. I don't know what that would have to do with the banning of people using mods, but hey, we could run through the fucking golden oldies of literally every single bad thing that's ever happened. It would have nothing to do with the actual problem, but hey, we could do it. What's the fallacy again called for this? It's not the snowball fallacy. It's, fuck, what's that fallacy called again? Cherry Cream, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, straw man is something else. This is not building a straw man. Slippery slope. Thank you. Yes, that's the one. This is a pure example of a slippery slope argument, because you're effectively, you are now building an argument that is going to fuck downhill so fast. Like, so fast. We're going to get into discussing world problems when none of this had anything to do with anything that you're trying to equate now. Like, you are trying to make this into a very weird fucking conversation now with, you should read into what we used to do to women when that was considered justice. How is having laws that allow husbands to beat their wives with a stick that's no thicker than their thumb the same as Square Enix telling you you're not allowed to use mods and then suspending you for 10 days when you fucking stream using mods? How is this the same? There's no equivalency between these arguments. So you've done two things here, Pyro. You're building a straw man argument, which I don't even think is necessarily a straw man argument, because you're not pretending like your chat is saying slavery is good, right? But you're equating this argument with the argument for slavery, and now you're taking all of us downhill fast into, I don't know where this argument ends.
Yeah. Yo, ban this fucking incel idiot. Tesla Corgi, go fucking jack off to Elon Musk's photo a little bit more, you fucking idiot. Dude, I'm gonna listen.
This reminds me, just to be clear, this was a while back, so a couple of years ago. Pyromonster had this massive thing. I was watching one of his streams. I was actually there live, and he was going on about how anyone that hates Sylvanas purely because they're a misogynist. It's sort of the same thing I hear from people who go, everyone that hates Lise just hates Lise because they're misogynistic. I had someone comment that on my Lise video on YouTube, saying, yeah, the people that hate Lise just hate her because they're misogynists. And I'm like, actually, that's a weird jump. Like, someone goes from not liking a specific, like, funnily enough, a lot of people that don't like Lise happen to love Yotsuyu and love Yostola and, you know, Hilda, but they hate Lise, and that makes them misogynist. Like, I don't follow. How are the others not women? Like, how is, and also the fact that there are women who don't like Lise just makes it very weird.
Very, very lucky, and I'm very fortunate. But I would sooner go back to working retail than take the shit that people are flinging at me right now. If you guys really think that I can't survive without this game, it's really just not the argument.
I mean,
it's really not the argument.
Okay.
I'm getting married, and it's all paid for. And it's because of you. Yeah, right, Omega Lol. Bro, I could literally go back and get hired making more money than you at the starting wage. But I chose to be here because I thought I enjoyed this better. I do enjoy this better. I do. You toxic ass motherfucker. I'm toxic, bro.
What is the flex? Like, why that flex? Like, yeah, I'm so much richer than you, bro. It never works out in the long term. And I want to be clear here. I'm not dunking on Pyromancer here. In case he watches this, he needs to probably view this as a little bit of, let's say, unwarranted advice. And maybe he doesn't want advice from someone that is smaller than him, and that's fine. Well, not smaller. I'm twice his size, but not in channel versions. As a channel, I'm a small channel, and I accept that. But I can tell you now, Pyro, that anyone with that mindset, the mindset that I am so much better than everyone else, tends to not last long. Like, you could have a meteoric rise to the top, but you're not going to stay there. Almost every single one of those streamers end up fucking themselves because of this weird belief that they are untouchable. Never underestimate the internet's quest for justice, or sometimes revenge, I guess you could say. Like, what you're doing now with your viewers is just so fucking wrong, bro.
I'm so toxic, bro. You're such a fucking idiot, dude. Please unsubscribe and go away. You guys are just mad because I'm not rolling over and sucking your fucking dick because you pay my bills, you stupid fucks. That's the only reason. That's my fucking dick.
Frostwell, that is so true. That is so true. Like, on the internet, the faster you rise, the quicker you can fall if you do not respect it. You need to stop reading chat. No, he needs to stop thinking that every single person that disagrees with him in chat is his enemy. And also, he needs to stop looking at chat as his enemy. Like, no one shows up in a stream because they hate the fucking person streaming. Like, actually, I shouldn't say no one, because everyone has their one or two hate viewers. That does happen, although that's more common on YouTube than it is on Twitch. But people show up, generally speaking, because they enjoy what you're putting out. If they disagree with you, that's just how it is. I don't agree with that, Akko. Are we enemies now? Well, I will fight the fucking lot of you. If you can manage to get your ass to South Africa, we can have the fight. I'm not flying there to kick your ass. Yeah, hate viewers do exist, but it's not commonplace thing. So whatever amount of viewers we have right now, let's imagine 5 or 6 of those are hate watchers. The rest are here because they actually care to be here. They enjoy being here.
Fucking fat inch of it, dude. Go fuck yourself. Individually and independently with nobody else involved. How about that? Is there such thing as a console static? Do, like, people do that? Like, we all play on console. We all. I mean, is it crossplay? No. Is this game crossplay? This is a dumbass question, probably, chat. This game's crossplay or no? Yes, it's crossplay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay, cool.
So has there ever been? Does anyone do that? Does anyone, like, actually do, like, a full?
No, this is a flashback. This is a flashback, Elena. So he's basically showing, or is this a forward thing? No, this would be a flashback because it doesn't seem like the same day.
Prog on console? Out of curiosity.
Is it forward?
Clear high-end content all the time? No, that's not what I'm asking.
Dude, how do you go from being that angry to being completely placid in a couple of hours? No, I don't know how you do that. Like, how do you just go, like, fuck the world, everyone calm and collected in, like, a couple of days? A couple of
That's not really
hours.
what I'm asking. Yes? Seriously? Yeah? Really? Some of my static members are console people? No. I mean like the whole static. Like the whole static. Yeah, there's probably one somewhere. Console's not an inferior play experience. I think you need to understand that.
Cherryburn, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that.
I disagree. I do think that console is an inferior play experience based on frames per second alone. I disagree. Yep.
In context to what, Pyro? Modern day consoles can do 120 frames per second, which is fine, since if you're a streamer, you mostly you're mostly going to play at 120 frames per second, because if OBS downsides to 60 frames per second and you're on 144 frames per second, there's most likely going to be a fuck up there. You always want to be in multiples of 2 from what your OBS is streaming at. So right there, 120 frames per second is fine for a console. On Final Fantasy XIV, are you telling me that the game is better at 280,000 frames per second? No. The game is as good on 60 frames as it is on 120 or 144. So I don't see, like, it would depend on the game that you're playing. And in Final Fantasy XIV, would it matter?
I disagree. Yeah, I mean, just flat out, it's definitely inferior
I get
when
that.
we're talking about the capabilities of the console. Yeah, it is. But that doesn't make the people inferior, but that's what people infer from it. No, question mark? Yes, question mark? Yes, question mark? Yes. Console's better.
Keswick, I don't think you can actually make an argument as to which platform is superior based on graphics, gameplay, or frames per second. Because games that is designed for console... Have you ever played a game that is a straight-up port from console to PC? It fucking blows, right? It's like a horrible experience because the game was optimized for console and then just sort of fucking ported to PC, and now it sucks. It's not fun to play. So in that regard, we would say, well, PC is obviously a lot worse than console, right? And similar, if you have a PC game that is ported straight to console, you would have a horrible fucking experience playing it on console because it was designed for mouse and keyboard. The only argument I can make, objectively speaking, for why PC is better is accessibility. And I don't mean accessibility in getting the PC, because in terms of how you can get your hands on something, console wins as well. But in terms of purely, if you want to play a game that is ported to PC, you can do so by simply plugging in a controller. And bam, you're playing the game on your PC. Or you can play a mouse and keyboard, if it is made for mouse and keyboard. On a console, it's much harder. Although newer consoles actually allow for mouse and keyboard implementation, older consoles didn't. So that's sort of the only place that I can say PC probably still wins out. And at top end, so if we're going top end, we could probably make the argument. Mako, thanks for the Prime sub, really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Wait, what am I looking at here? Drawing streamer FF14 OC with Shadowbringers version. Maybe you can see it before 2023. Accolon. Oh, shit. Wow. This is fucking brilliant. Wow. This is really good. I love the fact that he has my absolute psycho hat in the picture as well. Oh, yeah. I'll fucking retweet this. This is brilliant. Apocalypse, thank you so much. This is really fucking good. Just look at that. I fucking love this. Sko, thank you so much for this. This looks brilliant. Really appreciate it. UC, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate that.
Man, don't have a lot of time to get on Twitch, but I watch a lot of your videos on YouTube. Love the content. Don't have much spare expense, but just wanted to show a bit of support. Keep it up, man.
I appreciate the $5. Any and all support, even just enjoying the stream, is all I ask for. So thank you so much for the $5, dude. Really appreciate it. Yeah, this looks sick. Go like this, guys. Go like it. Apocalypse, can you link it again, please? Just go hit like on that tweet because it is fucking brilliant. Oh, this is what I wanted to say. The only argument I can make where PC wins out straight up with console would actually be high end. So if we're going to the peak of what PCs can do and the peak of what consoles can do, PC destroys console. My PC, for example, can play most games at 160 plus FPS with little to no issue. Whereas on console, you can't really do that, right? But most people don't have a fucking top-end PC. I was lucky in that my YouTube channels were doing really well. I saved up for a really long time, and people were very generous with donations, and I managed to buy a very high-end PC. Most people don't have that luck. I never had that fucking luck. The PC before this one was basically the best parts that I could afford at the time, right? So it was very fucking mid-range. And on mid-range PCs, I don't think there's a difference between console and PC. In fact, I think consoles might outperform mid-range PCs for the most part. So I don't agree with the argument at all. You also have to factor in that in 14 specific case, JP is very console heavy market and don't really do PC gaming, and they make up easily around half the game's total player base. Also very fucking true. Feinzer, well, I'll be here all Friday, so I'm really glad to hear that.
IMO? Right. Okay, right. Said no one fucking ever who sat down in front of a 165 hertz screen. No one in the history of the universe has ever sat down and played at 165 FPS and then said, I want to go back to 30. You're fucking
30? Like, so the guy wants to time travel 20 years in the past? Like, of course no one wants to. But look, honestly, I played on 60 FPS monitor for a really long time. And all the other fucking, like, there were monitors already doing 144 frames per second. And I always went, I don't know what the difference is. The game looks fine at 60. Now that I have a 165 hertz monitor, obviously I spot the difference between the two, obviously. But is it big enough that I would say that it makes it so much better than console? No, not really. Sure, Howard, thank you so much for following, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Especially, again, if we're talking about Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV was built to be played at 60 FPS. I don't think it makes a hell of a difference whether you're playing on 60 FPS or 144 FPS or even 165 FPS. Because I'll tell you this much, it doesn't make much of a difference in WoW. Like, it feels a bit smoother, but overall it really doesn't matter.
fucking full of shit, dude. You're so full of shit.
The only time FPS matters is in first-person shooter games.
The point is that PS5 is vastly superior than most PCs.
True and real.
60 FPS on console. Nobody's saying
Sebi, that's
FPS
true.
equals 120 FPS. Right, you're trying to say...
That is true. But I also need a 3080 Ti for Tetris. I found that in Tetris, if I can't see like exactly every single pixel as it falls down, it takes away from my high scores, you know? I need that. It's also the same for Baldur's Gate. Like, the game might be locked at 30 FPS, but I'm not fooled by that shit. Like, if you don't play Baldur's Gate 1 at like with the 3080 Ti, you're not getting the full experience of that 30 FPS.
That there's no advantage, there's no benefit for PC, is what you're saying.
Not for
60
FF14.
FPS. Yeah, we're content. That's what we want. Okay.
But for FF14, 60 is fine. The game is optimized clearly
Why
for
do you
it.
even give attention to that? Because the point is that we're talking about numerical value. This is an MMO. You don't need 120 FPS. You're single. You don't need anything more than a bike. Why do you own a car?
I know sometimes my analogies can be really fucked, right? Mainly because I usually go for sex. That's where my analogies go. But these analogies are weird. Like, I don't know, maybe you live in, like, maybe you work, like, I don't know, 20 miles from where you live. I don't know about you, but daily fucking 20-mile trips back and forth would not feel great on a bike. So I don't know. Like, plus, by the way, if I was ever gonna go with you're single, a bike would not be the one where I go. They'd be like, you're single. Why do you need two hands when one will suffice? Whereas, yeah, I could have an electric bike.
Because it's nice to have a car, and so is 144 FPS.
You see, the reason that doesn't make sense is because when a game is designed to be optimal at 60 FPS, anything over 60 is wasted, useless, not important. And since the game is designed to be optimally played at 60, everything over that is completely fucking useless. It doesn't matter. You're basically playing the game at a higher frame rate when the game will physically only send you 60 FPS per time. So you're effectively getting like nothing in between. You're wasting your time because the game was never optimized to be played at that level. It is just weird to think that way. It's plain weird to think that way. Just feels better considering input lag. Captain Hungry, thanks for the fucking continuation of the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, more FPS is good. Always good. Obviously, things feel smoother. Although in Final Fantasy XIV, if you go look at some of the shadows, some of the cloaks at higher FPS, they completely spaz the fuck out. Because the game was never designed to be played at 144 or even 165 FPS. It was designed to be played at 60. So things can spaz the fuck out. In some games, higher FPS means good. In other games, higher FPS is a quality of life thing. And I would argue in MMOs this is true. Since you're not dodging in an MMO, like you're not dodging a bullet or some shit, right? What's the difference between seeing something in 140 FPS and seeing something in 60 FPS? You're having the exact same experience. It's not giving you an edge. It's not like you're trying to shoot someone in the head from halfway across the map. So I would argue in that sense, you're only talking about a quality of life thing. And there we have to start going, is that so much more important? Is it important enough to where a PC is just objectively better? Mr. Synonyms, take care of yourself, bro. Thanks for hanging out, man.
That was kind of a dumb one, bro. You talking to me? If you find that dumb, you're going to be real shocked at the rest of the stream.
X's Prime, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that.
That's not an equal comparison, but you do you. You guys are so fucking stupid. I love how nothing is an equal comparison when it... Yeah, that was actually a bad analogy. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, but it was. Oh.
Are you actually fucking... I can't, dude. I actually can't handle you. I can't handle, like... This is like... I don't know how you exist.
This hurts my brain, by the way. Because it's all relative. It's all relative. It is relative. It depends on what you're playing. It depends on what you're doing, what you're trying to do.
PS5 can run at 120 FPS. You know what I can't stand,
Kemler,
man?
that would be interesting to look into. Thanks for the
Can't
first time chat,
stand
by the way.
arguments where people argue as though they have experienced both sides when they haven't. I can't stand that, dude.
I think I should let me just clarify my position here. Objectively speaking, more FPS is always more better. I think everyone can agree with that. Objectively speaking, why would you want to play at 60 FPS if you can play at 120 or 144 FPS or even 165 FPS, right? It's always going to be better. It's going to be smoother. The quality of life is so much better. The graphics can look so much better. Even though the graphics is physically not upgraded, just the fact that it's smoother makes it seem so much better. But if we're making an argument that console is objectively worse than PC, I don't think it's enough to just say more FPS, more better. Because at that point, you have to start looking at what are we comparing? Are we comparing games that take advantage of higher FPS? Or are we comparing games that was designed for a specific FPS? Is the game actually benefiting from this higher FPS? Or is the higher FPS a minimal increase at best? And then you also have to go down the road of, okay, what is the monetary requirements for what you're doing? Because we could get to the conclusion that, yes, higher FPS, whilst minimal, is still better in Final Fantasy XIV. But okay, let's look at the price. You can buy a console for Perfect World, $600. What PC are you going to buy for $600? Will that PC even be able to play FF14? If the argument is no, then does the minimal amount of FPS increase, like the value that FPS increase provides, make up for the price that you're going to have to pay in order to play at higher FPS? I don't think so.
I can't stand that.
Console and PC, and console plays Final Fantasy like a
I
champ.
have literally sat there and done both. I've done both. You've sat there and done one, and yet claim that it is superior without having experienced the other.
Uh-huh.
You're doing exactly what you hate that WoW players do about you. Like, you literally hate it, but you're doing it.
Hmm?
I came over and gave the game a chance and learned to love it and fell in love with it. It's just like,
Slander, that's true.
The logic just is not computing in my brain, dude. I does not compute, bro. Does not.
You should have, Pyro, you should have tapped out of this
can't
argument a long
understand
time ago, man.
I fucking dude. I hate ADHD. I hate it. I can't, like, I'm literally, I can't connect my wires with what you're saying. I can't find the logic and reason in what you're saying.
Has Pyro been diagnosed with ADHD? Because it's important. Diagnoses are done to treat. That's why diagnoses are done. So is he getting treatment for his ADHD? Because it's important. A lot of people go around claiming that they have a bunch of things. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm saying a lot of people will go around believing, not actually claiming, because claiming suggests that they're lying. Not actually claiming, but a lot of people will go around saying, yeah, I've got ADHD, makes life so hard. And that's not really, like, unless you've been diagnosed, and if Pyro has, that's fucking amazing, and getting treatment for it, I wouldn't use that as an excuse. In fact, I would prefer if he doesn't use it as an excuse, because a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people that is diagnosed for ADHD, that's diagnosed for depression, and they don't use their illnesses as an excuse for stuff that they do. It's better to just deal with it. You know, just go with it. Fucking get the treatment, get the help. And if you have to, don't get involved in arguments like this, because I can see how this argument triggers the ADHD. So it actually makes it worse, because you're now engaging in something where your brain is automatically being pulled in a million different directions, which obviously for something like ADHD, that's going to be horrible for your brain. Because how are you going to fucking focus on anything? He is jumping from the topic to another different topic. Look, I'm not saying that he's wrong, because like I said, if you have ADHD and you're involved in an argument like that, it could be like, it's going to be a miserable experience. But then learn from it. Don't get involved in arguments like this. Especially since you know that you can't. Like, it's just not going to work for you, right? At least not at the minute.
I just can't. I can't.
It's all right. How you doing?
I have Asperger's syndrome and autism myself. It's only the reason for some of my behavior, not a valid excuse.
You don't have to, though. That's the thing.
Supersider, thanks for the bits, bro.
I would like to understand it. Commutes are vastly different than a console preference. It's not one-to-one. Ban this fucking idiot, dude. Fucking ban that idiot. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Oh my god, dude.
Fucking ban him.
I don't want to continue watching. This is sad.
But he is right. Why ban him? Oh my god, dude. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
This is just sad, bro. Because I can
People
see.
don't agree with me. Ban them all, guys.
I can see him ending his fucking career in real time, and I can't go to him and say, "Stop, bro. Just stop." Like, fuck. It's not necessary.
It's not about the fact that they're not agreeing. You guys are such low fucking IQ, dude. Look at your dumb ass remarks in the chat, bro. They don't agree with me. Oh, I gotta ban them. That's not why they're getting banned, you fucking idiot.
The rewind to him banning 50 people in less than a minute, but I don't want to overplay the joke. The problem is, if I don't watch to the end, there's going to be people in chat that's like, dude, you missed the best bit or whatever. So I kind of, once I start doing a react, I have to watch the whole react. Also, just in service to the person that actually edited it. So I never end a reaction video early unless it's like truly fucking boring and no one cares.
God damn, dude. Pyromancer is the only smart person on the internet. We're all retards compared to him. Look, dude, I'm not gonna say that word. I wish you would.
Talk, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first one, chat. Pretty appreciate that.
Sir, enjoy your ban. But with that being said, if you're gonna act like a fucking idiot, maybe expect to get treated like a fucking idiot. Maybe if you're not gonna stop and think before what you say, get what the fuck you get when you say it.
Pyro. You should follow your own advice, bro.
How about that? Because that's exactly the way you guys treat me. You guys do that same shit to me. So don't pull that fucking double standard bullshit where you try to turn it around because
Can I get an unban from Tuck? By the way, guys, if you want to link stuff, I love that you're linking, but linking in chat is only for subs. If you want to link, you're more than welcome to link on Discord. The Discord is there so that we can see what you're linking. The only reason we have subs only linking is because if we didn't, we always get someone that's linking something they're not supposed to. Viewers accidentally click on it, and then, you know, we had this where someone actually farmed some of the viewers' information through it. So that's why we have it that way. But the Discord is free, and you can link as much as you fucking want there. Akasi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is pay to win. Absolutely. I don't play ads during cutscenes, but you will fucking pay me to link ship, bitch. That's how it works here. This is my stream, you fucking asshole.
have to sit here and fucking have to listen to all you and all your bullshit And as soon as I decide I don't want this fuckface in my chat anymore, now I'm the bad guy because I've taken control of who I want in my stream and who I don't. You are such fucking idiots.
You
man.
have a right to do that, Pyro.
You're such fucking idiots. I gotta turn the stream off, bro.
Objection, you're saying.
Bro. I think today I fucking do not like the FF community, bro. Today I do not like you guys. And I do not like being a part of it. And I don't fucking like this right now, dude. This is unreal, dude.
All right. That was, gonna be honest, that was rough. That was a rough watch. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey man, don't have
Because
a lot of time to get on Twitch, but I watch
it
a lot
felt-
of your videos on YouTube. Love the content. Don't have much spare expense, but just wanted to show a bit of support.
I can see why a lot of people love that, and I can see why for a lot of people that was really entertaining. As someone that I actually consider Pyro a friend, and I do like the guy. I have no issues with Pyro whatsoever. To see this shit playing out, and specifically knowing that I've seen this before. You know, this is not new. He did this with WoW stuff as well. It's just, it's fucking sad. I don't want this shit to happen. I know this guy was mentally unstable ever since I noticed he had turned down everything WoW related. Being that ungrateful is inexcusable to me. By the way, this guy, according to him, talked to people thinking about suicide. Maybe that was crucial in the long term for the constant meltdowns this guy has. I mean, I can't comment on sort of mental issues and stuff like that. I'm not a psychologist, and I have no... I'm in a fortunate position where I suffer from nothing. I don't have ADHD. I don't have depression. I have no mental instabilities whatsoever. Unless, of course, being fat is a mental instability. It could probably. I don't know. If I do suffer from something, I don't know about it. So I can't really comment because I wouldn't be an expert in any of it. Seems Pyro wants to be treated like a human, but forgets his chat are individual humans too, and not a hive mind. Yeah. I mean, that's not untrue. That's not untrue. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't have much to say about this. I said everything I wanted to say during the video. During the react, at least. It's just, it's horrible. It's horrible when you... And I don't even think it is just about being friends with Pyro. I think it's more a case of I would feel this way about almost anyone. Anyone that's trying to be successful and then actually getting some measure of success. You know, I remember the first time I saw Pyro stream going to 7,000 viewers or some shit like that. I felt so fucking proud of what Pyro had been able to achieve because I know how hard he worked for it. I know how much effort he put into it. I know how much stress went into him the first time he tried to go full-time. And I was proud of him for being able to get there. And then you see it sort of like go this way. It just feels fucking horrible to see it happen and just be like, dude, please don't make the mistake of just, I don't know, like going back to the bad stuff. No, the sound isn't screwed. There's a problem with the stream overlays. So, Nick, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For some reason, it's the exact same overlay and it shouldn't do it. But every single fucking time I switch between overlays, it runs all of the notifications again. So I could just, hold up. Raid Mistake, thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just skipping through all of these gifted subs. Thank you again, by the way, for all the gifted subs. I really appreciate the fuck out of you guys. I'm just skipping them. Hopefully we're not breaking anything. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? It's gonna do every single one? Oh, right, we're done. No, we're not done. Fuck me. Nagi, how you doing? Can you react to this horror story? What horror story is that? The Van Damme horror story. I don't know what it is. Raid mistake. I don't know what it is. You guys want to see me have a meltdown? What kind of meltdown did you have in mind? Like, you'd have to say something that pisses me off. It's the only way this is going to happen. Isrik, how are you doing? Someone gifted you a sub, I think. Like, I will have a meltdown when it's warranted. No one has pissed me off yet. So, let's wait and see. The day's still early, you know, still early in the day. I could still get my fucking shit stuck somewhere. But for now, I'm in a good spot, you know? I'm in a good spot. I'm loading up Final Fantasy XIV, which is fucking great. Legends of Runeterra. Oh. Alright, while we wait for Final Fantasy to load up. I am a fan of the League of Legends universe, so why the fuck not? Alright, here we go. By the way, I am so hyped for the MMO from Riot. Fuck, I can't tell you guys how hyped I am for that.
It throws our world's ugliness into sharp relief. Senseless brutality only inspires sophomoric performers. Desperate for purpose, for a muse. But cruelty.
Here we go. Yeah, that's Jen.
Man's nuance. And only a true visionary can wield it.
Yeah. I don't know where Victor is. I mean, I've never played Runeterra, so I genuinely don't know anything about this. So it looks fine, I guess. I'm more excited for the implications of the lore in the future. Started, seems alright. Started what, Fader Pally? What makes you think they would? I don't think they would. I mean, Riot as a company has a fuck ton of cash. If there's one company that can throw money at the problem and fix the problem, it has to be Riot, right? And MMOs need money. So my money is on Riot doing it well. I don't know anything about League of Legends lore. I hope the new Riot MMO will explain for newcomers. It most likely will, because Riot games themselves don't focus that heavily on lore. Oh, for the love of fuck. Are you serious right now? First have to download, open Steam before I can actually get this fucking game to go. Let's go. Why did I put my phone away? I mean, Microsoft has so much money, they can acquire the problem. I mean, I don't know if Microsoft is going to fix WoW or just ride it to its inevitable end. Because I personally think the purchase from Microsoft to buy World of Warcraft or buy Activision Blizzard had less to do with WoW and more to do with the other games that they have. I think it's the other games that's far more important. Let me just update the... Just update the details here. All right, here we go. We're going home, boys. We're going home. Aaron, yeah. I asked people last night if I should buy Endwalker, and people said no, because it will probably go on special within the next 4 years. So we'll get it on special before it launches. No, I haven't bought Endwalker yet because I don't think I have to. I'm nowhere near Endwalker. So I will probably buy it as soon as I get closer to Endwalker. I could just buy it now, but I don't want to. Feels like a lot of work. Doesn't even know the context. The context of what? Coming home. Yeah, I just assume that Final Fantasy is my home. All right, Lise, what do you have for us? Lise seems troubled. Here we go.
Come to see how we're getting on?
Yep.
We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here.
Well, what about you?
Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Wait, so am I going to have to establish a new government here?
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
Democracy.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion.
Let me rule.
For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future.
I mean, I'm already the ruler of
But if that's what it takes,
Doma.
I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches.
What's that place called again that I'm now the king of?
The reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Elise is going to be the leader, right? The steppe, yeah. I'm the leader of the steppe. I could be the leader of Alamigo, I think.
There you are. I've been searching all over for you. But don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Yeah, let's go. Oh, intrigue is already starting up, people. It's already becoming politically dangerous. Ominous place to meet.
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurers before we were scions, were we not?
He's a scion?
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots?
I don't remember him being a scion.
So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Where? Twist my arm, why don't you? It's what we do, I suppose. Right. I've never played Warhammer Online, Zach. But you're not the only one in this stream that wants me to play Warhammer Online. Making sound from time to time. I don't remember this guy. What am I about to do? Right then, let's go and find Master Livelier. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure.
In the back of the Waging Saints and Rising Stones.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there.
Yes, you find him in the Waking Sands, often in ARR.
Yeah, I don't remember shit about that. But okay, wait, I can't fly here? What the? Oh, wait. I'm in Ralgor's Reach again. Motherfucker. Why must we come back here? I can't fly here. Fuck. When did I come to Ralgor's Reach? Oh, we came to Ralgor's Reach yesterday. Never mind. Last time I... Fucking hell. Alright. A flight for a little guy. Sadly, yeah. Okay. At the Aetheryte, let's see. What's this blue quest for? Odwin has been thinking a lot about the Temple of the Fist lately. We'll do these things later. I don't know what the fuck the Temple of the Fist is. But we'll do all of those things later. Oh, it's a dungeon. Then maybe we will do it soon. Is it a good dungeon? Because if it's a good dungeon, I want to do it. Actually, we're going to do it anyways. Temple of the Fist. Is that a sexual joke? Greetings, Aklon. It would seem we are to accompany Arnvald on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Ralgar's reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. And what god did Akko pick? Ralgar. Tubod. Ralgar is my god. What would it take for you to stream Warhammer Online? I always see your name in Asmongold stream. Wait, Tubod's name. I mean, not much. It is one of the games we will probably try out at some point. The idea is to play every single MMO on the market at some point. But right now, I'm way too into Final Fantasy XIV to play anything else. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it's said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? Is this the beginnings of the treasure hunt raid? Because this is the first time I've been sort of told about hunting a treasure or some shit like that. You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dusk till dawn, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. You found about treasure maps when you start chopping trees mining? Yeah, I'm talking not about treasure maps, but the raid. Was the raid implemented from the beginning?
Treasure maps are things since ARR. You unlock it on a blue quest.
Yeah, but when you go get a treasure, you have a chance of spawning a portal. The portal takes you into a raid. Was that also implemented from day one? Or is that something that came later? So it's literally the same thing. It was implemented from day one. Okay. From Heavensward. Ah, okay, there we go. That's all I wanted to know. Our maps didn't have portals. The portal came in Heavensward. Alright, that's all I wanted to know, chat. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart racing. I mean, it does seem interesting. Am I gonna get to keep the gold that I hunt? Or is it going to be distributed to Alamegan forces? Distributed. Well, fuck this, dude. Then I don't want to do it. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the Imperial province in Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Ghalayans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere. So we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Ghalayans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodoric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell us about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst Accolon makes the rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it. We can meet afterwards at Geribald's Gate. Only have 7.5 mil guild. I still feel poor compared to some. Dude, I only have 1.1. How much do you need in this game? I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, that's enough. Unless you're buying a house, which I have no interest in doing. How much do I need if I don't want a house? I have 80 mil in every mount you can buy, but I can't get a house for the life of me. Oh, Sag. For fashion, a lot. Okay, I'm not into fashion and I'm not into housing. How much do I need? I'm also not really into mounts. Let me put it this way. What I like is raiding and... well, raiding. How much do I need? There's some for teleports. Spend them all gear, I guess. Million plus for you specifically. 10 million, you're good. Not into fashion, but fashion is the true end game. Not for me, it isn't. For me, raiding is the end game. In the palace? No, not me, lad. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up in the Divine Audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. I think it's at the bottom of the steps. Because mad people will always have, like, this idea of other people protecting their, like, wealth. They throw them into the fucking wealthy place, and then their bodies can protect my wealth. Spend is for fresh crafted gear on day one of its release, but even then, wait a day and it's 10% the cost. That's probably what I'll do then. Fuck it. Stack of 99 food costs about 200k gil. Jesus. Rating. Deltascape is then, baby, let's go. What the hell is Deltascape? The writers of this game love, suffice it to say. Dude, the writers of this game just love using words that doesn't actually exist in the English language. I'm perfectly fucking convinced of that. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye. Well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Right, so no one fucking wanted to work for the king, because basically he would kill everyone who works for him. I feel like I'm taking the long way around here. Okay, how do I get up there? Gonna have to get up in this palace. Fuck. How do I get up on this palace thing? Hold up, chat. We've got a problem to solve here. How do I get up on this thing so that I can get up on that lookout thing? Is this another jumping puzzle? Can I fly here? Bro, what the fuck? I thought I was inside this city. You can't fly in cities. And now I can fly in this city? How does the rules work here? No, land on it. Can I just be on my mount with this? No. Then how the fuck am I supposed to do this? Dude, I don't think this works. Maybe you have to land here and then jump down on top of it? Yep. A residential area situated to the south of Alamigo under Galilean rule, it was assigned for the use of the An, those lowest subjects of the empire not accorded citizenship. During that time, it was also known as the Peregrine Quarter, a reference to the derogatory name by which the imperial occupiers called Alamigan natives. In particular, isn't technically an official city. Only cities that are its own zone don't have flying. That makes sense then. I genuinely thought I'm in a city, can't fly here. So I just ran like a little bitch for no reason. This is the updated sightseeing log. I like this sightseeing log. By the way, you can arrive to this point by foot too, but it's a pain in the ass. I should have done it by foot. It feels like it would have been much more fun. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arnold. He was the king's head scribe. Oh. Okay, I think we're getting there. Fanatic Muppet, how you doing, brother? Fanatic League of Legends or Fanatic first-person shooter? Rocket Free jump puzzle? No, I have not yet. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories? Yet, if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well. I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen? Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodoric's bloodline were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. Alright, I know where this fucking thing is now. Nearly 13 years, probably old league days, expect, eh? Oh, shit. Yeah, back then I was a Gambit Gaming or Moscow 5 fan. Back in the days of Expect Game. These days I support Fnatic, but mainly because, well, I'm a huge fan of Razork. Razork and Humanoid. Prepare for more swimming? I'm always prepared for more swimming. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Aklon? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Watching what live? Okay, I remember when XPK backdoored Ocelot at IM Katowice on the Gasadin. That was the play. That was a fantastic fucking play. XPK's backdoor. But Moscow 5 till the fucking end, bro. I didn't realize that rat strats worked in LoL 2. It's been 3 weeks I tried to watch your streams, but the first thing I saw was talk to Lise on your objectives, so I rage quit it. Today it's talk to the base boy Arenvald, so I can finally enjoy some quality time without you. Watching you. How are you doing, man? Herastius, how you doing, bro? Why in the fuck would talking to Lise trigger you? You don't like perky tits? A nice ass? Beautiful face? These things trigger you, Herastius? I don't get it. What's the issue here? She doesn't have a small ass. What are you talking about? That one I don't understand. The whole anti-Lise is overreacted and overdone. I do not understand. Lise is hot. Okay, if you think Lise is hot, give me a heart in chat right now. If you think Lise is hot and the hate is completely unnecessary, give me some hearts in chat for Lise. No, no one is as hot as Hilda. But that's a whole different discussion. You see there? Everyone loves Lise. Everyone knows that Lise is fucking awesome. Except for Grumpy. Who the fuck is Grumpy? Valid through ARR, but she redeems herself in SB. Crazy Bunny, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's hot, but she's dumb. That's so sad. Dude, she's not dumb, though. I don't know why people think she's dumb. Turned into monsters. And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could the scribe fellow have been spinning him a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Macalon? His fears seemed genuine. Yida was dumb. It was part of the acting as her. But I don't even think Yida was dumb. Yida was more just the kind of point me to the problem and I will punch it kind of girl, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, sexually, you could make use of that. There's a pointer towards the dick, you know? Just saying, like, a girl that has sort of clear visions and goals is something you can work with. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Like a magical doctorate degree. It was an actual Archon. It was Lise acting that made her look dumb as a defense mechanism. CBT confirmed. Dude, I'm not saying point her towards the dick and watch her punch the dick. That's not what I'm saying. Just wasn't as smart as the other scions, but I wouldn't say she was dumb. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But, ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnwald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? Oh, time for the real talk. It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Jesus. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived. Oh, it's Manphilia, dude! Oh, it's been so long since I've last seen Manphilia. Fuck! Effing chat for Manphilia, I really fucking miss her. That I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. Don't even remember him hanging out in the Waking Sands. I didn't remember that. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arenvald, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Of course, Alphino would know nothing of this. He grew up rich, spoilt, and, well, basically doing whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Well, Accolon, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? How about I get a third and then you guys just give the rest away? I mean, if this is such a big treasure room, there'll be more than enough. And I only want a third. Like 2/3 can go to the people. I don't even get a choice here. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Hot take, Alice over Alphino? No, I can't decide on that. That is like Sophie's choice. And the reason for it is the twins complete each other. You can't just have one of the twins. You need both. You need Alphino and Alice, because together they create this amazing comedy of errors. Just listening to Alice giving Alphino shit is like one of the best things in the whole game. Is whenever Alice gives Alphino shit. So I would not remove Alphino. I couldn't vote between who's my favorite. Both of them or none at all? Yes, exactly. This I can definitely agree with, considering how they wrote her. So what do I get here? Can I choose any of this, or is each of these? Oh no, fuck! What do black mages want again? Is it casting? Yeah. All right, wait. Let's just quickly see here. What am I getting? Oh, new gear. Is this gear I can use? It is gear I can use. Equip. Oh, shit. Dude, look at my new weapon. Right. Don't you have tombstones? I don't know. How do I check that again? How do I check again how many tombstones I have? Control C. I have 1,500 tombstones. Where do I spend it? Actually, my habit would be better if we first adjourned and to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Sald. Kugani or the Reach. You can get Scavian gear at Ruina Reps in Reach or Kugani. Alright, let's go to... Fuck. Is it through here? And then I think through here. Ralgar's Reach. Okay, let's go to Ralgar's Reach.
Currency. You can also change the guild hotbar to show your tombstones.
Doesn't it do that? It does that automatically. Okay, now where do I go? I go right. Counters it right. Ah, in here. Tombstone exchange. At Enna.
I mean without opening it.
Alpin, take care of yourself? I mean without opening it? Opening what? So this is what level is this? This is item level? Why can't I see? Where the fuck is the item level again? Am I missing the item level here? This is 400. Alright. Black Mage. I'm not going to be able to get everything though, am I? What can I buy? I can buy 2, maybe... No, not 3. I can buy 2 things. Where the hell do I get the weapon? It's at the gear exchange, isn't it? Vendor next to her gets me the weapon. Alright. Jesus. What? Domania, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Skaven gear. Are you just using words? Oh, over here. Dude, why is it so confusing to buy gear in this fucking game? Alright, so this is the one I want now. Oof, that's fucking pricey. Now, this one. And you guys say chest piece. I can buy another one. One more piece. So what other piece do I buy? I can buy one more, like, cheap piece. What's the best one then? Gani is better or Tombstone gear buying? Any is fine. What do you mean they're not the best? Alright, we'll buy the hat. This should work, right? Equip. Alright. So we got this. I kind of like the old weapon better. This just looks like a fucking trident. Wait, what does my new hat look like? Hello? Dude, why do I not have a headpiece on? Oh, that... Huh? Oh, I do. Jesus! Alright, I'm glad to see in Stormblood we do away with the, like, weird hats. Yeah, that looks cool. I look like a fucking ninja. Let's go. I like that one. $15k HP. I mean, I'm sure that's low. What do black mages have as HP at max level? So if I get to Endwalker, what would my HP be as a black mage? Fully geared. Big hands. This is general gear for each role. 55k. So it doesn't actually, that's not too much actually. Like stat wise, that's not a massive jump. All right, Alphino, what have you got for us?
Visor.
You're making me sad. I'm still not pissed with that 55k. It's 140, 150 at Shadowbringers. But they squish the stats. Just out of squish and Shadowbringers, right now as Raid Mage, I have 50k at item level 590. Yeah, but I mean, stat squishes are always going to happen. It gets adjusted in out of dungeons and raids because of the stat squish. Forgive me. 'Twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the 5th Astral Era. From what we know of this period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war. Yet, its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there, not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. A level 90, at a level 70 duty, I think you get over 100k. Wait, so the stat squish wasn't done sort of retroactively, so everything got squished down from level 1. It's more just going from Shadowbringers to Endwalker, massive squish. I don't know if that was the best way to do it. I mean, I would argue if you're going to do a stat squish, that's fine. Do your stat squish, but do it from level 1, so you sort of adjust everything. It was necessary if they plan to keep the game for 10 more years. It was squished from level 50 onwards, but you get a buff when you go unsynced. Okay. Wait. You're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. So how do we open it? We, however, have certain advantages which they do not enjoy, Akalon, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Arenvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Ensorcelled? What the hell does that mean? Alright, so now I'm swimming into the water here. Am I supposed to go over there, or is it this water? Okay, let's go check. No, it's gonna definitely be... It's not gonna be this water. It's gonna be this... Yeah. Let's first try here, and then we can obviously see. Right. So we're looking for an entrance. I don't like underwater zones, bro. What am I missing? It should be somewhere here, right? Here we go. Right. What the hell is are these things in front of me? Are these snowflakes? Alright, so here we go. Dude, would you ever, like, scuba dive into something like this? Like a city deep under the ocean? Would you want to scuba dive here? I would definitely not. Like, fucking in my life, I wouldn't. I'm playing a game right now, and I'm actually uneasy with this situation here. Scuba dive anywhere? The Banes is scary? Yeah, I know. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, drowning is pretty fucking horrible. Jumbo. It's the most unknown place on Earth, and there's some weird, dangerous shit in waters. It's not even just the weird, dangerous shit. It's... As humans, we are so incredibly helpless underwater. Like, there's nothing we can do, bro. If, let's imagine a shark, right, attacks you underwater. You're fucked. You have no chance of fighting back. There's nothing you can do. It's faster than you. It's stronger than you. Its teeth is a hell of a lot sharper than yours. So you are fucked. It's not even like... Say, for example, a lion chases you, you could probably try and get up a tree or some shit because you're a little bit better adapted at land. You're just screwed. Thanks for playing. It's over now. I don't like the water. Fuck, Mighty Man. How deep underwater was the base? So about sharks, if you're too deep and try getting back to the surface too fast, you'll die? There's a whole lot of things that's just wrong with it. You come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance into the subterranean ruins. What, Apocalypse? Just punch the shark in the face underwater. Have you ever seen how slow you punch underwater? Dude, your arm is going to be gone before you fucking punch the shark. What are you saying? Akamon, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a door concealed by enchantments. Have you aught to report? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Excellent. Then I suppose we proceed from our respective entry points and look to meet somewhere in the middle. Oh, come on, lads. We might as well make it a race. Victory goes to the first adventurer to find the treasure. Godspeed. All right. We're doing the drowned city of Scala. Who's coming with me? That's not what I wanted to do. Party finder, here we go. It's a dungeon, right? The drowned city of Scala. Let's do duty completion. Private party 2211. So if you want to join, it's under private parties. I am on Gilgamesh Ether, if that matters. If you're on Gilgamesh, come join us. If I don't find anyone, I'll just try and find a random group. The Byford Dolphin incident happened in Norway, 1983. I'm gonna have to Google that. Put your finger in its gills. That'll scare it off. What, you think the shark is gonna stop so that you can put your fingers inside its gills? Aaron, have your weekend officially started now? Congratulations, bro. We need one more person. Come on, who's joining? One more fucker for the grinder. Let's do this. Come on, chat. Are we really gonna struggle to find a healer now? Is that the issue? There we go. There we go. Thank you very much. Really appreciate all of you. Now let's go see what this drowned city is like. Here we go. Only girls play healer? Sag, there's no girls on the internet though. Oh, what a coinkydink. This place is not drowned. How exactly do you have a place that's underwater but not drowned? Why do so many of you play in Japan? Are you actually Japanese, or do you just prefer the Japanese servers? Fuck. Oh, god damn it. I'm sprinting. I'm coming. I'm coming. Don't kill. Oh, we're pulling a lot. I think I'm just wasting shit now. Let's use a flare. Good old-fashioned flares. Oh my god, I love flaring. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And flare time. Wait, do I still have an... I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. To build him in the party, gonna be big bada boom. I'm not necessarily the best black mage in the game, so... Jesus, foul hits for so much damage. Fuck. Dude, I need to do more with foul at some point. Alright, here we go. Wait, I can't use flare? Oh, no, I can't use flare. Please let me use it just once, thank you. Not the best black mage, but the strongest warrior. I am, well, yeah, of course. I mean, that goes without saying, really. See you all next time. I'm off to bed now. Eliana, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. By the way, Aklon, Izzy added some quality of life with targeting. You can activate it under character settings and target tab to auto-target when you're mashing abilities. Oh. I'm gonna have to check that out. The raid is probably not a good thing to stand in, so we'll just not stand in the raid. Well, this is going to be super fun. Look at me now getting interrupted with ley lines. Displacement mechanics? What displacement mechanics? What are you talking about? Jesus, thank you. Yeah, okay. I should be able to get this fire off. Please get this fire off. Thank you. Are we supposed to do something to these balls, or can I just attack this thing? Well, that's a bit unfortunate, but anyways. Should I be standing in front of it? I think fucking not. I mean, I am using Shorecast. Why do I still, after all these fucking years, still run towards the boss as if I'm about to loot it? That makes no sense, dude. I'm still in the WoW mindset. After you kill something, you have to loot it. That was a fun fight. As a black mage, that was a fun fight. I approve of it. Oh, here we have one of those weird head and hand creatures. Oh, we're not pulling all of them? Okay, never mind. This is really fun as a black mage, by the way. Did that hit all of them? Probably fucking not, but what am I gonna do? Just watch your video on the Dragonfly book series? What the fuck? Why? I hate not understanding the story. Oh, well. Yeah, that's nothing new, though. Like, welcome to the hell that is World of Warcraft. I mean, believe me, none of us are happy about it. Okay, wait. Before I continue, how do I change this tab targeting thing that everyone keeps talking about? WoW doesn't have a story, no. WoW has a bunch of books. The game itself, no story. I'm going to be under character. Right? And then what? Target tab. Okay, target tab. Automatically face target when... Automatically lock on target when initiating auto attack. Oh, there's another one that I actually fucking... auto target. According to priority. This is what I want. Closest range. Yeah, do that. What is enable full auto target? Wait, what the fuck? People are saying things. Auto target accordingly to priority. Okay, I've done that. That's been done. This I don't want, actually. Sorry. Just remember, that's horrible when it locks onto a target there. Enable full auto target when executing a target-based attack. Okay, closest range. Line of sight. Target type. Target closest enemy. In a cone. Apply. There we go. Oh my god. Tab target actually functions like it should. Fuck. Man, that's good news. There you go. Big boom boom. So not much for PvE. I'm not gonna... I cost too many there. Like, I'm trying to remember what is the exact rotation again. It's 2. Is it 2 fire 2s or is it 3 fire 2s? I'm wondering, can you do 3 fire 2s and then 2 flares, or... Well, yeah. So then why the fuck do I just do 2 fire 2s? What's the optimal way of doing it? As many fires? No, because on IOE, you want to do flare as well. Wait, what? Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you serious right now? Wow, that interrupted my fucking burst. Thank you. Still fire, since I only need 700 MP for fire? Yeah, but don't you want to use... Like, you want to do as many as possible, right? I think I just fucked that up. What the hell is this guy writing? What the hell is that? Oh, that's a bomb. What the fuck just happened? What was I just turned into? Oh, fuck me. Oh, 9,000 fucking crit, bro. God, that's OP. Oh, here we go again. Wow, this fight really takes into account when you're a black mage wanting to strut your stuff. Spring in RP mode. This was a fun fight, but as a black mage, I can't help but feel like this game hates black mages. Maybe I need this. Do I need this? Give it a go. Let's give that a go as well. Maybe I need it. Maybe I don't. Did I need any of that? Like, fuck all. Alright, never again. Fuck now. Whoa! That hit quite a bit. Black Mage is nice when you know the fight. Well, yeah, but obviously since I don't know the fight, it's not as fucking awesome. At least not right now, but I do imagine that can change. That's gonna hit me, right? What dungeon is this? Like, what is going on? Let's go big boom. Dude, tell me foul is not one of the most satisfying things you can fucking cast. Although it pales in comparison to flare. Like, whenever a flare goes off and you see that big boom boom numbers, that is by far one of the greatest things ever. First flare, when you have one Umbral Heart stack left, Assuming you will have enough MP to cast the second flare afterwards, you need 800 MP or more for flare. Yeah, so the basic rotation for flare would be... I'll explain now. So the basic rotation for flare would ultimately be 2... Yeah, probably... So 2 fires. I'll see if I can do it now. Let's go. All right, so I do ice. Obviously getting all my ice stacks. Now I want to do fire 2. Into another fire 2. Into another fire 2. And then 2 flares. So now we go flare. Into another flare. Back into blizzard. Into freeze. Let's get some thunder going. And now we want to do fire 2, fire 2, fire 2. I'm not going to have enough time to cast another flare, am I? No, just one more. Oh. Oh my god, that was so fucking hot. That was so hot. Because Ultima? What the fuck is Ultima? Wait. These are all members of his family, right? That is what happened here. Jesus. That's probably his son. Or his wife. She's angry as shit. He threw her in the dungeon. You can see why she's so angry, right? So far, the boss doesn't seem to do anything to me. Oh, just smacked me with his fucking... What? How was I supposed to, like, not get hit by that? Alright, I need to focus now. Okay, there's something on me. Not entirely sure how I'm supposed to deal with this. The fuck? Did he have an eye on him? Oh, for the love of all things that's fucking holy. Oh, that's super fun. I did not see the fucking eye, bro. Absolute bollocks. Get off me, you cunt. Yeah, you guys better get out. Every time on me. Vulnerability stacks is at 2. Ooh, shit. Alright, I think I'm about to die. If I get hit by another thing, that's fucking game over. It's on 3 stacks. Chat. How do I survive this? Never mind. I survived it. Chat, you didn't help at all. We're on 3 stacks of vulnerability. Holy shit. Oh, Christ. Well, here we go again. Oh, for fuck's sake. The fucking eye again? Are you serious right now? Dude, why is everyone just hitting everyone right now? Fucking hell. Oh, what a mess, bro. What a mess. Nah, I didn't get hit by that. Fuck you, asshole. Change camera angle. Control plus. Up arrow. Changes camera angle up. What do you mean? Gaming code. I think I already used Mana Ward. I think so. Nerdy Cat, it seems like that's what happens here. Everyone's just here to laugh at the Black Mage fucking noob. Going, oh, he doesn't know how to play the game. Lol, fucking idiot. Lol. Oh, wait, that helps. Wait, what the fuck? They actually have the ability to do this? No way. Well, that does help quite a bit. Because I don't like playing like this. Absolutely not want to play like this. But that does help a fucking ton. Yeah, really opens up the screen. Next time I die, I'm going to blame you. Because I don't have this to blame anymore. I can't say my camera was broken or some shit. My reaction when I found out as well. I can't believe they have that ability. Fuck. Alright. Let's see. Are we happy with the treasury we have now? Wow.
Bugger it.
What a way.
Are you alright?
These two just fucking falling into the house.
Aye. Everything's still attached.
Ah, it seems both our paths led here. Very good.
You guys followed a path to fall
We
through the
spent
roof?
altogether too much time fleeing fiends horrid and numerous. How fared you?
Oh, you know, the bit of this, bit of that. Is that what the Mad King looked like?
'Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Can we lift it?
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
So we don't care about the people that were turned into evil fiends. Let's just look at the shinies and fucking be on and get on with it. That's the king, right? The mad fuck.
The look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
Absurd, yeah. We reached patch content last night. It took me... Oh my god, I can't believe it took me out of the fucking place. Was that picture... Was that the Mad King that included Bobby in the game? I mean, yeah, sort of... Yeah, Mad King Theodoric. Arnold and I forged ahead at the fastest pace we could manage, but I was not surprised to find you waiting for us. I suppose it serves us right for challenging the Warrior of Light. Next time, we should agree on some manner of handicap. Ah, we may have lost, Alphonor, but think of what we found. Quite. I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What? Like, how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? You should have heard him scream, Aklon. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. At what point did the writers of Final Fantasy decide that the only way for this game to continue is to shit on Alphonor at every single juncture? Because they didn't do this during ARR, but now almost every single moment or chance they get, they shit on Alphonor. Like, everyone is constantly giving him some kind of fucking lip. It is amazing. The right are right. Just think Alphonor is correct. I don't mind the shitting on Alphonor. I just find it funny that at some point Ishikawa and the team decided, you know what? Fuck Alphonor. Alfie has always been a little shit, and our kind, lovable shit. Little brother syndrome. I really need to make sure to make it to more streams. You'll be so blown away constantly from now on, basically. I want to see your reactions. Sleepfish, I'm here all week. And I'm always happy to have people come and hang out. Everyone prefers Raid Alphino? Who the hell's Raid Alphino? Oh, you mean Alisei? Ishikawa did not write this MSQ? No, but Ishikawa is like the main writer right now, so I'm just sort of saying the team, you know? Juncture, he just needs humbling every now and then. Yeah, he gets a lot of humbling. Arnold is still grinning at Alphino's discomfort. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so she is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? I do enjoy Alisei, but like I said earlier, you need both. You do need both. Also, if you're a guy and you're older than 18, maybe don't speak too fondly of Alisei. Chill it, boys. I don't need the FBI in my fucking chat, you know, asking questions about where the fuck I found you all. Let's cool it, yeah? Quick. Say something about someone that is of age, you fucking disgusting assholes. Alphino and Shadowbringers and Endwalker is more mature and has great moments. She's just a cheeky sister, nothing more. Nice save. Hilda. Oh my god, Hilda. Truth. I wish, you know what's the one thing I wish for? That I could set all the voiced cinematics to just automatically go through them, but all the non-voice cinematics that I could click as I move past them. Alfie, Akko, it's our current year. Well, so far, no one is really simping for Alphino. But there's a lot of fucks here that is simping for Alisei. Oh? You three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. Lise is going to be very happy. You're joking? The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Accolon and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote that it goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arnold did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Sim for Sadu. Alisei is just a great character. Who the fuck is Sadu? It's probably a character that I've not met yet, right? See them able to implement something to stop auto-scroll on non-voice scenes. Dude, it would be amazing if they could do that. Klappervanger. I love your name, bro. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Oracle from the Steppe. Oh, the blue one. Are you talking about the woman that just wants to war the whole fucking time? Dude, why would you choose Sadu over the sweet little one? The one from the mole people. She's a hell of a lot hotter than Sadu. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you could give, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. It astounds me that we trust a 16-year-old with the finances of a kingdom. But I cannot be the ruler of said kingdom. This is bullshit. I am the warrior of light. I should be the king. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. A mob's gathering outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself. Oh, here we go. Burmese boomer. Who would be better in bed, though? Yotsuyu? Or Sadu?
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Oh my god, they want Fordola.
Bring her out!
They want Fordola! She's about to get fucking wrecked, bro.
What's going on?
Someone let slip about Fordola.
Here we go. This is not gonna end well.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Oof.
Butcher the... Come on, you don't mean that. We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down.
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home.
Here we go.
And beat him to death in the street.
The Alamegans is pissed.
And my dad, that bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock.
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about.
Oh, here we go. General Roban to keep the order. Thank fuck for him.
Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Because Lise was not doing shit there.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried?
Oh my god, such a strong message, bro.
I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
Good speech, bro. Actually,
I know
good
you're
speech,
right.
yeah.
I do, but I can't.
Such tension. Such tension. Round of applause for fucking General Roban. Because I almost killed a bunch of Alamegans. Alright, Lise, what do you have to say for yourself? My thanks, Roban. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas that same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. All the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. That there was a one-armed clap, if I ever heard one. At this point in the story, I'd be with the mob. Yeah, of course. Aye. And it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kirkin to participate. Who the fuck is the Kirkin again? I know who the Ananta is, the snake people. The rats. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright, I get it. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Odola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt the proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She asked herself to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated? And everyone who didn't resist? There would be no one left. And we'd be no better than Theodoric or Xenos. I like how they're thinking about this. But how do you sell forgiving someone like Fordola to people this angry? Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past. A moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things. But in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born. And that's something I can understand. Alright, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. We tell them she was misled by Xenos, and you think they're gonna believe that? Like, they're gonna be like, yeah, well, kill her still? Like, fuck it. I didn't know I was invited to this meeting too, but here we go. You've the commander's permission to enter then? Yeah. I'm friends with your commander, bitch. Open. True, JC? Yeah, just make... we'll send her to WoW to do some more dailies. That'll fix things. Although that might be too harsh a punishment. I'm not gonna lie. More dailies for the rest of your life? That is fucking rough, bro.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
No, fuck, this girl is so angry.
Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time.
Uh-huh.
All of this is pointless. There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it. I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
Why are you so
That's
angry?
a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away.
Mm-hmm.
I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Let's see what happened to her. Show me, show me. Little $4. All right.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right.
Right.
She was born during the occupation. Okay.
Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Wait, did her parents lie to her? Although Gaius wasn't actually that bad. He was just completely fucking weird.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
Ooh, shit.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Okay. So far, I don't see why she hates the people of Alamigo so much. Oh, here we go.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Okay, this makes sense. Things are about to get really bad.
Please, you have to do something. My husband and daughter are in danger.
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of Arn.
We're citizens. We have rights.
They're gonna kill her father with stones, I think.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Oh shit, here we go. All right,
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
I understand why she hated the Alamegan people so. They killed her father, and she didn't see that the Empire did fuck all.
Fadela, please. You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods. What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Oh my god.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones.
So she disliked the Gauleans as well.
Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So the problem is she never realized that there is no freedom. Interesting how they took two different directions to explain two very evil people.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Skipper, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat.
Shut up. You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Yep.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they?
Yep. We know everything!
Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led!
We know everything we need to know for that.
Bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay! You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone.
I can handle it.
The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Need to get to max level, of course. You know why? You saw. For those I have lost, for those I can yet save. That is the right response in it, chat. For those I have lost, for those I can yet save. Let's go.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Because it's fun, Apocalypse. Winning! I think we're gonna get Fordola back. Although, is she ever gonna be a main character again? I don't know if they'll go that far. Yeah, what Sharazad said. I'm cosplaying as Sub-Zero. Is a muzzle for shit talking? Clean, how you doing? Alright. No! Fuck. I let my emotions get the better of me. It's just that she and I are of an age, and we're neither of us one thing or another. Can't help but feel like she's my problem to solve. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. And I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Aklon, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though. I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Wow. The immortal flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go pay him a visit, shall we? Someone asked about beard oil? No. I don't use beard oil. I used to, but I don't anymore. It's not really necessary. She made bad choices for very understandable reasons. Well, the question we have when it comes to Fordola is, when have you made so many bad decisions that you become technically irredeemable? Right? Is she already there? Is there a way to turn back? Because it is true. You could be a victim of circumstance. In which case, do we judge your bad deeds the same way we would someone who wasn't a victim of their circumstances? Are all bad deeds equal? That's technically the big question. Do we view all bad deeds as equal? Or at least do we view all deeds, whether it be murder, are all of them equal? So, for example, if someone murders someone in cold blood for no reason other than just wanting to murder the person, is that the same as someone murdering someone in cold blood for revenge? Say, for example, someone killed your father or mother. Years later, you kill them. Would we say that is the same? Do they carry the same kind of weight? I think most of us would argue no. They are not equal. So this would be, how do we vote? How do we judge Fordola? Railgun and a garrison of soldiers. Well, what would have happened if she said, I won't? She would have died. Xenos would have killed her. Right? General Alden is inside. Will you be joining him? I will be. Recitorium. Fucking Empire and their toys, bro. Wait, are these bodies? The fuck am I looking at here? Can't be bodies. Can it? It looks more like metal bits. These are bodies. Holy fuck. They should burn this place to the ground and be done with it. It's a lot of bodies, man. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Ironvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she may be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance, if you have time to lend a hand. You know what we don't have at the moment? What happened to their lead scientist? He wasn't in the dungeons. He was definitely not part of the group that I killed. So what happened to him? He's supposed to still be somewhere here. When did I kill him? Fucking bullshit that I kill him. Are you for real? Hold the phone. They pulled your soul out? Yeah, but that wasn't a man. The lead scientist was a man. We'll see now. I think it was this dungeon. Ready. It is this dungeon, right? I'm not sure if I fucked up there. Does it very high place the gate? Fuck. All right, let's go. You're saying it's this one? Hold up. I didn't even see there was a man inside this machine. Oh, there we go. Dude, I genuinely didn't see that there was someone inside this machine. I thought it was just another fucking Magitech device. Just shows you how much I pay attention to the things I fight. All right. I won't be judging you, though. You know, you do your thing. This is a boss, right? To be fair. Okay, never mind. We have this now. I have used the power of the Echo to quickly just look back in my history and make sure that I didn't miss anything. That helped. Now we can continue. A real life Echo, exactly. Oh, for the love of fuck. I can see the fucking corpses. The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. Ah. Alright. So basically what they do is funnel the ether from all of the other pods, then take the main pod where you now obviously have Lilith. How you doing? You should have pretended you had that echo headache when going back to the video. I only thought of it afterwards, so, Sag missed opportunity there. Then they measure what Kryl's waves look like, what the etheric waves look like for Kryl, and they basically force those waves into Fordola. The fact that her eyes turn red makes me wonder if this is some kind of machine, though. Like some kind of device that they put inside her eye or inside her mind, something to that effect, kind of. Like, why the eye that almost looks mechanical? So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Yeah, Magitech, but if it is a device, it shouldn't be hard to save her, because all you need to do is remove the device. Now, of course, it being in her eye might mean that we're going to have to remove the eye. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated, Akalon. Shall we start with you? Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so. Which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past. You live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Rhys Vulgar's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she's destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these godforsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. Dude, it's a fucking harsh story, this. I'll not elaborate more, as I forget when things happen. The darkness of this game is astounding. Sounds like a fitting punishment than dying, wouldn't you say? Better than roaming the moor to gather souls? Pretty much. But this game dives into... And there's so many people that go, like, just... Oh, yeah, fuck that fairy weeb game that's just all power of friendship. And then you see some of the stories that these guys deal with, and it's like, holy shit. Like, that got dark fucking quick, bro. It's just a weep game, bro. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? Would it so much if there wasn't any light content, Moogle, Saucer, etc.? But even the Moogle stories was not dark. Obviously, there was some comical fucking quest with the Moogles, right? But it has this unique... So there's actually... we sort of learnt about this in college when I was studying drama and singing. And in the singing class, we were taught about... I can't remember the name for the... or the method that is applied for it. But... what do you guys know the band Snow Patrol, right? So the band Snow Patrol sort of implements this kind of strategy. It's sort of a musical genre of sorts, where the song, if you listen to the lyrics of the song, it's actually happy lyrics. Like, there's nothing sad or bad about the lyrics. It's just a song. But then you listen to the music, and the music is actually always contradicting the lyrics of the song. So if it's a happy song, the music will be dark and twisted and almost sad as a result of it. So you're sort of creating this contrasting effect where you hear the music and you almost feel sad and depressed, but then you listen to the words and it sort of picks you up. So it's sort of like it's a weird state of music. Final Fantasy does something very similarly, where sometimes the scenes on the screen will be almost comical, but then the content matter. So the thing that they're actually dealing with is not comical. It's actually quite dark, which creates an interesting feeling, I think, within the viewer, or the gamer in this instance. we're saying we're on football terraces. The Moogle Beast tribe content is great, even if grinding it out is tedious. Like Hal Yeah from Outcast, similar as well. There's a quandary with countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Uldar, or start again in the land of their birth. Akalon, a moment. What up, potato boy? I am newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. Man, I haven't been back to Uldar in how long? An audience with the Sultana? Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphonor, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Akalon. The fool of a talk. Oh shit, you like this pod, Echo? Jason, how you doing, bro? Dude, I watched what's the fucking Magical Beasts and Where to Find Them? Dumbledore's Secrets last night. Have any of you watched the movie yet? And he's still giving us shit advice? Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Armveld? I am at your beck and call. It's already been 6 hours. Time flies. Oh, yeah. Not interested? No, Johnny, no. I mean, to be fair, though, the replacement for Grindelwald is not a bad replacement. It's not bad. I heard that this movie is bad. The movie itself, it does what every single fucking time happens in Hollywood, bro. Every single time. It becomes a spectacle. That's the issue. It becomes a spectacle. It sort of moves away from what makes Harry Potter universe so cool, which is the intrigue, the mystery, the story surrounding it. It's not that the story is bad, per se. It's that there's such a focus on the magic and the special effects of the magic that, I don't know, it just didn't have to, because I loved the Magical Beasts and Where to Find Them movies. I love the Harry Potter universe, and you know those movies just allowed me to dive even deeper into it. This movie, however, felt like it kind of missed the mark. It was absolutely not a bad movie. If you can go see it, go see it. It's cool. Probably don't go see it in the theaters. Wait until it comes out either on Netflix, any of the streaming platforms, or borrow it from the internet if that is your preference. Yeah, just watch it. It's a cool movie. It's a nice movie to watch, but it didn't blow me away like the first Magical Beasts and Where to Find Them. It's very messy, I would say. Like, it's so disjointed and you kind of lose track of what's going on. The old Harry Potter movies were perfect in contrast. Dude, don't fucking tempt me. I'll watch the Harry Potter movies again. I like food where the packaging looks better than the burgers inside. Again, as a movie, I would give it a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Like high 6, low 7s out of 10. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad and head down into the ruins, and then start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, Saint Nanamo, my regards, Aklon. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Why does that sound ominous now? I can't remember HP second movie. So cool. Which one was the second one again? They all blend together. You have to give me the plot, and then I remember exactly which one it was. Was the second one the one with the snake? The basilisk? Yeah, the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah. All right, yeah. The Basilisk. That was a cool one. Although I have to say, the best Harry Potter movie must be the first one. The fantasy of the first Harry Potter movie was just fantastic. Just the wonder of seeing Hogwarts for the very first time and the world for the very first time was really fucking awesome. Alright, who am I talking to? No, we're not fucking doing the Hildebrand quest lines now. Screw that. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Dude, what? I think I came to the wrong place. I'm not fucking doing the Hildebrand quest lines now. Those things are fucking nuts. Alright, yeah, right here. I could never understand why they didn't put the fucking aetheryte crystal right here. Why put it all the way on the other side of this round fucking room? Why not just put it right in front of the one place you come to whenever you come here? Like, who comes here for any other reason than to just do quests in this area? Bartholomew? You are expected, my lord. Please proceed. Voice acted, or?
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy.
I have indeed. Nanamo ulnamo.
The liberation of Alamigo will have far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel.
Uh-huh.
I speak of Rauban and his future.
Oh, what a coincidence. We were literally just thinking about that
All
earlier.
know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Uldar home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamigo. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss.
Ooh. What if he doesn't want to leave?
Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamigo and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Uldar or return to Alamigo, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him?
Well, you
It
could...
is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears.
Okay.
Might I have your company for a brief adventure?
Yeah, sure. Wait, she's never been outside the walls?
Wonderful.
Surely not.
Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
I mean, the first time I met her, she was outside the walls. That's where I first met the creatures. Yeah, but why is she now saying she wants to be... She sneaks out in secret? Oh, but now she wants to go out on an official visit. I guess. Why do I feel like this is gonna get fucking interesting? Like, something bad's about to happen, isn't there? Oh, here we go. Her Royal Highness looking like a normal potato. Perchance you remember Lalira, the merchant's daughter? This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papa Shan would accompany me, but for this particular outing, I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now let us be on our way. Our first destination is the Stone's Throw, just beyond the gates of Nald. Alright. Yeah, we're officially just secretly fucking heading out of the palace gates. Holy shit, she is, alright. I don't think I have to teleport here, but fuck it. It took them a long time to revisit Nanamo. I'm not sure how I feel about her voice actor. This isn't the same voice actor that did the original Nanamo. It's not grown on me yet, to be honest. Yeah, kind of have to, you know. Let's see. Nanamo in the Taint Town. Look upon this procession of tattered taints. These refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thalanon's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer security, but the streets overflow with people as it is. Unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Uldar. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity. Yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. You have done your best, Your Grace. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. It's kind of the same thing, innit? That god-awful high-pitched voice. It fits with what I see potato people to be, Jason. Like, when I see the potato people, I imagine high-pitched, squealy voices. So when they don't have high-pitched, squealy voices, it kind of bothers me because they don't look the way that I think they should look. Or they sound the way that they look. Fuckers, they are, pretty much. Yeah, but the Monitorists or Gigachads, someone should say them, the Japanese Yugo. I've listened to the Yuhasi clip, the Japanese one. Then my best has not been good enough. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Yes, I've heard Japanese Yuhasi. And yes, that is the deepest voice I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. True. But still, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. How does a small body like that have such a deep fucking voice? Makes no sense. No way. Pippin is lower. It's funny. Pippin's voice, it's lower than Yuhasi's voice. I don't know. That's a fucking low voice. Yabby, how you doing? Used to make potato whiskey? Yeah, I can stand Lalafalls. I can stand Lalafalls over gnomes. I definitely don't like gnomes. It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thalanan, when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Roban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave. but I refused. Even if my parents' death were orchestrated by the monetarists, we could only have brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price of my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarists' damnable games. Forgive my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind, because I don't speak, at all. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. At least female streamers make their Lalafels cute, and Pint is just a Lalafel by nature. Not gonna lie, gold streamers and Pint can play Lalas and not bother me. Hey, if it works, it works, right? Tataru were even uglier than Lalafels? Jesus. That's like a lot of hatred for Tataru. What did Tataru do to you? Okay, where the hell is the Colosseum located? Dude, how the fuck am I supposed to find... Am I missing something? Kalinari, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, it's the Gladiator's Hall. Alright, but I was just at the Gladiator thing, isn't that? Anyways, maybe I'm wrong. Because that's, Hildebrand. Oh, right here. Okay, never mind. I have it. Alright, Nanamo. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign, and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life. For it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Roban. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Roban to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Roban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did. And when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess, I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theatre. But as you know, Roban is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting on the blood sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the syndicate. And then I had my blade. The add-on that tells you where things are? Yeah, I should just download the add-on, right? Shut the fuck, man. Oh my god. Pretty sure I thought there was his name. Wait, let's first see this. Back when Roban had arms. Robon is pretty strong. Did he lose? He didn't lose to Ilberto. I mean, he didn't know that he was fighting Ilbert.
Your Grace, you mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg of you!
Little fucking potato.
It seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Chef. Rabon!
Your Grace. I have kept the promise made.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar. And so, as tradition dictates, Rauben Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being from this day till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, some of that cinematic was pretty cringe. Like how she jumped into his arms and shit. That was kind of cringe. But all in all, not bad. And then, oh my god, and then Pippin was born. Jesus. Dude, I don't think logistically things like that can happen. Like, I don't know. The logistics of a Lalafell with someone the size of Raban makes little sense to me. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course. Papa Sean's love for me is as that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raban, with the authority of his syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. He was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. Not even attempt to go there. You guys do agree with me. The logistics of a relationship like that would be tough. Show people in FF11. Tataru Taru is a Lalafell character in FF14. No, that Pippin was adopted? No, but just because Pippin was adopted does not mean that Pippin isn't the result of Nanamo, Ulnamo, and Raban doing the fucky. Nanamo could be like, I could never be seen having a son, you have to adopt him. And then for some reason, Pippin comes out not an inch larger than any other fucking Lalafell. Still like to see Lord Dorito gotta get a good slapping. I do hope we one day get that. Because I would like to kill Lord Dorito. We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan's one for long. And there are other places I would visit. To the Arzeneth Ossuary. Does not fit. Pippin is not 5 years old. Dude, it's a magical universe, man. It's a magical universe. Like, it's clear. He was born 5 years ago. Then Louis Swad did his magic shit. And then he just suddenly grew up. It's so easy. Like, fuck, dude. Give me a harder thing to solve. Yeah, Lalafell's age different. Basically, Lalafell's age like milk. They grow up really fast. I'll just say, Raban pooped them out. Think about her. Akalon, did you see Preacher's FC? Yes. Leona, that was so fucking amazing. Gonna get dinner, Akko. Take care. Miracos, thank you so much for hanging out, dude. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. All right, here we go. No, do you... That's an interesting fucking question. Have we ever seen a child potato? Because we do see child almost everything else, but have you ever seen a child potato? Are they just tinier? In a small? How you doing? Thanks for the first one, chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Louis Soir is Teferi. Who the fuck is Teferi? When pregnant either, people just pop out of the database. Yeah, but all other races seem to have children versions, except for potato people. Now, it could be that potato babies are so small that they are not visible to the human eye. That is possible, but highly unlikely. NPC child potatoes somewhere out around Western or Central Thailand. You should go check. Yeah, like they're basically like those teacup. What's those pooches called? That's what they look like. The teacup, whatever the fuck the pooch is called. That's a teacup something. You have a screenshot of what, JC? Yeah, like teacup poodles. That's the one. Yeah.
Nope. Pippin's father was a gambler who sold him to the Colosseum, as is explained in one of the tales from the storm on the lodestone.
Oh my god, Super Cider, you fall for everything. That was obviously the cover story. Look, bro, they're trying to hide the fact that Nanamo and Roban did the fucky. So they came up with a cover story. The cover story is that he was the son of a gambler that sort of got auctioned off, and then Roban accepted him as his child. But that's a cover. That's not true. It's not real, bro. You have to read between the lines, man. Just embrace the fact that you're being lied to. Pippin's birth was all part of the jailer's plan. True. The guy's a stormtruther. When the calamity threatened, Roban led the Alliance forces into battle on the plains of Cartano, and I remained here. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louis Soir would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting this shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thal, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversity. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Uldar. I have chosen my path, Akalon. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Send them back. That explains why Nanamo walks funny. Gull didn't know what she is getting herself into. Yes, exactly. It's what I'm talking about. Gulls always want size, but they never think about the consequences. Like Roban would impale her if he stuck it in, like Nanamo would be a skewer on him. Jason, it's the price you pay. It's the price you pay. You know, you want to live an adventurous life, you just have to get used to that. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution, an artisan school in Ralgar's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive. And this time, the Uldan Treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Might you ask a member of the syndicate for advice? Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? Fuck. Bashiel, how you doing, bro? When did this become a Lucy Pirate chat? Jason, are you new? I'm pretty sure you're not new. Through all the Pokemon Smash will pass, so not yet. I mean, this is close to one of the most degenerate fucking chats on Twitch, if not the most. I don't think I've ever done a stream where the stream doesn't devolve into just absolute sexual lust and shit.
This is cringy even for you, Otto Collins, so please abandon this avenue.
Super Cider, are we touching a nerve here? Like, do you not like when Nanamo is being sort of defiled, shall we say? Speak plainly here, bro. There is no judgment. I'm degenerate. CDJ, you're a fucking psycho, bro. None of these are good options, because I know, like, I'm about to give her advice to ask Lord Dorito for fucking some, like, help. Chris, everything is as it should be in chat. Yep. A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbird Mandeville? Yes, of course I am. Then I need not explain his eccentric nature. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbird should be only too glad to receive us. Did I open the Golden Saucer on this character? Because I'm pretty sure I'm not sure. I know I didn't spend most of my time on this character in the Gold Saucer. Oh, never mind. Like, I can literally just run there. How the fuck do I get... Oh, no, I think I know how to get there. This part, and it was surprising seeing Chatbot in the MSQ. Echo is going to have to hide due to his gambling debts in the Gold Saucer. I don't gamble in the Gold Saucer. I do racing. Chocobo racing. That's what this game is. That's the real end game of this game. I don't give a fuck about the gambling part of it. Just give me a Chocobo and let me race, bro. That's what life is all about. That, and sometimes the jumping puzzles can be really fun. But that's rare. Most of the time I just race. Take me to the airship landing. New tweet by Ghostcrawler just went up. Lunari, is it a good tweet? It makes no sense how the Gold Saucer makes any profits. How come? I would argue it makes perfect sense. Not everyone is a big winner at the Gold Saucer. All right, let's quickly see here. We have Mr. Ghostcrawler, Mr. Greg Street, with another tweet. Here is another MMO topic. As before, the team has a vision. We aren't crowdsourcing. We just want feedback. We don't expect you all to agree. That's okay. It's a discussion. What do you like about guilds, clans, companies? What rules do you like or not? What games do well here? I'm assuming when he says guilds, clans, companies, he's talking about basically the same thing, the ability to join a guild. Now, I will say, first and foremost, I don't like games that try to overcomplicate things. So, there are games that will have guilds, but then they'll also have some sort of clan thing that you can also join on the side, and every single one of these things serves its own purpose. So, straight out of the bat, don't want that. If you're gonna have somewhere where people can join a thing, make that thing the thing, right? If it's a guild, there's a guild, that's it. That's what you join. Don't have multiple things that do different things for some fucking stupid reason. I would say, in the past, I would have told you, I think World of Warcraft does this really good. In the past. We're talking way, way past. World of Warcraft stopped doing guilds well, sort of I would say middle Cataclysm, towards the end of Cataclysm, and by WoD, guilds were effectively dead and well. Like being in a guild, not being in a guild, it was only ever really advantageous for the really hardcore player to be in a guild. Everyone else may as well not have. So I would say, in my opinion, Final Fantasy is probably the game that I can think of that does guilds the best. Not that I don't think that there's improvements for the guild system in FF14, but it's almost as if Final Fantasy have embraced the social aspect of guilds and divorced the social aspect from the actual gameplay aspect. So it's astounding to me the amount of people that have a guild, but the guild is not the people that they raid with. So the guild is for housing or for parties or some shit like that. The people they raid with is a completely different team of people that has nothing to do with their guild. Which truly is weird when you come from a game like World of Warcraft where that's not really something that happens. In World of Warcraft you do have social guilds, but most of them is just basically an excuse to have a lot of people in a guild, and there's very little social that happens anyways. So I would say Final Fantasy probably does it the best. The question is, how do you do that? How did Final Fantasy manage to pull off guilds as a social feature? Because that doesn't seem like something you can actually force or even try to create. I mean, guild housing, I don't think would lead to just social guilds. Because raiding guilds is probably still gonna have that. CM, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome, everyone, from CM's guild, from CM's raid. Really appreciate it. CM, how was the stream, bro? Very happy to have you all here. Welcome. We're talking about Greg Street's tweet. For those of you that don't know who that is, he is the creator or the leader, I guess, the president, lead developer, boss of the new MMO for League of Legends, or the Riot MMO that they're working on. And he has these really interesting ideas that he keeps running past players. Like, what do you think about these things? What do you want about, what do you think this should be? What this should be? It's almost become a weekly fixture on the stream. It's looking for a tweet from Mr. Greg Street. Because the party finder and practice stuff, so you can do 90% of content with random people. Party finder or the community finder on the lodestone? But maybe the answer is provide people with all the tools that they require to make a decision for what they want their guild to be outside of just a hardcore raiding guild, right? Having a way to display their successes as a guild? Maybe that's how Final Fantasy did it. That's how guilds became very, very social. Because, you had guild housing or FC housing in Final Fantasy. You had all of these other sort of activities that social players took part in that guilds just naturally formed around these social activities, and oftentimes people want to raid, but because they also have other activities, they choose to do the more social stuff with their FC, and the raid stuff, which is once or twice a week, maybe 3 times a week at most, they just have a bunch of other people that they do that with. So maybe the answer isn't so much how do you design your guild or your clan or your company, but rather everything else that you design surrounding that. So if you sort of compare this to what happens in World of Warcraft, in World of Warcraft, the only thing that you can really do is raid, right? You can raid, you can do Mythic Plus, you can PvP. That's effectively all you can really do. All other content in World of Warcraft is single player content. Stuff that you don't have to care about. So it's natural that the guild function is purely going to exist as an extension of the hardcore content. In Final Fantasy, however, and this, by the way, isn't even... Actually, this is easier than I thought. Consider the fact that in almost all games, the minority of people are the ones doing hardcore raids and hardcore content. The majority are casual players, because most people have jobs and lives, and, you know, easier to be casual than it is to be a hardcore player. So, obviously, when you have a social feature like guilds, and you have a game that actually caters to its social players in the measurements that it should be. I don't know if you guys remember, but we spoke about this yesterday. The difference between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy is that World of Warcraft spends 80% of its production value on the 10% of the players that actually raid, whereas 90% of the player base sort of gets left behind because they only get about 20% of the production value. Whereas Final Fantasy spends 80% of their production value on the casual and about 20% of it on its hardcore, because only 10% of the players actually play hardcore. So you don't need to give people a 12 boss raid every single patch. You don't need to give people all these hardcore activities because most people aren't really partaking in it. And so naturally, because there's so many activities for casual players to engage in and have fun with, guilds are just going to tend to more social. Maybe that's the answer. Not to that degree. I don't think that is true anymore. Most people do raid and do dungeons. Andy, that's not true by the numbers. If you go look at the most recent videos from Balila, right, even so far back as the launch of Shadowlands, you look at the amount of guilds or the amount of groups that run Mythic Plus, the amount of guilds that actually kill bosses, it's not that high. It's 30,000, 35,000 guilds that actually kill bosses on normal. So unless we're saying World of Warcraft has at most 50,000 players, which isn't true. World of Warcraft probably has close to 1 million. Now, we could say, well, not every guild runs logs, and therefore not every run is going to be recorded within the logs. All right, let's say it's double that. Let's say it's triple that. That still puts it at 100,000 players that actually raids. Still leaves 900,000 players that doesn't raid. We could even 10x it. So let's say 10x the actual recorded amount of people in normal raids. That still puts it at 300,000. At 1 million players, you still left with 700,000 people that isn't raiding. So the pure numbers show that it's not the majority of people that actually raid. Even in World of Warcraft, the majority of players don't raid. Ian kind of admitted this himself in his interview. I can't remember if it was the interview with Asmongold or the interview with Taliesin. It may actually have been with Asmongold, where he said, it's time for us to start paying attention to the casual player base. If the casual player base was just 5 or 10% or maybe even 20%, then why would they? Specule, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then say majority, just the percentage not being as low. I think even there, you could put the percentage on 30%. That's still a low percentage compared to what Blizzard treats it as, right? Blizzard treats it as if 80 to 90% of their player base actually raids, which is simply not true. The majority of the WoW player base does not raid, and yet content is designed for them. I don't want to talk about the wrongs of World of Warcraft here. I don't want to get bogged down in it, because we are physically talking about what do you like. So chat, what do you like about guilds? If you think about a new game, a game that's now coming out, what do you want from that guild feature in that game? What would be perfect for you? If you want, and have almost no effect on gameplay. If you have guild housing, definitely. All right. Shade spaces, housing, recurring tasks that give perks and cosmetic rewards for the house. All right, I can respect that. So basically, all of you want a social experience. Is that fair to say? You don't really care about it being a combat experience so much as it should be a social experience. It's funny that not a single person here have said that they want raiding from their guild, or like being able to raid with your guild. Would suggest most people, that's not why people value guilds. So I would actually, I mean, I've spoken about this in the past of things that World of Warcraft could do to fix the guild system in WoW. And one of my sort of reasonings was that you give full guild groups a buff to loot. So full guild groups have a chance of getting an extra piece of loot on every boss that they kill, so long as the majority of people is from a guild, to sort of incentivize people that actually do put work into their guild from getting some perk. So everyone else still gets the same amount of loot. A guild can just get an extra piece of loot because they're in a guild. These are things that I think most people would be fine with, because I don't think it's that powerful that it suddenly forces everyone into a guild, but it does provide the perks of being in a guild. Raiding with guilds, and raiding with guilds breaks a ton of friendships apart. Check DMs, got something new. And he got something new on what? I'm assuming DMs on Discord, right? Oh, that is fucking cool. All right, Andy, I like these. I do like those. Definitely, Andy. Are you, would you be able to animate them? Or we should probably speak to Alex about that. Running with guilds? No, I'd rather run into the street and get hit by a car. Why? Guilds are about social, right? So what would be the issue? Because that's my takeaway, at least. I think guilds should be a shared space that provides people with incentives to actually play with the shared members of their guild. I do not think that guilds should just be a thing that kind of fucking exists, as it is in WoW these days, where you join the guild and then that's it. I think guilds should absolutely have their own questing experience or their own experience bar. What I would like to see is a personalized experience bar for guilds. So effectively, don't make it so that if someone joins a level 40 guild, they're automatically level 40. Instead, make it to where you join the guild and when you do activities in the guild, you level up within the guild. Make that be the thing, right? That's what I would love to see in guilds. So that guilds become an activity that you want to do with other people. Provide housing, because that's a great way to get people to enjoy the game together. So housing, guild housing, guild activities, raids, functionality for people to actually be more social. That's what I would like to see from your average guild, I think. Attacking a buff for being in a guild leads to metagaming, min-maxing. Maybe, but that's why the buff will only be horrible if the buff is too large. If it's small enough to where it's a nice boon, but it's not really that big that you're going to deal with the issues, it should not be a problem. Thing I think I saw in Ragnarok was clan badges. You had something on your outfit symbolizing you were part of a raid clan and not just a name. Well, Mighty Random in World of Warcraft has guild tabards, which do pretty much the same thing. If you wear your guild tabard, every guild has their own tabard, and that helps you stand out, although there's a limited number of choices, so tabards can look the same. And almost no one wears tabards anymore because they don't do anything. They're basically just exist for exist's sake. Symbols you can put on your gear. I do. It's an interesting thing to think about. I'd have to give it a lot more thought, I think. My FC has that. I give my members badges for their amount that identifies them as a member. I have an FC, but I don't think I've ever spoken to anyone in my FC. Or only once have I spoken to someone in my FC. Alright, let's go. I've ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Golden Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. You can upload the tabard image. I don't know if I would want that, because that just opens... That just opens the door to people uploading pictures of dicks and shit. Not saying that's bad, but, you know, it could be bad. Please, slight XP gain boosts, lots of storage space. What you want is sort of boons that doesn't just impact things, right? Or doesn't impact things too greatly. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. Don't go to the Chocobo Racing, Nanamo. You'll lose your kingdom. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. I'm wondering how far you could push a boon, so to speak, before it would start interfering with sort of like, shall we say, where the hell am I supposed to go? Right house, wrong street. Some guild-specific quests, for example, to upgrade the domain that you can do with guildmates. Holy Third, I do believe that there should be crazy stories involved with guilds. What the hell is... Where am I supposed to go? It's upstairs, so let's just go up here. Buffs, but not combat buffs. XP, outdoor stuff. You could maybe even give people damage buffs in the open world. So you could do something like this. What about damage buffs in the open world for things like world bosses and stuff if you're in a guild group? So it's not really tied to hardcore content. It's more just a case of fun content that you and your guild can do together. And then killing those bosses give you an opportunity to get cosmetics for your guild house and stuff like that. Buffs, but not direct progression buffs. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Mandeville. Shall we sit? Shall we sit while we await his coming? I'm not talking about Final Fantasy. Guys, we're not talking about Final Fantasy. We are talking about a completely different game to Final Fantasy XIV. We don't know what the game of Riot MMO is going to look like. In World of Warcraft, that would be no problem at all. Like, I get that in Final Fantasy that would be a horrible thing, but in World of Warcraft, that would not fucking matter. It would just mean more people enjoy doing guild content or world bosses with their guilds. So, don't worry about it. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbird. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When my son's good friend and the Sultana herself come calling, there is no more important engagement. If his son is a fucking zombie, does he know that yet? As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland, and you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion. I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldar's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically, I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment. But what profit is there for Uldar in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Girabania's displaced, I thought you the very last person to seek to benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we begin to rely upon it, to expect it. Dude, this game is so fucking based, man. There are quite a few people on Twitter that needs to play this game and really pay attention to the shit that's being said. And then we must consider Uldar's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin, not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency, whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar? Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. Thank you for your candor. Based as fuck, bro. Based as fuck. So what is she gonna decide? I wonder. Profit? The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Accolon, are you perchance acquainted with any successful merchants If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult someone with a knack for business. Look like Hannibal Lecter in that cutscene? Don't give fish, give rods and knowledge. Two gentlemen, a man of a man. Ordinarily, I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kogani and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetheryte in Uldar. A fair journey to you, Akalon, and a swift one, if you please. But a weeb game, yet so based? Dude, Asian culture is based in general. Like, there is a reason why the East does not struggle with the same issues as the rest of the world. They have their own problems, though. Everyone has their own problems. Like, I will never sit here and admit that any place is perfect. Like, all places have their problems. The West just oftentimes seems to have a bunch of made-up problems that some people blow out of proportion for their own gain. So much effort to give you all perspectives and show you the gray areas in the game. They do it often. I mean, it's what I want from an RPG. Like, I've always said this. So, you guys know the whole don't put politics in my games? You know that movement? It starts up almost every single time there's a new RPG coming out. Like, I've never felt that way. I've never given a fuck about putting politics in games. The only thing I ask whenever they do it is don't make your decisions on my behalf. Present the issues to me, present my choices, and then let me make the choice. Don't automatically sell me the fucking solution as far as you're concerned. A great example of this would be Dragon Age, way back with the Templar and the Mages. You had two ideological differences, two groups seeing things very, very differently, but it was ultimately up to you to decide which group you agreed with more. Angry Cupcake, yes. So far, loving it, although I've not spent any time so far really in Alamigo, or Doma for that matter. I'm just traveling the fucking world, helping Nanamo. Akalon, to what do I owe the pleasure? Are you here on business? I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Uldar? My dear Akalon, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure. And I am flattered that you came to me. Truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Dorito, a man whose morning exertions are said to fill his garderobe with gold. I should be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Thalanan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Akalon. And may your dealings prove fruitful. Fuck. I was hoping we didn't have to come to this little cunt. Oh my god, oh my god. This guy is not gonna help the refugees though, is he? Let's be real, what help do you think this fuck is gonna give the refugees? This guy he only cares for profit. Like, that's 100% the only thing he cares about. And he's gonna help the refugees? Yeah, sure. Oh my god. Alright, let's see what this is gonna be. I don't know if Nanamo is gonna agree with us. Welcome back, Akalon. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lodorito? And you agree to this? I'm well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monetarist at arm's length, and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Uldar effectively. I don't know how you're doing, but did you read the book yet? No, sadly, I'm very lost on the story. I don't know how the Final Fantasy community fucking deals with this. No books. Story is very confusing. Like, if they put a couple of novels into every expansion, things would make so much more sense. You know, like, you could cut out all of this unnecessary dialogue. You could just, like, basically go from dungeon to dungeon, raid to raid. Easy life. And have all of this in a nice little novel, you know, that you could sell for maybe, like, I don't know, $40 or some shit. Yeah. Like, you could cut down all this leveling story bullshit to maybe like a day. Get people to max level and then they play stuff and there's a bunch of books. Well, we'll never read it. They have an encyclopedia that counts as a book. And maybe title the novel War Crimes or something. Now that's a good name. I like that name. Looking forward to the book where we learn more about Great Lodorito. I believe it was called 50 Shades of Lodorito. There are other short stories on Lodestone to enjoy. Dude, I am so glad that they don't have fucking books in this game. You have no idea. Alright, here we go. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. Pray return. Man, I haven't been here in a while. Fucking hell. It's good to be back. My old home. I have their art book. I love it. No words, all pictures of high school manga. YouTube videos was hilarious and awesome. And there are some short stories on their website. Don't have books in this game. Have you not been to the great Google library? No. What the hell's that? To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I would gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Please let this be voice acted. Please let this be voice acted. After 7 hours and 20 minutes.
Personal summons from the Scions. This must be important business indeed.
This guy makes me
if it
cringe, dude.
Anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
I hate this guy. What?
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Okay, that makes sense. She wants to see his eyes. For a second there, I was like, what the fuck is that mask for?
There, would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
His eyes, dude. Fuck, this guy's evil. Of course he is. Tane, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it.
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I'm glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito. But shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say, I'm most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo. The reparations you paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both.
Watch his smile fucking
And
create
who better
itself.
to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Yep.
Twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more.
That smile, the sprinkle in his eye, dude, when he heard profits. Like, the dude is sitting there with a fucking semi-chub.
To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. Huh, I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
Ludwig, thanks for the 2-1 sub, really appreciate it. 3 months in a row.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
That brick mine place. What was that one called again? Although, what would be more profitable? Salt or bricks? You guys think the salt mines? Really? We're mining salt on fucking Twitch? Typical of my fucking chat. Okay. Okay, fine, chat. Salt for everyone. Let's go.
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltry and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gil.
This guy's so happy.
The local citizens will need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenard Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production.
Jesus.
The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
A deal is struck then.
Dude, there's nothing you couldn't get out of this Lord Doritos if you just promise profit. Like, nothing. This guy would sell Eorzea if it meant profit. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Aklon. I could not have done it without you. You're most welcome. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Aklon, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Uldar both. If you chose the quarry place, he would shoot down the idea, saying there was no infrastructure to transport the stones. Patches of land on the moon. Like, dude, this guy will sell you a fucking bridge in Florida, dude. Like, don't tempt him. Dorito is that guy where if you see him at your door trying to sell you something, you don't open. Like, don't even go near it. Alright, let's see. Wait, Lisa's surname is Hext? How did I not know that? I did not in a million years, I would not have guessed that. In a million fucking years. Alright. Oh shit, here we go. Battle music. Aklon, you're back. What did Nanamo... Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? So... Raban says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to? Tell us something we don't know, but I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all, that has happened. He is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Uldah's proposal, I have one caveat I should like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital will afford Lolorito too much control. Good thinking. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kugani never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? Wow. But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss this proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Aklon? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge of the nation's finances may prove useful. You don't listen, so don't listen to Watt, Ower. He cares for what will profit him most in the long term, hence he's saving her life. Well, he was still a fucking evil bastard. Even if he saved her life, he still schemed like no one's business to do it. I don't think that can be denied. Oh, fucking hell. Getting tired, man. You can fly over the wall? Can you? I just assume you can't, because you can't really fly very high in this game. Greedy is not always evil, but when it comes to Lord Lolorito, he's an evil little fuck. He's not just greedy. Like, greed can be a good thing, but not when where he's concerned. Do you think he has a bottom line? Like, there's something he wouldn't do for self-interest? No. Maybe, although I'd be surprised to find out what. Because I think before that, a lot of us might be completely and utterly repulsed by the fucking shit he does. Yenismal. What manner of mischief brings you young'uns to Old Wat this time, eh? They want to rebuild the Saltery, Grandad. Aklon, tell him about the deal. He's not as bad as we think, but he did keep quiet when the accusations against the Scions were going around. Baltazar, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yes, greed isn't always evil. And someone can be extremely greedy and not necessarily evil. What Lord Glorarito has is a lot of greed, but also maximum self-interest. So this is why it's not so much that Dorito is evil. It's more a case of Dorito will do evil shit if it serves his self-interest. Which in my mind makes someone an evil person. Because I don't think Dorito has any measure of principle. He saved the Sultana's life because if the Sultana died, that would have meant chaos, which would have meant less profits. But if the death of Nanamo would have led to increased profits, he would have gladly let it happen. That's the kind of guy he is. It only matters to him how things affect him. And if the things that affect him would affect other people poorly and him greatly, he's not going to matter. He's not going to mind. Baltazar, thanks for the first Matatud. Really appreciate it. Yeah, pretty much chaotic. Evil. Chaotic neutral. It could be either of those, right? I think chaotic neutral actually fits it better. Lawful evil? Why would you say lawful evil? Leothana. Michelle, you're gonna fucking trigger me. He's not a capitalist. He's a corporatist, not a capitalist. He doesn't harm people just for the sake of being evil. That's true. Chaotic evil wouldn't work. Chaotic neutral might work. Lawful evil, not sure if it works, but it could also be a mixture of it, right? It could be a mixture of it. So I would say, I want to say chaotic neutral probably works the best. True neutral could work as well. Actually, true neutral, because he will do good things if it leads to profit. He'll do bad things if it leads to profit. He genuinely doesn't care. He does not take sides between good or evil. As far as he's concerned, he is the center of the universe. And whatever happens, all that matters is that he gets out on top. So it literally doesn't matter anything else. Nothing else matters to him. As long as he profits. So yeah, I would say true neutral is a good call. Well done on that one. True neutral. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties going up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to cull the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Grandad. We'll take care of that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly I would. So does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Accolon? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Yeah, why not? Akishar Moore, I think he's interesting. Snow, how you doing? Yeah, he isn't above crime since he synced the brass blades after you and IRR, but he doesn't break deals flippantly either. Chaotic because he does what's best for him, even if he breaks the law. Well, this is where we would have to discuss the difference between true neutral and chaotic neutral, right? Because true neutral would be someone who does pretty much whichever favors whatever they favor. So whatever they put the most priority on, they'll do anything as long as that priority is achieved. Chaotic neutral could be a more extreme version of it, depending on which version of D&D we're looking at, I guess. Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Self-centered to be neutral though? He's too self-centered to be neutral. Whilst you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Firestreak Rodimus, how you doing, bro? I know how we settle this. Fuck it. I want the exact... let's see. All right, here we go. Let's talk about this. So you have the good stuff. We all agree that there's no good in Lolorito, right? So let's say lawful neutral. A lawful neutral character typically believes strongly in lawful concepts such as honor, order, rules, and tradition, but often follows a personal code in addition to, or even in preference to, one set down by a malevolent authority. Examples of this alignment include a soldier who always follows orders, a judge or enforcer who adheres mercilessly to the letter of the law, a disciplined monk, or some wizards. True neutral. A neutral character, also called true neutral, is neutral in both axes and tends not to feel strongly towards any alignment, or actively seeks their balance. Druids frequently follow this dedication. That's not Lolorito, right? Chaotic neutral. A chaotic neutral character is an individualist who follows their own heart and generally shirks rules and traditions. Although chaotic neutral characters promote the ideals of freedom, it is their own freedom that comes first. Good and evil comes second to their need to be free. Examples of this alignment includes many barbarians and rogues and some bards. I feel like this best describes Lolorito. If you replace freedom with profit, you have Lolorito in a fucking nutshell. But Zakor, that's exactly it. So if you replace freedom with profits, this is what he covets over all things, is profit. So he favors anything that brings more profit. Since stability brings more profit, he favors stability. But he does not favor stability for the sake of stability. Right? So keep that in mind. He does not care for stability. He does not care for balance. What he cares for is profit, and therefore stability is simply a means to the profit. The stability in and of itself could not care less. Just wouldn't matter to him at all. Lawful evil. A lawful evil character sees a well-ordered system as being easier to exploit than to necessarily follow. Examples of this alignment include tyrants, devils, corrupt officials, undiscriminating mercenary types who have a strict code of conduct, blue dragons, and hobgoblins. Fuck. Is he corrupt though? Like in general, he conducts his business masterfully, but is he actually corrupt? He could be a mixture of the two, right? So he could be chaotic neutral and lawful evil. So if you looked at it instead as like a singular thing, but an axis. So you had like a graph like this, where each part of the graph is a different true neutral, chaotic neutral, lawful evil, that. He would be on the side of chaotic neutral quite close to, if not even into, lawful evil. So if chaotic neutral was on this axis and lawful evil was here, he would be like somewhere here. So he's kind of lawful evil plus chaotic neutral. Because chaotic neutral fits him as well. Just FYI. But reading that description, it feels like it's him, you know? In the system, I'm looking at neutral evil, actually. Why are you looking at neutral evil? Right then, Akalon. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. Search your surroundings for yabbies. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a yabby, and inspect it with... Right. Is that a yabby? Oh. I can't really move anywhere else, so it has to be a yabby. I mean, that's all I can look at, so that's a yabby, but what the fuck am I supposed to look for? Discover the yabby's weak point. I mean, would its weak point not be under its belly or the neck? Dude, what the fuck? I was on the belly, unless they want me to fucking zoom in again. Alright, this is bullshit, dude. You want to say the eyes? Yabby's jaw. Huh? Wait, I'm supposed to hover... Ah, okay. I thought I just had to click and it would just fucking pop up. I didn't think I would have to wait for text to show up. This is the second time that this game's camera controls have fucked me. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. Well, I have magic. I just pew-pew the fuck out of it. Ah, looks like you found a yabby. They say hitting their shells like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? And with the soft underside of the head. Just hit it as hard as you can. I kind of want to say this. Just hit it as hard as you can. Does that lead to his death, or... Oh, I really want to say this. Let's see. Just hit it as hard as you can. Let's see what happens here. All right then. I was hoping there'd be more of a trick to it, but brute force it is. Oh, please tell me something bad happens here. I don't want it to die, but just... Yeah, he did it. Congratulations, bro. I love how my black mage just stands there and goes, well done, bro. Well done. Alright, what did he say? Thanks, Akalon. I did just as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. Right. I was kind of hoping something would go wrong. Like, not death, but, you know, it didn't work the first time or some shit like that. Did we look at the weak spot again? Just to see how we were helping him wrong, you know? The Fuki, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. think I can handle the yabbies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Such as surroundings for foobads. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Okay, here we go. Those things, like, fucking all those things are creepy, man. Defuki, thank you for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. A Fubat. How do I defeat one of those? Destroy the core within its brow. Just hit it really, really hard as you can. Yeah. As hard as I can. Well, simple strategies are often the best. Here goes. Oh my god. Just hit it really, really hard. Well, there you go. Whisker fucking did it again. This guy's not a bad fighter. With all the wrong fucking advice, he still manages to do it. Good job, bro. Very proud of you. That's not easy. Fighting with the liberator of Alamigo, watching your every move. But I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Acklon. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Any road, we should head back to the saltery before Grandad starts to worry. I've been snipped into pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm helping him so that he doesn't get weak. Nobody ever let Akko lead a static? Dude, you joke. I have actually done this in the past. Like, while raiding, I would tell my guild about a strategy that I saw, like a tactic that I saw that we should try. And then it's the completely wrong fucking strat, dude. Like, you can never do it that way. Like, never. And then I just stand back and watch people get super frustrated because it's not working the way that I say it's supposed to work. I love doing shit like that. King Julian, how you doing, bro? Like I said, sorry, Akko, if I'm late. I haven't been around for your FF gameplay. Well, I have fallen asleep twice. Hey, dude, as long as you slept well, that's all that matters. I see you've returned to one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them off myself after a bit of instruction from Acklon here. Like, once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. This guy is now gonna go to all the other soldiers and just be like, get it really, really hard. I know it's not actually, it's coded and it's just gonna happen, but the idea of this guy propagating my bullshit advice makes me very happy. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Whisker. A fine young man indeed. Too often of late, I hear tales of folk over in the city, drunk on victory and hungry for revenge. Their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot. Things like getting the saltery ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. You know, the rest of them can, right? Well, maybe. Let's see. I wish there was some kind of an achievement for making the wrong decision there. It seems Whisker has the saltery security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. Message from General Uldan. Apologies for the interruption, sir, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here to hammer out the finer details with Watt, and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Uldar. You should go. General Alden asked that you wait for him by the main gate in the Alamegan Quarter. My apologies again, sir. Fare you well. King Julian, no. After point 3, so 4.3, we'll go do the Omega raid. You guys know the rules. We first do the story up until point 3, and then as soon as it switches over, we did this with Heavensward as well. Like, the second the patch is going to start going into the next expansion, that's when we complete all of the current expansion's content. He succeeded, not because of you, but in spite of you. Grandorius, is it really bad advice, though? Like, think about this. I told him to hit it really, really hard, and it worked. So, is it bad advice? I think not. I think it's actually pretty good advice. Why is this not a proper city? If it is Alliance raids, I'm gonna do all of it, Shadow Skellig. So, for those of you that might not know, for those of you that might be new to the channel, first and foremost, obviously very happy to have you all here. But yes, we will be doing everything. As soon as I hit 4.3, we'll go into the rest of the content, so to speak. So everything that we've missed, all of the dungeons and trials and raids and everything else. So don't worry about it. It will all happen. I mean, why is it bad advice? I don't understand. What makes it bad advice? Because I would argue it's pretty decent advice. It's Japanese style of teaching. Go work hard and figure out the insight yourself. Exactly. I'm helping, you know? They're just edging you on? Well, that's why I like this stream. Because most people are degenerate fucks that will effectively just do anything. So, that's good, right? I'm trying to think, ladies and gentlemen, because we are at the end of the stream. So who do you guys want to raid? I mean, it's 10 to 12 in the evening for me. It's time to fucking go find some food and then go to sleep. So, who do you want to raid? Well, I'm going to fucking bed now soon. Preach isn't online now, is he? Oh shit, Preach is online? Fuck. Yeah, alright. We'll drop a... Why not? We'll drop a raid on Preach. He's playing Path of Exile. Seems like a decent game. He's doing Path of Exile. Yenna Small, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Officially now, welcome to the channel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, go say hello to Preach. Even if you don't want to stick around, at least say hello. And I want to thank all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me tonight, spending your day with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, where we continue the story of Final Fantasy XIV, getting into the patch content now. Pretty interesting, but I would love to see how things play out for the Alamegan side. So hopefully we get to setting up that shit soon. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other. Thank you for all the support, and I will see all of you tomorrow. Peace out, fam.